Volume 6. Chapter 500, Han Ying-Xue's Battle Companion. Chapter 500, Han Ying-Xue's Battle Companion. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The teleportation circle was activated. Zhang Yang arrived at the Winst Castle in no time at all. The moment after he walked right out of the teleportation hall, he saw Han Ying-Xue running in a hurry towards him. Before he could even open his mouth to ask, he saw that annoying winner NPC, Messick, chasing after her plump buttocks. He chuckled, amused. Witchy Snow, why did you simply flirt around and attract weird beings again? Zhang Yang appeared to be a savior to Han Ying-Xue the moment she laid eyes on him. She quickly ran behind Zhang Yang and used him as her human shield. Then she said, "My charm is too great to be ignored. Even NPCs can be seduced by just looking at me. Silly you, please save me." Messick revealed an impatient expression on his face as he stared at Zhang Yang. "I say you, ugly horse. Stand aside, while a gentleman like myself is pursuing true love." Zhang Yang laughed out loud. Then, he turned around and pulled Han Ying-Xue into his arms. "Well, you see, this is my woman, you winner. Do you want more of Felice's fire missile?" Messick could still remember very clearly how sweet the fire missiles that Felice had thrown onto him were, so he could not help but to feel a shiver down his spine as he took a few steps back. His facial expression at the moment was truly remarkable. But he instantly shouted back to Zhang Yang after that, "Your woman, you say? I say you, ugly horse. Stop dreaming about. Do you think you are worthy of this lady who is as bedazzling as the sunlight and as noble as the moon? Do you think you can be her man with your ugly face on your ugly horse body?" Han Ying-Xue smiled as raised her face up a little and gave Zhang Yang a kiss on his cheek. "I am your woman?" Instead of blushing, Zhang Yang rubbed his face in disgust as he said, "Winner. Are your eyes so blind that they are actually on your butt? Do you seriously think that she's a beauty?" Well, Han Ying-Xue had set up her avatar in the game to look as plain as possible. Although the results were not ugly at all, but she was far from an actual, bedazzling, mesmerizing beauty. Looks like Messick the winner had not seen a woman for a very long time, and he could no longer differentiate a vegetable from a bunch of meat. Han Ying-Xue was provoked, as she lifted up her leg and trod on Zhang Yang's foot. The flame of justice in Messick suddenly ignited as he challenged her. "What say you, pretty? Let go that ugly beast and charge at me." Zhang Yang was stung by the pain on his foot and he tightened his teeth, and then he quickly changed the topic. "Why is this NPC after you in the first place? He insisted on becoming my battle companion, and he is forcing me to sign the contract bond with him." It seemed that the focus of Han Ying-Xue had successfully been diverted to another matter. Now, her focus was fixed on bad-mouthing Messick as she complained about everything to Zhang Yang. "I will definitely not have this perverted, sick, sexual, psycho following me around. It's very annoying." Zhang Yang could not help but laugh out loud. He had intended to let either Fatty Han or Endless Starlight to subdue Messick into becoming either one of their battle companions. Well, Messick basically has the same scent as those two wretched perverts. In spite of what he never expected was that Han Ying-Xue had such great charm, that Messick would come up to her by himself, and beg her to make him her battle companion. After giving some thoughts about it, Zhang Yang told Han Ying-Xue, "I think you should just take him in. Despite this NPC loves to speak foul and wretched language, all of his skills are good. He is a natural-born meat shield that can really protect you well. Think about it." Han Ying-Xue pointed one of her fingers at Messick and said, "I don't think he wants to protect me at all. Look at his face now. All he wants is to swallow me whole." Zhang Yang turned his eyes towards Messick and he could only see Messick drooling at Han Ying-Xue like a hungry wolf. That wretched face of his was beyond saving. Zhang Yang could not help but to let out a breath of sigh, and then he tried to convince Han Ying-Xue again. "Well, it would be even more annoying than letting him follow you all over the place, right? Taking him in as your battle companion would allow you to keep him in your battle companion slot all the time. You would only summon him out if you ever need him to tank for you." Han Ying-Xue can be pretty reasonable when it comes to it, so after some pondering, she saw that Zhang Yang did give a valid point and that it was really a good idea. So she said, "All right, I shall take you in as my battle companion, with half of my heart. Not the whole thing." Messick quickly nodded his head like he was shaking up a bunch of onion heads as he took out a piece of contract book. Initially, players should be the ones purchasing the contract book and providing it during the signing of the contract bond. Nonetheless, Messick really is a wretched NPC. He had actually provided the contract book and presented it to Han Ying-Xue like a slave. What a shameless fellow. Zhang Yang could not help but feel a little icky around him. The contract bond was identified, and Messick had officially become the battle companion of Han Ying-Xue. 2 streams of white light beamed across each of them, indicating that the contract has been signed. As Han Ying-Xue was only level 100 at the moment, and because the level of a battle companion could not be higher than the level of their owner, the level of Messick was brought down accordingly. Zhang Yang asked Han Yngshui to post out the attributes of Messick. Messick, humanoid creature. Level, 100. HP, 71,200, without vitality aura. Defense, 2,820. Melee attack, 10,802 to 12,802. Skills. Light of Life, instantly recovers 10% HP, cost, 100 focus points. Cooldown, 1 minute. Foul Chatters, begins to curse at a target, drawing in a large amount of aggro from the target. Instant activation. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Parry, parries attacks, high chance of completely negating one attack. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Play Dead, lies on the floor and play dead. There was a high rate of causing the enemies to ignore the caster. If this skill is triggered successfully, the current aggro would be reduced to 0. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Note, the battle companion of Little Snow. After becoming a battle companion to a player, the HP of Messick had been reduced sharply. The skill, Light of Life, had been greatly depowered as well. However, Han Yngshui is a super healer, so healing him up should not be a problem for her at all. Meanwhile, the skill, Parry, is a very practical skill, making Messick a powerful tank in the game. Also, his attack power had increased exponentially. That should cover up the loss of his HP and self-healing capabilities. It's actually pretty awesome. As for the skill, Play Dead, it only showed that this winner is truly wretched. Zhang Yang and Han Yngshui could only assume that Messick would definitely not fight to his death whenever he find himself in a seriously F***ed-up situation. All battle companions had a great deal of autonomy. Hence, when the time comes, this winner would definitely decide to lie down on the ground and play dead. Han Yngshui was already very annoyed, so she quickly sent him into her inventory. The world finally went back to peace, as it was before. Silly you, have you completed your quest? She asked Zhang Yang randomly. Not yet. But I am about to. When you're done, take me up on your flying mount and help me search for the remaining fragments of my inheritance quest. Can't you just ask the little brat to help you? Her winged tiger is about to gain its flying ability any time from now. Silly you, can't you see that I just want to spend some time with you, alone? You dim-witted oaf. After leaving the Winst Castle, Zhang Yang headed straight over to the ancient stone peak with Whitey Jr. About half an hour later, he finally arrived at the deserted mountain land. However, he did not manage to find Egolus the Gargoyle King, after scouting around in the entire area, together with Whitey Jr. He circled closer to the area for another 2 rounds and had failed to find any signs of that boss. Instead of finding the boss, he came across a little cave halfway up the mountain. Logically speaking, that Gargoyle King should be inside that cave. As Zhang Yang landed by the entrance of the cave with Whitey Jr., he summoned Whitey and let the serpent rest in his inventory, as the size of the cave is too narrow for the serpent's large body. So, the man and his bear headed deep into the cave to begin exploring. The interior of the cave was surprisingly dark, thus Zhang Yang had to activate the appearance effect of his Titan armor set in order to reveal an area of 3 to 4 meters around him with the light illuminating from his armor. The cave was starting to give Zhang Yang the creeps, and he quickened his steps. Despite the area of the cave was small to Whitey Jr., it was still rather large to a human. It had a height of about 3 meters and a width of about 4 to 5 meters. Nonetheless, Zhang Yang and Whitey could actually walk side by side. It was not too cramped up after all. Not long after, they saw a statue that was beginning to tremble. Countless of stone pebbles were falling from the statue itself, as the statue turned into a gargoyle in front of Zhang Yang's eyes. It looked a little like a monkey with a pair of bat-like wings. It simply looked hideous, with a face that looked like it wanted to chew off anyone's face. Albino Gargoyle, Elite, Spectre. Level, 115. HP, 1,150,000. Defense, 1,200. Melee attack, 8,123 to 9,123. Skills. Gargoyle Strike, deals 100% of physical damage in the form of a melee attack. There is a certain rate to reduce 10% attack of the target. Lasts for 15 seconds. Petrifying, petrifies itself and recover 10% HP for every second. The damage received while it is petrified will be reduced by 50%. But, when the gargoyle is inflicted with holy attacks, the damage received will be increased by 100%. Lasts for 5 seconds. Note, according to legend, these undead creatures came from the realm of hell. During the Great War among the gods, they followed their master, the god of darkness, and invaded this world. Although the Great War had occurred over thousands of years ago, and most of the gargoyles had returned back to realm of hell, a number of them remained in this realm. Krak, the gargoyle let out a deafening screech as it began to move the two sharp claws that looked like the arm of a monkey and clawed at Zhang Yang. Block. Dash 912. Deflected. Dash 103. Molten armor. Plus 30 rage points. Zhang Yang immediately swung his sword right across the body of the gargoyle and inflicted a damage of 4,000 plus onto the gargoyle, boosting his rage points up to a total of 65 points. He then activated his Frost Strike without any delay. Dash 842. A layer of frost immediately formed across the body of the gargoyle, and the monster was frozen in just an instant, entering a 10 seconds duration of freezing. In other words, the monster will be unable to move for 10 seconds as it is frozen. But this skill is awesome. Time to experiment with the new skill that Zhang Yang just acquired. Activating the Glare of the Death God. Instantly, the hollow shadow of a person entered the body of the gargoyle. Shrouds of dark evil mists began to form right over the gargoyle's head as they slowly formed the shape of a shrouding dark skull that was cackling evilly. Zhang Yang and Whitey struck the monster consecutively, trying to trigger the 10% rate of instant death effect on the monster. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 7 seconds, 8 seconds. Suddenly, right after a slash from Zhang Yang's sword, the dark skull right above the gargoyle began to expand rapidly as it opened up its dark foul mouth wide and swallowed the gargoyle whole. The large mouth shook up for a brief moment, then the gargoyle stumbled straight onto the ground and died. What an incredible skill. Zhang Yang and Whitey could only inflict about 100,000 damage onto the monster before the effect of the Glare of the Death God kicked in and instantly killed the monster. Although the monster still had about 1 million HP, it was still instantly killed by the effect of the skill. There's no way one could find any shortcomings about that skill. Unfortunately, the cooldown of this skill is 60 minutes long. Slightly regretting the fact that he had used the skill a little too early, Zhang Yang and Whitey continued to push forward. There was a large number of these gargoyles along the path of the cave as Zhang Yang went deeper into the cave. They would encounter one of these monsters every time they walked forward for about tens of meters. Without the heavenly powerful Glare of the Death God and a powerful DPS like Felice, Zhang Yang and Whitey had to take about 2 minutes or so just to kill one monster before they could proceed further in. Well, the cave was indeed dark and eerie, and it continued to pressure Zhang Yang by giving him the creeps. It took 3 days and 3 nights of continuous slashing for Zhang Yang to reach the end of the cave. However, that was not the end of the cave. Right before Zhang Yang was a huge palace. Clearly, this palace did not belong to the human, or the elites, or the orcs, or the dwarfs. The palace looked like pure evil, shrouded in the atmosphere of darkness. The walls of the palace were full of gargoyles that were still in their petrified forms. Well, all of them looked very wretched and scary. They stood guard over every corner of the palace. Fortunately for Zhang Yang, it had been 3 days ago since he first entered the cave. He could actually summon out Felice by now. Zhang Yang quickly summoned the little lady out, instantly increasing their total firepower by a few notches up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 501, The Gargoyle King. Chapter 501, The Gargoyle King. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Felice, how do you feel now? Are you alright now? After summoning the little lady out from the battle companion slot, Zhang Yang asked her, with genuine concern. Felice shook her head and said, "Nothing is off, big brother." Zhang Yang could not help but sulked a little. The little girl seemed to be on some form of heavenly steroids, as she went all out on the Black Dragon boss. So, logically speaking, she should have experienced some side effect from that kind of rush. The ancient kung fu masters who had went all out with their super skills and all in crushing their enemies would actually shorten their lives by 10 years or so. This little lady actually recovered after a nap? After everything that she went through? That doesn't even make any sense. What the hell? The Black Dragon must have died with its eyes opened. Can you remember anything that happened before you passed out? Zhang Yang asked further. Nope. Felice shook her head and said, I have no idea what happened as well. I just saw a giant lizard, and I just burst into anger and lost control of myself. I just felt like tearing that big lizard into tiny little pieces. Ares once said that the goddess of war had died at the hands of Hell's Lord, the god of vengeance, and the devastator. Knowing that the Black Dragon Anyabask was once the follower of the Hell's Lord, it might be possible that the Black Dragon had contributed in bringing down the goddess of war. That was most probably why that Black Dragon was targeted by Felice as an enemy. That explained why she had a cosmic explosion and went all out on the ethereal boss. Of course, all that was built, based on the deduction that Felice was Phrebe, the goddess of hope, sister of Lachesis, the goddess of war. Well, all thoughts aside. Time to clear up some monsters before saying anything further. With Felice joining in, Zhang could clear up the monster 2 times faster. But there were more gargoyles in the palace. Zhang spent about another 6 days just to reach the deepest area of the palace. It was a very grand and huge palace, with 12 ink-black pillars holding up the entire building. At the lowest level of the palace, there was a large metallic throne right in the middle. However, there is no one sitting on it. On the contrary, by the side of the throne, a gargoyle squatted beside it while it was still in its petrified state. This gargoyle was so much larger than the elite-tier gargoyles that Zhang had encountered outside the palace. Its wings had a silver lining by the tips. That indicated that this gargoyle is very different compared to the other gargoyles. This gargoyle is definitely much grand and extraordinary. Aegolus, the Gargoyle King, Violet Platinum, Spectre. Level, 135. HP, 12,500,000. Defense, 3,300. Melee attack, 17,310 to 19,310. Skills. Gargoyle Strike, inflicts the target with 100% physical damage as a melee attack. There is a certain rate to reduce 10% attack of the target. Lasts for 15 seconds. Petrifying, petrifies itself and recovers 10% HP every second. The damage received while it is petrified would be reduced by 50%. But, when the gargoyle is inflicted with holy attacks, the damage received will be increased by 100%. Lasts for 5 seconds. Putrefaction Aura, putrefies the target, inflicting the target with 3000 nature damage every 3 seconds. Effect area, with the caster as the center point, 20-meter radius in a circular area. Gargoyle Screech, lets out a screech and damages all targets within the range of 30 meters with 40,000 physical attack. Casting time, 0.5 seconds. Berserk, when the HP bar is at 10% and below, Aegolus would enter Berserk mode. Attack increased by 50%, defense increased by 100%. Note, loyal minion of the Lord of Darkness. After being severely wounded by the gods during the Great War, it still has not fully recovered yet. Judging from the looks of it, that throne right in the middle of this palace must have belonged to the late Lord of Darkness. This palace must be the Lord of Darkness's lair. This Gargoyle King must have followed the Lord of Darkness here. Because the Lord of Darkness had fallen too, this palace must have been here ever since that war. Another Violet Platinum tier boss. Zhang felt a rush of joy in his heart. Well, the reason was mentioned before. The rewards that players earn from killing a high tier boss for the first time and the second time would be luxurious. The system would drop additional items like skill books. Not to mention, the current stage of the game only spawns a limited number of Violet Platinum tier bosses. Well, Zhang had all the more reason to kill it now, Nonetheless, only Zhang would be so confident to start fantasizing about the rewards. For other players, they would be worried sick, thinking of how to survive the boss that they might just lose their hair. Logically speaking, if Zhang did not have a powerful DPS battle companion like Felice, Zhang would have to at least try to get a Forbidden Scroll in order for him to solo the boss. In other words, Zhang would have needed to use a large amount of money to bury the boss. The interior of the palace was vast enough for Zhang to summon the serpent back out. Although both Serpent and Whitey were yellow gold tier mounts, however, the damage output of spell type mounts is obviously much higher than the damage output of physical type mounts. Furthermore, the serpent could fly, had ranged attacks, and its venom spat could be instantly activated whenever the skill is available, which would not affect the serpent's superior mobility. The amount of damage output of the serpent would actually be so much more efficient and higher than Whitey Jr.'s. Whenever the serpent could be summoned, Zhang would naturally consider using it as the first choice. As for the mythical turtle, if the system allowed him to put a pair of rockets on its back to increase its movement speed, Zhang would definitely have used it in every single battle. Thud. 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 Zhang charged towards Aegolus. Entering the range of 30 meters, which is his maximum range, Zhang quickly threw a Spear of Obliteration, as he usually did. -4 198. Creak. The Gargoyle King instantly let out a deafening screech as it opened up its large wings and took flight. The moment it fluttered its wings and went airborne, the Gargoyle King began to dive at Zhang. The boss was deceptively agile. With a single flick of its wings, the Gargoyle King was already in front of Zhang. It raised up the 2 monkey claws and slashed at Zhang. Block. Zhang had no time to think or to make strategies on how to take on the boss. He reacted instinctively by raising his shield up to block the boss's attack. Pang. A large clash was heard across the surroundings as Zhang Yang was sent back by the powerful strike of the boss, 3 to 4 meters away. But at the instance when the two of them made contact, Zhang Yang had swung his sword and landed a hit onto the boss. He did not waste any single possible chance to strike the boss. With his legs planted firmly on the ground, Zhang Yang stopped the impact that had pushed him backward as he regained his balance. With a powerful kick off the ground, he pushed himself forwards and charged towards the boss again. Egolus let out another deafening screech as it began to raise up its monkey claws. This time, dark air shrouded around the claws. The claws landed on Zhang Yang, as it inflicted damage on him, and not only that, Zhang Yang was inflicted with an additional negative effect, which reduced his attack by 20%. Gargoyle Strike. Fortunate for Zhang Yang, he was not the main DPS for this boss battle. As long as Felice's attack is not restricted or reduced by any means, it would not affect their total damage output much. Whitey Jr. and Felice were already in their positions. One was spitting greenish venom at the boss, while the other was channeling balls of fire towards the boss, while Zhang Yang was activating his skills to inflict damage onto the boss with his sword. Flashes of reflected light from his sword shone upon the body of the boss. The scene was magnificent to behold. Not long after the battle raged on, Egolus suddenly let out a long and intimidating roar into the sky, as a rapid progression bar appeared right above its head. Gargoyle Screech. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yang immediately activated his Frost Strike. 6-822. A damage was inflicted on the boss, and the boss started freezing up, its chanting having been interrupted. That was a lucky strike. The additional effect of the Frost Strike was triggered, and it was effective on the boss. Zhang Yang did not continue to launch his assaults towards the boss. Instead, he took out a bandage and began to patch himself up. The boss would stay frozen for the next 10 seconds, and the duration of using one bandage is also 10 seconds. It was impeccably the same. These days, Zhang Yang had been battling quite a number of monsters that are level 120 and above. So, he had gathered quite a number of spiritual cloths, which appeared to be one grade higher than inscribed cloths. He had made quite a number of spiritual bandages that could heal 50,000 HP in 10 seconds. Plus, he has the title of Physician's Friend, so he could heal himself with an additional 10,000 HP. That is just awesome. Following the last additional heal of plus 10,000 HP, Zhang Yang had restored himself back to full health. Egolus roared in rage again and again as it continued to extend its monkey claws at Zhang Yang. Every single claw attack inflicted Zhang Yang with more than 10,000 damage. The boss did not immediately use the same skill again after its previous chant was interrupted. Instead, the skill had entered a cooldown period. Therefore, Egolus only began to chant for its Gargoyle Screech again 30 seconds later. Although Zhang Yang activated his Crash Magic onto the gargoyle, but the word immune appeared right above on the head of the boss. A visible sonic wave came right out of the boss's mouth and radiated into the surroundings. The boom echoed through air, as the shock waves that exploded out of the boss' mouth struck Felice and Whitey Jr. and sent them flying back for a few meters. Both of them took some damage from the impact. Actually, when Felice is in her humanoid form, her Dragon Spear Barrage had the potential of stunning the boss for a while. However, the rate was too low, and the boss only required 0.5 seconds to chant its spell. So, in order to interrupt the boss in time, she must stand in front of the boss and maintain in her humanoid form for 1 second before she can activate her Dragon Spear Barrage. To get the 10% rate of interrupting the boss's chanting shifting forms would also cause the skill sets to enter the shared cooldown period of 1 second. So, sacrificing the group's damage output just to attempt to trigger the 10% rate in order to interrupt the boss's chanting was not really worthwhile. Zhang Yang was using his Shield Wall and Last Vigor in an orderly manner. If the Frost Strike struck and managed to stun the boss, then he would immediately use his Spiritual Bandage to heal himself up instead of attacking the boss. Although Frost Strike was not a guaranteed countermeasure, it could give him one chance to heal himself up. That was actually a good enough deal. However, the recovery effect of Shield Wall was much lower than the healing effect of using the Spiritual Bandage. It was unfortunate for Zhang Yang, as this is the special effect of the Titan Chestplate. This chestplate is only a level 80 equipment, currently 20 levels lower than the level of Zhang Yang. It was losing power drastically. Just like his previous, Dark Enigmatic Sword, when Zhang Yang reached level 80, the efficiency of the sword's special effect had begun to drop like hell. Comparing to the rate of efficiency to when Zhang Yang was still below level 100, the special effect of the Titan Chestplate could heal Zhang Yang by 10% HP every time it kicked in. But now, the special effect of the chestplate could only heal Zhang Yang by 5% HP every time the effect kicks in. That was half of the effect gone. The reduction in the efficiency of the special effect is a little too harsh. Still, Zhang Yang took it in stride. If they did not make it so, such a powerful, Titan chestplate could still be used, even if Zhang Yang reaches level 3000. Ting. 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 The sword of purging devourer slammed into the boss again and again, as sparks sprinkled across the ground. It was as if the body of the boss had suddenly turned into some sort of titanium material. At the same time, terrifying numbers in green began to pop up on top of the boss with each passing second. Plus 312500. Plus 312500. Plus 312500. The boss had activated its petrifying skill. Fortunately, Zhang Yang had already struck the boss with his destructive smash and had reduced the healing capability of Egolus by 75%. Or else, the boss would have healed itself by as much as 1,250,000 HP every second. It would have been a disaster for Zhang Yang. 5 seconds later, the skill was over, and the boss had healed itself by a total amount of 1,560,000 HP. That was an amount that Zhang Yang could still deal with. He could just treat it like an extension of the boss's HP bar. After Zhang Yang had activated every single life-saving skills of his for one cycle, he began to reduce his damage output on purpose, allowing the aggro value on Felice to exceed the aggro value on him. After a very brief moment, the boss had turned its attention towards Felice. Felice immediately descended down to the ground and transformed to her humanoid form as she activated her absolute defense. Then, she took over the role as tanker for the boss battle. Zhang Yang used another spiritual bandage and healed himself back to full health again. Then, he quickly went back up to the boss and began to attack the boss aggressively. As the boss also had the ability to be airborne, Zhang Yang could not use his Shadow of the Void to clear out the aggro completely, as that is not a wise move to do so. As the damage of Felice was a little too aggressive and powerful, it was not possible for Zhang Yang to regain the aggro of the boss within 2 minutes. When Felice transforms herself back into her Dragonhawk form and flies back into the air, the boss would pursue her and fly into the air as well. There is no way Zhang Yang can miraculously hook the aggro of the boss back onto him with Felice being the primary target of the boss. Felice might even be taken out while tanking the boss in that form, but... Therefore, Zhang Yang needed to retain some aggro and wait for the duration of the absolute defense to be over before he actually resumes tanking. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 502, Bewitchment and Disarmament. Chapter 502, Bewitchment and Disarmament. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. With her absolute defense activated, Felice became every tank player's envy. Every attack from the boss was like an itch to her. Egolus let out a series of thunderous roars as it fluttered its wings, stirring up waves of strong air currents that were so strong that they almost blew Zhang Yang off his feet. Zhang Yang could feel as if he was a small raft in the middle of a thunderstorm that threatened to capsize him at any time, but... In less than 2 minutes, Zhang Yang recovered his stance and began to increase his damage output towards the boss. As the DPS of Felice in her humanoid form is much weaker than her DPS when she is in her Dragonhawk form, it became easier for Zhang Yang to retake the aggro of the boss. With some increment in his DPS, Zhang Yang managed to put himself back at the top of the aggro list of the boss in just 5 seconds. The boss let out another thunderous roar as it began to turn its attention towards Zhang Yang. The Gargoyle King turned its head towards Zhang Yang and reached out with its monkey claws in an attempt to slash Zhang Yang. At the same instant, Felice's absolute defense faded off. Without wasting any time, she took the form of a Dragonhawk and began to unleash hell upon the boss with her fire missiles. As for Whitey Jr., all it ever needed to do was to spat its venomous saliva whenever it was able. It would always be the last on the aggro list of the boss. It was by no means weak in any way. Zhang Yang and Felice were just on a level of their own. Poor Egolus, having its fate toyed around by Zhang Yang and Felice. Well, that is the one disadvantage of being a boss in a game. Although a boss has powerful skills and terrifying attack, it must follow the protocol of the aggro system in the game to decide which target it would hit first. If they had the intelligence to discern situations like how a player could, every boss battle would become insanely difficult as they would naturally wipe out the healer classes first of all. With the healers gone, the tankers would be living on borrowed time. Bosses would be able to take out players with ease and not get taken down by a bunch of footmen. The amount of Egolus's HP started off strong. It had about 10 million HP. With Zhang Yang, Felice and Whitey Jr. working together, 10 minutes would be enough to empty out that amount. Even though the boss could recover its health little by little with its skill, Zhang Yang's destructive smash had caused the healing efficiency of the boss to drop by 75%. Furthermore, that healing skill of the boss had a cooldown period of 5 minutes. The boss simply could not keep up with them. 30%, 20%, 10%. The boss suddenly let out a deafening screech as a bloody red light began to beam across the entire body of the boss. The boss had just entered its berserk form. Well, the moment that Zhang Yang had been waiting for was finally here. After the animation of the boss entering the berserk form passed, Zhang Yang quickly cast the glare of the death god. A shroud came over the head of the boss and began to form into a dark skull right above its head. This is the special skill of the Hell's Lord. It seemed that Aegolas recognized the skill right away as it let out a roar in fear. It made perfect sense though. Aegolas used to be one of the fangs that served the god of darkness. It doesn't matter if it was an ally or a foe of the gods, Aegolas must have seen the Hell Lord's power and skills. No wonder Aegolas would tremble in fear the moment it knew that this is one of the skills of the Hell's Lord. Zhang Yang laughed out loud and proceeded with his assaults. There was no time to lose at all. With a swing of his one hand, Zhang Yang summoned out his Devastator to aid him. At the current stage of the game, the Silver Tier servant could no longer provide anything in terms of DPS, however, Zhang Yang had summoned the servant, not because he wanted to increase the total damage output towards the boss. He summoned the servant to increase the number of hits that land on the boss. The rate of triggering the special effect of the glare of the death god is not based on the amount of damage output, but the number of hits that land on the boss. As long as the attacks hit the boss, then the chance to trigger the special effect would be based on the 10% rate of triggering. Any hits also stand a chance of proccing the 10% rate and triggering the special effect of the glare of the death god. In other words, the more hits they land on the boss, the higher the chance they can trigger the special effect of the skill. From that moment onwards, Aegolas was assaulted violently by Zhang Yang, Felice, Whitey Jr., and the Devastator, from all four directions around it. 125000. 125000. Although 10% was not a high rate, every hit was an additional chance. The special effect was triggered over again and again. By the time the glare of the death god was over, the boss had lost 1% HP by a total number of 7 times. Aegolas was left with only 1% HP remaining. It no longer looked intimidating. No, the Gargoyle King let out its final roar that shook the heavens as it flapped its wings one last time before it collapsed down to the ground and died. Boom! Dark flames began to ignite on the dead body of the boss. After that, loot dropped right out of the boss as its dead body burned into a pile of ash. Only a few sharp teeth of the Gargoyle King remained, lying among the loot. Glare of the Death God is just awesome. Zhang Yang could not help but to feel a rush of joy in his heart. After all, this skill would only gain more power when used on a tougher enemy. Even if a boss has 100 billion HP, the glare of the Death God would still function according to its power that reduces 1% HP of the boss, no matter what. The boss would still lose 100 billion HP. Of course, if Zhang Yang used this on a boss with only 10,000 HP, the boss would only lose 1,000 HP every time the special effect of the skill triggers. Skills that work via percentages are really useful as the game progresses. The higher the level of the enemy, the better the effects. After being amazed at himself for a while, Zhang Yang quickly went up to pick up the loot. Aegolas had dropped a total of 3 pieces of equipment. One was a long crimson sword, another one was a pale grey cloak, and last but not least, a dark green ring. Other than that, there were 2 skill books as well. Zhang Yang gazed upon them with joy. He assumed that the crimson sword would be the best item among all of the equipment he got today, so he decided to look at the other 2 equipment first, as he loves to save the best for the last to savor it. So firstly, the pale green cloak, Gargoyle Cloak. It is a level 120 yellow gold equipment more suited for physical attack types. So Zhang Yang shoved it directly into his inventory. It would still contribute to Zhang Yang's finance. Next, the dark green ring. Angelus ring, violet platinum. Vitality, plus 212. Strength, plus 137. Agility, plus 137. Equip, increases maximum HP by 270 points. Equip, increases 2% damage and 2% healing efficiency. Equip, increases 35% shadow damage of your weapon. Unidentified. Required level, 120. Note, Angelus is a haunted mountain in the realm of hell. Countless dark souls are intertwined there. This ring is formed from the dark energy that comes from the Angelus mountain. It has unimaginably evil power. The ring is truly powerful. The additional shadow damage of the ring should reach up to 50% much after being identified. Unfortunately, Zhang Yang had no shadow skills, not even one. This ring had been purposely designed for players with the Death Knight inheritance. However, Zhang Yang also had the J Frost Strike, that could divert the physical attack into frost damage. Unfortunately for him, this ring adds shadow damage, not frost damage. Of course, Zhang would not have equipped the ring as well, even if the ring adds frost damage. He would not abandon his defense ability just to boost the damage of one of his many skills. That would be short-sighted and foolish. Unfortunately, no one has gotten the Death Knight inheritance yet. Or else, people would buy it, even if I put a price of $1 million on it. Zhang could only let out a sigh. Such was one of the disadvantages of being far too ahead of the game. Just like the current situation, although Zhang could beat the boss and acquire some quite powerful equipment, he would not be able to find any real buyers. He would have to hold on to them for quite a while before people become strong enough to purchase the good stuff from him. After putting the ring into his inventory, Zhang turned his attention towards the Crimson Sword. Crimson Blazing Sword, Violet Platinum, Two-Handed Sword, Special Weapon for Battle Companion. Attack, 5191 to 6191. Attack interval, 3.8 seconds. DPS, 1498. Equip, increases 10% damage. Equip, increases 2% critical rate. Required level, 120. A special weapon for battle companions. Compared it to his Sword of Purging Devourer, Zhang could only weep tears of depression. The attack of his Sword of Purging Devourer is between 2219 to 2619. That was not even half of the attack that this Crimson Blazing Sword has, but Zhang threw the Crimson Blazing Sword over to Felice and said, "Felice, this is for you." Felice took up the sword and had a quick look at it, but she shook her head and said, "But, big brother, this sword is lame. I don't want this." Zhang staggered for a moment and quickly asked, "Felice, is your lance much powerful than this sword?" "Of course." The little lady answered swiftly as she passed her lance over to Zhang. Zhang quickly took a closer look at the attributes of the lance. He stared speechless at what he saw, like an innocent child. Primordial Dragon Lance, Mythical, Two-Handed Sword, Special Weapon for Battle Companion. Magic Attack, 5116 to 6116. Melee Attack, 6614 to 7614. Attack Interval, 3.8 seconds. DPS, 1872. Equip, increases 20% damage. Equip, increases 3% critical rate. Required level, 100. Special, Felice's personal specialized equipment. Special, weapon will be upgraded as according to Felice's level and the number of seal broken. No wonder this little girl packed such a punch. The damage of the lance itself was already a couple of notches higher than Zhang total attack. Furthermore, this equipment would actually improve according to the level of Felice, growing alongside her. However, for a lance to be categorized as a sword type, it was the main reason why Zhang was struck speechless. Well, that might be the developer's mistake, then. Zhang looked at Felice as he stared at her from head to toe, looking like a weird, lowly abducting sleazy old man. Felice could not help but to feel self-conscious after being stared at like that. She blushed as she began to wonder out loud, "Big brother, why are you staring at me like that? Little Felice, please take off all your clothes and let me, your big brother, have a good look at them." Zhang began to laugh in a weird manner. Felice. Well, don't misunderstand Zhang for that. He only planned to look at Felice's equipment, nothing more. If the lance is already so powerful, how about the test of the equipment on her? It was obvious that he had only wanted to examine the attributes of the equipment, all of them. After a series of persuasion and sweet talking, Felice finally agreed to take off all her equipment and showed it to Zhang. Her face was so flushed that it looked like an apple. She looked so cute and pure as her blush only grew deeper. Her breasts had already grown into quite a large scale. Zhang could not help but stared at her until he almost howled into the sky like a wolf in excitement. Every single equipment on Felice was of mythical tier. Furthermore, just like the Primordial Dragon Lance, all of her equipment would improve based on Felice's level, and the tier of her equipment could be improved according to the number of seals that are unsealed. They would grow as she does. Zhang could already guess deep down his heart. Although battle companions are not labeled with tiers like how the pets and mounts are, the equipment sets on them would define their strength. The initial equipment on the battle companions can level up automatically, but these equipment would only level up without any changes to their tiers. Just like pets. For instance, Whitey Jr. would have a large improvement in its attributes whenever it levels up. It was as if Whitey Jr. had just switched out a new set of equipment, boosting its attributes. For example, a pet can only equip level 60 yellow gold equipment when it reaches level 69. When it reaches level 70, it would be as if the pet had automatically switched out the entire set of the level 60 yellow gold equipment on it with a new set of level 70 equipment. This would be why pets gain so much level whenever the second digit of their level is a 0. By comparing pets with the battle companions, the equipment of the pets are hidden, while the equipment of the battle companions are shown publicly. The largest distinction is that pets cannot switch their equipment but the battle companions can, giving the battle companions more space to improve and grow into more powerful beings, just like players. Players might end up worse than Black Steel tier pets after they take out every single piece of equipment on them. Or, they can be much more powerful than a boss if they ever get the chance to equip a full set of Celestial tier equipment to boost their attributes. Unfortunately, the equipment on normal battle companions would only improve according to the level of the battle companions, unlike Felice's. Felice still had seals to unseal in order to improve the tier of her equipment. That would only mean that she was capable of improving her equipment from mythical to ethereal, moving on to holy, ascended, and even going up to the celestial tier. When he gets back, Zhang Yang intended to look upon Han Yngshui and ask her to summon out Messick that winner, to confirm his deductions. Zhang Yang put the Crimson Blazing Sword into his inventory as he continued to look at the 2 skill books. Pet Skill Book, Bewitchment. Use, teaches your pet, Bewitchment. Zhang Yang turned around casually as he tapped the book against the serpent. He now possessed a total of 7 Pet Skill Engravement Scroll. He could still retrieve the pet skills if he ever gets a better pet in the future. Bewitchment bewitches the target and get the target confused, restricting the movement of the target. Lasts for 15 seconds. While under the state of bewitched, the target would break free if the target receives any form of attacks. The rate of successfully applying this effect on bosses is much lower. Casting time, 2 seconds. Range, 30 meters. Consumes, 100 focus points. Cooldown, 5 minutes. This skill is not bad at all. Another status restriction skill that can work on bosses, at Zhang Yang's disposal. Although the skill does not have a 100% rate of success, the rate was there. When it triggers, it can interrupt any boss's super skill while the boss is in berserk mode, reducing the threat of the boss. Moving on to the next, Skill Book. Skill Book, Disarm. Use, teaches you, Disarm. Required class, not restricted. Required level, 100. Oh yes. He knew this one well. Zhang Yang quickly took up the skill book and tapped it on himself. A stream of golden light coursed through his entire body as the skill book entered his body. There, he obtained another new powerful skill, Disarm, removes the weapon of the target will not be able to equip any new weapon for a set of duration. Last for 10 seconds. Instant activation. Range, melee. Cooldown, 2 minutes. This is one of the best practical skills for PvP. It doesn't matter if it's melee class, ranged class, physical class or spellcaster class, the effect would still be the same. When Disarm is activated, the opponent would temporarily lose their weapons. Physical classes will definitely become useless against anything, while the spellcaster class would not feel good either. Staves could increase magic attack by so much that half of the attack of the player would be removed without the weapon. Without a staff, a spellcaster would lose half of their attacks. Unfortunately, this skill would not work on bosses. Well, one must not be too greedy after obtaining something this nice. Zhang Yang grinned stupidly on his own for a while. Just when he was thinking of taking out his teleportation scroll out from his inventory, he suddenly saw there were a few gargoyle teeth, shrouded by evil energy, lying on the ground, close to where the boss had died. While Felice was disgusted by the looks of those teeth on the ground, Zhang Yang picked one of the teeth up and took a closer look at it. Gargoyle's Tooth, consumable. Use, can be inserted into a level 3 or better socket, providing 1% passive damage immunity to players. Required level, 100. Zhang Yang widened his eyes for a bit. It is actually a gemstone. Gemstones usually only add on to the 5 basic attributes in the game. But this, Gargoyle Tooth, adds a very rare attribute, passive damage immunity. This is actually the best gemstone there is for a tanker. It would make up for tankers who are lacking in vitality, Naturally, tankers who have not met the requirements to be a primary tanker should focus on getting their HP amount up as much as possible before considering other attributes like this damage immunity. Unfortunately, the boss only dropped a total of 3 Gargoyle Tooth. Zhang Yang had them inserted into the Titan chestplate and the Sword of Purging Devourer. Well, after comparing all his options, these 2 pieces of equipment would stay longer on him before he switches them with more powerful equipment. For that, Zhang Yang had lost about 3,000 HP, but he had boosted up his rate of damage immunity to 23%.
After tearing a teleportation scroll, a white light streamed through Zhang Yang's entire body and he was teleported straight back to Morningtown. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 503, Nine-Head Hydra Geopolo. Chapter 503, Nine-Head Hydra Geopolo. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Zhang Yang caught up to Han Yngshui and forced her to summon the huge pervert, Messick.
The moment the despicable battle companion appeared, the perverted young man cried his eyes out and said to Han Yngshui, "Oh, my mistress! Please punish me! Punish me with your loving whip."
Zhang Yang had the man unequip his weapon. The man was using a violet platinum tear spear. Even though the level of the weapon was lower than the crimson blazing sword, it also had the power to level up along with Messick. When the big pervert turned level 120, the spear will also be upgraded to a level 120 violet platinum spear. However, only the level would change, not the weapon tier. The tier would always, and forever will be a violet platinum tier. To have something even better, they would have to earn a better weapon, just like players do.
After all, Felice was not only battle companion around. Han Yngshui unsummoned the pervert.
Messick was behaving just like Fatty Han and Endless Starlight. Everything that comes out of his mouth would either be perverted, sickening, or depraved. Zhang Yang could never had handled such a person. Zhang Yang first went to White Jade Castle to repair all his equipment, restock the little merchandise shop with a bunch of equipment, herbs, and other etc. item that he had accumulated so far. Later on, he came back to Morningtown and flew on Whitey Jr. to the Sikri Mountains to search the second boss, Nine-Head Hydra Geopolo.
The poor flying serpent was pushed to its limit again when Zhang Yang arrived at the Sikri Mountains. Later on, he went west and arrived in the Valley of Serpents.
The place was naturally filled with many reptiles, mainly snakes.
Be it on the tree, in the cracks of the mountain, buried in the earth, or even the river, there were many types of snakes coming in the form of all lengths and colors. Most of all, they were elite tiered, ranging from level 110 to level 119. If they had been normal tiered monsters, Zhang Yang could have kite them all and killed them with the one straight flush technique. Both he and Felice were killing machines. Dealing with a bunch of normal tier monsters would be a walk in the park. However, the elite tiered monsters had skills such as the spitting of venomous saliva that would deal natural damage. One or two would not matter, but if that number reaches a certain number, not even Zhang Yang would be able to tank it all. Still, doing it alone would take too long. Hence, Zhang Yang summoned Han Yngshui and Wei Yan'er to help him. At least, having the both of them around would lighten the atmosphere. The little brat's winged tiger had already reached level 100. No longer the small and innocent little cub, it had grown into a large, 7 to 8 meters long giant tiger. The tiger looked rather cool and flashy whenever it spread out its dragon-like wings. Aesthetics aside, the priority would always be the properties. The winged tiger was the same tier as Zhang Yang's mythical turtle. Be it attack or HP, both battle mounts were extremely strong. Han Yngshui had not yet gotten herself a flying mount, even though she had the yellow gold crimson crab that could be used on land and in water. The three of them rode their mounts into the field, along with Felice and Messick as their battle companions, forming a decent-sized party. Most of the snakes and serpents in the valley were capable of flight. They would occasionally fly into the air. Hence, the party did not venture into the airspace to prevent themselves from drawing too much attention. The elite monsters were many, and if they were to draw attention from both land and air, they would be attacked from all directions and things would be rather troublesome or worse, fatal. The party progressed steadily on. The perverted Messick could not even take few steps without harassing the girls around. He would either hit on Han Yngshui or Wei Yan'er, and even Felice. He had the most depraved pickup lines and compliments ever. Though Felice would not hesitate to stab him with her spear, the perverted Messick would never quit. Still, as a battle companion, he was rather strong, even for a violet platinum tier. Nevertheless, compared to Felice, he was nothing but a small fry. When the little girl turned into a dragonhawk, her fire missile, 20,000 damage would match or even surpass Wei Yan'er's damage output. Whoa! Little Felice! You're so strong, cried Wei Yan'er, her eyes lighting up in admiration. Zhang Yang laughed and patted the little girl's head. Little brat, Felice is much older than you are now. You must call her big sis. The little girl cocked her head, confused. However, she soon stared down at her own chest and sulked at a corner when she noticed Felice's matured breast was much bigger than hers. Even though the monsters around here had more than 1 million HP, the party easily managed it with no problem. Each monster around would take the party only half a minute or so to kill, which would provide a luxurious amount of experience points. Ho hoo!
What a nice place for grinding levels, cried Wei Yan excitedly. But of course. The monsters here are all elite tiers. One elite monster would already be worth 50 to 60 normal tier monsters, said Han Yingshui as a matter-of-factly. In the party, Zhang Yan and Messick acted as tanks. The dirty talking aside, his skill, file chatters, was rather efficient at provoking monsters.
It might even take effect on regular players.
As the name implied, the Valley of Serpents lived up to its name by housing an endless number of serpents. The party dived into the mindless slaughter for more than 7 or 8 days of in-game time, and finally reached the deepest portion of the valley. There, minding its own business, was the boss.
9-head Hydra Geopolo, Violet Platinum, Beast. Level, 125. HP, 12,500,000. Defense, 3,300. Melee attack, 17,310 to 19,310. Magic attack, 9,869 to 11,869. Skills.
Poison Spit releases a venomous liquid that deals 150% magic natural damage.
Corrupts the target's armor and decreases defense value by 50%. Lasts for 20 seconds. Effects cannot be stacked.
If the main aggro target is located out of Geopolo's melee range, the person within the melee range on the second aggro rank will receive the attack. Death Ray, Geopolo fires a laser beam from its eyes.
Deals half of the target's HP as damage. Petrifies the target for 5 seconds. A petrified player cannot engage in any action or movement. Tackle, curls its head around and deals 100% melee physical attack to all targets within melee range. Note, Servant of the Death God. Possesses part of the Death God's power. After the demise of the God of Death, the 9-head Hydra refused to return to the Nether Realm and chose to remain in the human world. Believing that the God of Death would return, the 9-head Hydra had made countless offspring in hopes of creating an army for the God of Death. The name of the boss was rather straightforward. The boss had 9 heads, each one about the size of grinding plate 1. Each head had large horns and fangs, which was terrifying to look at. The beast had a huge body where the head stuck out from. Somehow, the bodily proportions were that of a peacock. The main body had 4 limbs, and the heads that stuck out were like the tail feathers of a peacock. In stark contrast to the majestic bird, this Hydra was hideous to look at. Zhang Yang and the party first cleared all the monsters around the boss, before approaching it. Han Yingshui and Wei Yan then moved away from the battle, since the quest had requested that Zhang Yang be the only player to engage the boss. If anyone else enters the battle, the quest would fail automatically. Han Yingshui and Wei Yan were not even able to help, and to remove all unnecessary risks, they could not even get close to it. Hence, Zhang Yang only got Han Yingshui to buff him with the skill, Rise Anew, and asked the two of them to get as far away as possible to prevent them from accidentally getting caught in the battle. Even though the quest had not mentioned anything about permanent failures, a Violet Platinum boss would take as long as a month to respawn. In real time, that would be close to 10 days. He could not afford to waste that much time. After analyzing the skills of the boss, the biggest threat would be the Death Ray. Zhang Yang could take the other skills on, but he would have to dodge this skill at all costs. Aside from that, the boss should not be a huge problem. As for the Poison Spit, it was sure to have a low rate of occurrence during a melee fight. Even though it carried was capable of cripple defense, Zhang Yang had 3 separate damage reduction systems. That would be his raw defense, the damage reduction passive in terms of percentages, and lastly, the damage absorption from his armor. All in all, reducing his defense value alone would not cause too much trouble for Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang steeled his mind and rode on Whitey Jr., charging towards the boss. As expected of the flying mount, the boss was only 2 flaps away from the flying serpent's wing. Zhang Yang first struck the boss with a Spear of Obliteration, and the flying serpent spat a volley of poisonous saliva. Neither attacks required any slowing down or deviation of flight. HSS, the 9-head Hydra hissed angrily as Zhang Yang. All 9 heads, 18 eyes shot up to the sky and glared at Zhang Yang. One of its heads lashed out at Zhang Yang, while one more suddenly opened its mouth and spoke in a grainy voice. Mortal! Leave me be, or die with regret. Zhang Yang laughed and bellowed back at you, wretched snake. I'll regret leaving you be if you're not yet dead. Insolent fool! Another head rose up and struck Zhang Yang bodily. Zhang Yang blocked the first attack, but did not manage to evade the second head. The other head wrapped itself tightly around him, immobilizing him. Such a waste. You shall be my meal then. It has been a long time since I last tasted human meat. Such nostalgia. Even though the boss had 9 heads, all the heads shared the same attack interval. This meant that it could only attack with 1 head at a time.
With Rise Anew on him, Zhang Yang had nothing to fear and could bravely attack the boss. Mortal. You're nothing but a speck of dust in the eyes of the gods. Stop your futile resistance and surrender to the loving embrace of death, cried out the nine-headed Hydra, its voice shaking the air. Zhang Yang flew to the head that spoke the most and bashed it with his shield. Enough with your arrogant talk. You're no god. You're but a poor underling left behind by its master. Silence, fool. You know nothing. Your impudence shall not go unpunished, cried the Hydra. Right then, all 9 heads, 18 eyes fixed its gaze on Zhang Yang and released black beams of darkness. Death glare. Zhang Yang immediately jumped down from Whitey Jr. Even though Zhang Yang had given the name Junior to the flying serpent, it was not small. On the contrary, the size of the flying serpent was so huge that it would never evade the beam in time. The beam shot through the air, distorting the space and time around it. The poor Whitey Jr. took the beams directly and was turned into a large stone snake, its HP decreasing down to 50%. Luckily, the deducted HP was only 50% and not 100%. Hence, after taking so many beam attacks, the flying serpent's HP finally stopped at 1% and could not be lowered any longer. No matter how many more beams were fired from the Hydra, the snake would not go down. The game does not take into account decimal values. 1% could never be divided into 0.5%. Translator note. Grinding plate was something that was used to grind tea into fine powders. It could also be used to make soy milk from soybeans. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 504, The Last Target, Fire Element King Leguana. Chapter 504, The Last Target, Fire Element King Leguana. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Like a boy on a pogo stick, Zhang Yang hopped about, evading all the laser beam's attacks. Haning Shui and Wei Yan who were standing a distance away from where Zhang Yang was battling, clapped their hands and cheered him on. The boss, Death Ray, attack radius was vast. Luckily, Felice had the battle awareness and intelligence to maneuver around the beam in the air. All the while, the two girls were having a good time cheering for the both of them, but Zhang Yang was too busy to respond. The time taken for the entire skill to complete was 30 seconds. Even though Zhang Yang had not been struck by the beam attack, he was extremely tired. The 30 seconds of non-stop dodging had cost Zhang Yang mental energy. Be it his awareness or movement speed, he had to constantly react by the millisecond, or he would be struck. If he was even grazed by the beam, he would be petrified in stone and immobilized for 5 seconds. If that happens, a domino effect would occur. His petrified form would only take more and more hits of the beam attack, hacking his HP away till there's only 1 HP left. After the dark ray beam stopped being fired by the Hydra, Giopolo retracted its heads and initiated a body slam. Sadly, the poor flying serpent only had 1 HP left. It could not endure a single blow from the boss and had turned into a beam of light, flowing into Zhang Yang's inventory. It would take 10 minutes for Zhang Yang to resummon the serpent once again. Though there was nothing that Zhang Yang could do at the moment, he had lost a fair bit of firepower. Zhang Yang sighed. Thank God that he still had Felice in the field to help him. Since most of the damage output came from her, the battle could still go on without being affected much. Soon, the boss HP had dropped down to 89%. Not long after, Zhang Yang swung his sword and had managed to cut off one of the Hydra's 9 heads. The long, giraffe-like head fell off and struck the ground, oozing out a pool of fresh blood. The Hydra shrieked and wailed in pain, spewing more blood from the dismembered stump of its body, even splashing some blood on Zhang Yang's face. 85%, 82%, 78%. Shortly after the first head was sliced off, Felice's incessant, fire missile, attacks burned the second head away, sending the Hydra into brief frenzy. After 2 of the heads had been dismembered, the boss did not show signs being weakened. Apparently, the number of heads had no correlation to the Hydra's attack power. Still, it does reduce the attack radius of the beam attack, which gave Zhang Yang and Felice an easier time. D*MN you ruffians! I will crush you! I will crush you, the Hydra raged on, its distorted voice had turned even deeper and demonic to point that it was just random screeching. Zhang Yang laughed aloud and said, I've heard that phrase for many times now. Too bad, I'm still standing, since none of them could actually crush me. Even though Zhang Yang had one less attacker in his party, Giopolo the Hydra's HP was hacked away without any pause, since it did not possess any recovery skills. Soon, more of its heads were hacked off, leaving the boss with one last head at 10% HP. At every 11% HP loss, the boss would drop 1 head off. Zhang Yang felt a sense of accomplishment and overwhelming pride. He felt as if he was actually chopping off the heads of a dragon. When the boss was left with only 10% HP, Zhang Yang had no reason to hold back anymore, and activated Glare of the Death God while summoning Devastator. The bulky machine threw machine gun punches at the Hydra. This time, Zhang Yang was pretty lucky. The Glare of the Death God was able to proc for 8 times and the boss was pulverized. When the massive scaly body of the 9-head Hydra Geopolo fell to earth and expelled an amount of battle loot, the two money-minded girls, Han Shui and Wei Yan air-waltzed their way to the loot but cried out disgruntledly when they could not pick the loot. Since they had not contributed to the boss fight whatsoever, they did not have the player's qualification to loot. The two ladies had been holding down their urges to pick the loot. That much Zhang Yang was sure, and no amount of persuasion could pacify them. So, he decided to ignore the ladies and went on to loot all the items.
Geopolo, the 9-head Hydra was far kinder than Aegolas, the Gargoyle King.
It dropped a total of 4 equipment and 1 red leather-bound skill book.
What a shame.
There's no way for an equipment to match up to a skill book. To make things worse, among the 4 equipment drops, 3 of them were yellow gold tier and only 1 was violet platinum tier, which was an emerald green long spear. The spear's head was wavy, like the body of a serpent, which reminded Zhang Yang of the weapon that Mang Zhengfei of the Romance of the Three Kingdom had used, an 18 Zhang Viper spear, roughly 2.14 meters long. Viper Lord's spear, violet platinum, two-handed sword.
Weapon attack, 3,684 to 4,284. Attack interval, 3.4 seconds. DPS, 1,048.
Equip effect, increases attack power by 7%. Equip effect, on attack, grants a 1% chance to inflict poison, deals 3,500 natural damage.
Unidentified. Level requirement, 120. Sadly, the attack interval was 3.4 seconds instead of 3.8 seconds. By violet platinum standards, this spear was mediocre. Still, compared to other yellow gold and grey silver tier weapon, the Viper Lord's spear was several times stronger. Many would still pay a large sum to own it in the little merchandise shop. Zhang Yang tucked the spear into his bag and picked up the skill book next. Skill book, Aqua Guard. Use, teaches you, Aqua Guard. Class requirement, Priest, Spellcaster, Knight. Level requirement, 100. Zhang Yang tossed the skill book to Han Shui and grunted, "It's yours." Han Shui snorted and helped herself to the book without saying anything in return. She patted the book against her oversized chest and gained a new skill in her skill tree. Aqua Guard summons 10 water orbs to surround you. Restores 50 MP every 3 seconds. Upon each attack received, 1 water orb will be destroyed and grants you 500 MP. The water orbs will last for 10 minutes, or until all orbs are destroyed. Instant cast. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Han Shui grinned happily and immediately tried the skill out. With a magical flash, 10 blue softball-sized orbs of water appeared in the air and orbited around Han Shui. The water orbs were crystal clear and gave Han Shui an angelic visage. Not bad. Looks like our healer can last much longer in battle, said Zhang Yang. Han Shui smirked wider. Bosses at Zhang Yang stages had plenty of AoE attacks. With each attack landing on Han Shui, she could instantly regain a portion of her MP pool. With the slow recovery of MP that occurs every 3 seconds, it was a good boost to her endurance in a boss fight. If they encounter a boss with a dot aura, she could restore a 5,000 MP in one go, by simply activating the skill. All in all, having more skills would never hurt. After collecting all the battle loots, Zhang Yang, Han Shui, and Wei Yan teleported to Morningtown. It has been few days since they had last restocked. They would need to return to town to repair their equipment. As for Zhang Yang, he needed to concoct potions to restock his own supply of top-tiered potions. After everything is ready, they could proceed to Leguana and obtain the God of War inheritance, but Zhang Yang was so excited at the thought of him actually obtaining the inheritance. In his previous life, the King Kong inheritance that he obtained was merely B-class. That alone had him running from east to west, north, and south. There was hardly the need to fight strong foes. Imagine the strength he would acquire after obtaining the God of War S-class inheritance. After concocting a bunch of potions and repairing his equipment, Zhang Yang returned to Morningtown from White Jade Castle and headed to the flatlands of the man-eating monster. The Searing Peak was located in the eastern direction of the flatlands. The entire mountain was red and the peak of it was shining brilliantly, even in daylight, as if it had been lit up by a raging forest fire. Zhang Yang circled around the peak and found the boss without much problem. He then descended down and landed near a giant altar. At the center of the altar, there were 5 fire elementals lined up in order. At the center of them was a larger and more prominent fire elemental. The fire elementals here were vastly different compared to what he had fought when he was only level 10.
They had fiery humanoid bodies, and the one in the center wielded a hammer in its right hand and a shield in his left and was at least 20 meters tall. The other 4 elementals were smaller, but still stood as tall as 3 or 4 meters, and were equipped in a similar manner. Without a doubt, the larger guy had to be the boss. Fire Element King, Leguana, Violet Platinum, Elemental Being. Level, 125. HP, 12,500,000. Defense, 3,300. Melee attack, 17,310 to 19,310, physical attack with fire attribute. Skills. Flaming Cleanse, slams the earth and unleashes a powerful fiery wave that will deal 20,000 fire damage to all targets, 40 meters around the caster. Burning Aura, causes 5,000 fire damage every 3 seconds, to all targets 30 meters around the caster. Similar aura effect cannot be stacked. Summon Servant, Fire Elemental, summons fire elementals, double of the number of players in the aggro list. While the fire elemental servants are active, Leguana will enter a hibernation state. In the hibernation state, Leguana cannot attack and cannot be attacked. After 2 minutes, Leguana will awaken and will absorb all the remaining HP from the remaining fire elementals, healing himself. Fire Constitution, restores itself when struck by any and all fire element attacks. Note, loyal follower of the God of Fire. After the fall of the Fire God, Leguana had been searching for the soul of the Fire God, in hopes of becoming the second God of Fire. The other 4 fire elementals were nothing compared to the boss. They were all level 115 elite tier monsters, with HPs as high as 1,150,000. All of them had a weaker form of the Burning Aura, dealing 3,000 fire damage every 3 seconds. However, they shared a similar trait. Their attacks had fire attributes which could ignore all defense, and had an immunity to fire-based attack. However, unlike the boss, fire attacks would not restore their HP. Zhang Yang's strategy was to kill the monsters before the boss. However, all 5 entities were standing close to each other. No matter how Zhang Yang goes into attack, all 5 of them would surely be attracted at the same time. In that case, Zhang Yang would have to use the aggro separation technique. Under normal circumstances, this technique can only be used by classes who have aggro clearing skills like a hunter's, Fake Death, and a thief's, Vanish. Zhang Yang was able to use this technique since he had the skill, Shadow of the Void, to leave the battlefield at will. Just before he was able to activate, Charge, he felt a sudden distortion in the air around him. Due to his vast experience of battling, he was 100% sure that there was a thief around him. Zhang Yang stopped his movement and concentrated hard. Was it a monster, or a player? No, it cannot be. A monster would never remain invisible for long, since they would automatically break out of their stealth the moment a player is around. Zhang Yang knew something was wrong. He then pretended to walk in a circle, as if he was deep in thought, and walked in a wider circle to increase his sensing radius. When he had circled around for the 4th time, he pulled out his sword in a split second and slashed the air before him. Pack! Fresh blood was spilled in the air and a shadowy figure that belonged to a smexy blonde-haired chick puffed out into visibility. Dusk Phoenix. The European top-tiered thief class player. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 505, One More Round with Dusk Phoenix. Chapter 505, One More Round with Dusk Phoenix. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Since when did this chick get to level 100? But then again, if Haning Shui and Wei Yan were able to discover the main story quest, others would be able to. There are many wonders and mysteries in God's miracle. Things like how did Dusk Phoenix being level 100 wouldn't be that much of a surprise. The real question was, why was Dusk Phoenix here with him? It would really be a 1 in a million chance that Dusk Phoenix would be there because of a quest. If that was really the case, she should be here. Zhang Yang. It was likely, as Zhang Yang had embarrassed the hell out of her in the land of the sacred glory. So, how did she even find him? Both of them were not exactly friends, so they were not on each other's friend lists. In the game, the system would only give away the location of a friend. Even if Dusk Phoenix had managed to slip past 100 shots and got into Lone Desert Smoke, she would only able to have his general map name and not his exact position. Only a party member could do that. Would Haning Shui or Wei Yan leak the information instead? That would be impossible. So back to the question. How did she find him? With the million-dollar question in his head, he lowered his sword to his side and smiled at her. Dusk Phoenix, how did you find me? My name is Dusk Phoenix, cried Dusk Phoenix in anger as he had deliberately mispronounced her name. She jumped back and only relaxed when she was 14 to 15 meters away from Zhang Yang. At that distance, she would not get hit by Zhang Yang's charge.
In anger and rage, she glared at him. I've said it before. I will have my revenge. Zhang Yang laughed. Ah. I remembered that.
But, I seem to recall something I said in return as well.
The next time I see you, I'd smack that bum real good.
With that, Zhang Yang deliberately made a show of craning his head over to gaze at her curvy butt.
The woman was a fine specimen.
Her peach-shaped butt was so luscious and thick that all men would be drawn in just to smack him good.
You bastard. Eyes up here.
The woman was enraged, but she did give in to her emotions and charge in blindly. Instead, she withdrew even further, before entering stealth mode. With invisibility, she would gain the battle advantage and could fully bring out the potential of a thief. Her intention was to catch Zhang Yang when he least expects it and slit his throat open. At least, that's what she had in mind. Zhang Yang was as calm and as cool as a cucumber. Both of them were players from different regions.
The Chinese region and European region were natural-born enemies.
There was no way that they would find a peaceful resolution. In any case, Zhang Yang could not simply leave her to be in the area, since this quest had specifically mentioned that interference in the battle would result in failure.
He would have to eliminate any possible threat. Spear of obliteration. Shoom. A white projectile was fired off and struck Dusk Phoenix. Scoundrel. I dare you to fight me fairly. As a guardian, you have the class advantage against a thief. How could you not let me enter stealth? Where is the pride of winning in that?
And you dare call yourself China's #1 tank?
Dusk Phoenix hissed. Zhang Yang smirked. Did she really think that he would be so easily provoked by her taunts?
Zhang Yang ignored her and commanded Whitey Jr. to attack her from the skies. Felice had also joined in the fray by firing a fire missile.
Hey, Ducky, don't forget that I actually caught you while you were in stealth. It's not me who's being an asterisk shoal. It's you who is weak. I suggest that you train a little more before you come after me again.
Whitey Jr. had spat a poison spit at her while carrying Zhang Yang on its back.
Splat. Boom.
Felice's fire missile had also struck her, dealing more than 20,000 damage, hacking away close to 1/3 of her HP. The woman was shocked, her face turning ashen pale. Felice's attack was so much stronger than Wei Yan'er's or Sun Xinu's, after all.
With Felice backing Zhang Yang up, Zhang Yang could have stood idle and still defeat the thief. With his defense power, Dusk Phoenix would have died first, and Zhang Yang would remain standing with around 20,000 HP.
Bastard, cried Dusk Phoenix. She quickly consumed a bottle of healing potion and restored the 20,000 HP instantly.
Zhang Yang was slightly surprised.
When everyone else had been spamming level 4 healing potions that could only heal 10,000 HP at a time, she had restored 20,000 HP with a single gulp.
Perhaps she had transmuted grade potions like Zhang Yang? That was just one of the possibilities.
She could have learned some skill which granted her 100% bonus healing power. Zhang Yang had heard of such skill before, but had never encountered it in his life or the previous one.
So be it. With Felice and Whitey Jr. combining their attack, how long would 60,000 HP last?
Blur.
Shadow Cloak.
Dusk Phoenix was already forced to use her emergency skills, a sign that she was in trouble. With a quick wave of her left hand, her character turned into a translucent, fading into the shadows, gaining 50% evasion rate. The Shadow Cloak's effect was to give the caster a 90% chance of being immune to a magic spell. The woman had finally closed the distance to Zhang Yang and was dancing around him ever so agilely.
-1 671. -439. -5 567. In just 1 second, Zhang Yang had taken 3 strikes that had inflicted him with 2 different debuffs.
One maimed him, while the other was a fatal coat, which dealt 1,000 natural damage every 3 seconds, lasting for 15 seconds and stackable up to 5 layers. Zhang Yang immediately narrowed his gaze.
The woman's attack was much higher than he had anticipated. Her secondary weapon was able to deal 400 damage. One possible explanation for that would be the skill, Eagle Eye.
Perhaps, the woman had the same skill as him.
She could have even maxed out the skill already.
He raised his guard up, treating her with more respect.
Even though he may be the only person in China to take all the first clear achievement of all the dungeons so far, there could be someone like him who had done the exact same thing in other regions and had gained more than enough skill points. Dusk Phoenix may have activated her ulti skill, but her semi-invulnerability would only last for 10 seconds. How could anyone kill a well-equipped guardian in 10 seconds?
Zhang Yang laughed at the idea and raised his shield. After a successful block, Zhang Yang forcefully bashed the opponent and sent her flying. If he cannot use his skills on her, so be it, but a supporting attack did not count as a skill, would not miss.
Dusk Phoenix leaped to her feet like a furious feline. Her cheeks were dyed in a deep pinkish hue. In fury and rage, she screamed in a shrill voice, "Shameless! Pervert! I'll kill you!" She brandished her daggers, rushed over like a berserker. Zhang Yang was baffled, but after re-examining his actions, Zhang Yang understood why she had acted that way. Dusk Phoenix and he were merely enemies from different regions.
He did not harbor any particular form of enmity towards her or whatsoever, or even disliked her as a person. That was why he had pulled his punches and had not smashed his shield into her face, as he usually does. After all, his opponent was a woman, and he had lowered the swing of his shield and went for her body.
Instead, he had accidentally smacked her breasts instead. From her point of view, she had been blatantly taken advantage of. How would she not feel angry? Faced with such an aggressive opponent, Zhang Yang had chosen to mount Whitey Jr. and had attacked from the sky instead. He decided to wait until her skills expired so that he could hit her with more certainty. Zhang Yang steeled his mind. He should not allow the opponent to affect his judgment. Both of them were natural enemies, and in a battle, gender does not matter. Dusk Phoenix bore so much hatred towards Zhang Yang and had decided to pull out her trump card. She summoned out a large sky-blue mythical bird. She hopped on it and chased after Zhang Yang. Whoa! She has a flying mount as well? Zhang Yang was becoming more impressed with every passing moment. Still, he still had the means of fighting it. Without a flying mount, she would not have been able to chase after him. Even though a thief could turn invisible, she would never have gotten past so many high-level monsters on the ground. Moving through a nest of monsters that outleveled a player would be extremely risky. Schmuck! Prick, cried Dusk Phoenix. The woman forced her bashful expression off her face and commanded the blue bird to attack. The bird opened its beak up and accumulated a ball of blue energy that formed into a frost arrow which flew at a high speed towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang laughed and said, "I'm sorry. It was a mistake. I mean, you don't have to be that agitated about that. We're just playing a game. It's not like I'm touching you at all. Besides, what's there to lose? It's not like they would blow up. Or, do they actually contain explosives?" If only he had kept his mouth shut, Dusk Phoenix would not have been any angrier than she had ever been in her entire life. With rage, the woman pulled the reins of the bird and shot down from the sky. If her rage could take actual form, she would be a ball of fiery meteor, with the sole purpose of obliterating Zhang Yang. What she failed to realize was that her skill was about to expire. No longer pseudo-invincible, Dusk Phoenix's character returned to her regular status. Her semi-transparent appearance ended, and her entire character solidified. Felice and Whitey Jr. had been prepared for that, and when her skill had ended, a ball of fire and a wad of poison landed on Dusk Phoenix. Dusk Phoenix could have endured longer and fight on par with Zhang Yang if Zhang Yang had only summoned Whitey Jr. out. However, Felice's attack was so strong even Zhang Yang would have trouble standing up against her, even with all his emergency skills. What chance did Dusk Phoenix have? The woman was not the reckless type. Even with her rage and embarrassment, her sense of judgment had remained as clear as daylight. When she knew that she would not endure the combined attack from all his allies, she tugged on the reins and tried to escape. She was a thief, an assassin. A silent killer born from the shadows. The way of the assassin was quite different compared to the other types of players. An assassin should be able to kill their opponents in one attempt. If they fail to do so, they must withdraw from the front lines and find another chance to strike. Since players could not help but to kill monsters, a thief could wait until the opponent had used all of their ulti, or wait until their HP is low before striking. A thief has to be cunning. If thieves were to fight fairly and squarely, that would defeat their purpose. As they say, there is no honor among thief. As for Zhang Yang, he had never allowed any thief to get close enough to him before, ever. No matter what chances she had, the main priority is to create a safe space and prevent anyone from interfering with his fight against the boss. That was why he has to kill her. Whitey Jr. flew in the air and chased after Dusk Phoenix while spewing out more poison. Its poison spit was an instant cast skill which did not require any casting animation. Hence, even while mid-flight, the flying serpent did not need to stop flying to cast the skill. It was a perfect tool for use during a pursuit. Dusk Phoenix was rather a good rider. She stopped soaring upwards and had descended down sharply to try and reverse their positions. However, Zhang Yang was a far experienced fighter, so there was no way that he would fall for that. Dusk Phoenix gritted her teeth. There was no way that she was going to let all the hard-earned experience points to drop down to zero. She then turned around and shouted at him, "Zhan Yu. You have no honor. Is this how Chinese men treat their ladies?
Zhang Yang laughed at her comment and said, well, we definitely do not have the luxury of doing it mid-air, or while on flying creatures.
Also, there's no way I'm letting you escape. I'm killing you. That's final. Dusk Phoenix clenched her fists tightly.
She had never seen such a ruthless man who would not pull his punches against a woman. She was very well aware that she would never escape from Zhang Yang. Still, it would be a huge disgrace if she fails to shake him off. She would be killed in midair by the flying serpent's poison spit. With a quick command, the bluebird descended down to the earth. The moment she was 10 meters above the ground, she leaped off the bird. The woman did not have the skill, beast taming. Hence, when she got off the bird, it disappeared after 2 seconds. Before the bird was unsummoned, Dusk Phoenix had ran beneath the bird's shadow and had entered stealth. When the bird vanished from the air, so did she. Zhang Yang had been following her closely and had immediately realized what she had done. Smiling confidently, he called out, "Burn the ground, Felice." Felice breathed fire down at where Dusk Phoenix had vanished from sight, burning a large patch of the ground.
-3000.
Close to where the AoE effect ended, a damage text ticked out, and Dusk Phoenix was forcefully revealed. She quickly ran out of the pulverizing flame, AoE. With so much frustration bottled up, she would have jumped into the sky and bitten off his nose. Zhang Yang activated Charge in midair and flew through the air after he had jumped off the flying serpent. Like a bullet, Zhang Yang plummeted into Dusk Phoenix. The sword in his hands gleamed and started slicing her up.
Dusk Phoenix hummed quietly. After taking a few hits, Zhang Yang noticed a glint in her eyes.
A fiery dragon burst out her necklace and came for Zhang Yang. This was the same skill that Zhang Yang had nearly taken, back at the land of the sacred glory. Zhang Yang had been prepared for it. He immediately activated Shield Wall, and at the same time, he swung his shield at Dusk Phoenix, casting Crash Magic on her.
Zhan Yu.
This time, Dusk Phoenix was so mad that her face was as red as a tomato. It seemed that Zhang Yang's shield had struck her again in her bosoms. It's really a wonder that her bouncy peaks had not yet been flattened by Zhang Yang. Finally giving in to her anger, the poor woman had charged up front and attacked Zhang Yang at a ferocious speed. However, with Felice and Whitey Jr. attacking her at the same time, even if she had consumed all of her potions, she would not have survived. Rapidly, her HP bar was hacked away and she fell to the ground, lifeless. With one death, her current experience bar was emptied down to 0.
The woman lost it there and then.
Right after she revived, she had thrown herself at Zhang Yang and attacked like a savage, abandoning all the principles of a true assassin. Zhang Yang then killed her for a total of 7 times. After the 8th time, she still bore the same hatred towards Zhang Yang and had charged at him relentlessly.
Zhang Yang finally had enough of it.
He then commanded Felice and the flying serpent to stop their attacks. When she got up for the 9th time, he smacked her titties with all his might, sending those mighty mounds bouncing up and down, left and right. Since the woman was mostly enraged due to his accidental smacking, he shall smack her till kingdom comes.
Let's see how would she be, after 1,000 passionate smacks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 506, Completed Quest. Chapter 506, Completed Quest. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Such bounce, so wow. Very hypnotizing. It was indeed mesmerizing to look at. However, there is always a limit to everything. When something gets far too large, it loses the sex appeal, it would turn into a horror movie. With Zhang Yang continuous smacking, Dusk Phoenix's swollen breasts could make 99% of all girls envious and 100% of men to have the urge to bury their heads in those peaks. The problem was that, when her breasts swelled up even further, they became so large that they started sagging. Zhan Yu. I'll never forgive you. Dusk Phoenix literally had tears flowing down her pretty face.
She had abandoned her daggers and appeared to have no desire of fighting on. Such a torturous session had left her with a mental scar.
Pew.
Felice blasted a fire missile and killed the mentally broken woman, ending her suffering, or rather, stopping Zhang Yang from further embarrassing her.
The next second, Dusk Phoenix's lifeless corpse dissipated from the realm.
She must have selected to revive at the graveyard itself, since it would take a while to run from the graveyard to revive yourself. Having taken such intense punishment, the woman must have finally learned her lesson, for now. That was what Zhang Yang thought, but he did not lower his guard. Instead, he waited at the same spot for 30 minutes or so, just to make sure. It's hard to tell if Dusk Phoenix had really given up on her revenge. Zhang Yang felt that it would be better to be a little more patient. Perhaps she could really be hiding somewhere among the bushes.
When it comes to patience, thieves should be the best among all class out there.
Since they weren't particularly good in single combat, their sneaking ability would have to be raised to the maximum. Only God or a GM knows when and from where a thief would suddenly jump on you and hump your brains out. After some time, Zhang Yang grew tired of waiting and decided to start the boss fight. On normal occasions, players who had taken up the thief class should have the patience to be able to stand at one place for hours, or even days just to hide and kill players. It's even normal for a thief to stand guard for more than 2 days. Things would last much longer if the thief user uses a gaming capsule. It would even possible to stand guard for as long as a month. That being said, such method would get old and tedious over time. Zhang Yang had Felice stay far away from the boss as he attacked one of the fire elementals near the boss with a spear of obliteration. In unison, all 5 targets let out their battle cries and lumbered towards Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang withdrew hastily and calculated the precise moment to use Shadow of the Void and escape the battle.
Now that all 5 targets had lost their aggro target, the elite-tiered fire elemental that had taken the damage was the last to return to its original position, while the 4 who had followed had already returned. The last fire elemental that had not yet returned managed to get into Felice's aggro range and attacked her instead, leaving the other 4 undisturbed. Zhang Yang then burst out of Shadow of the Void and came back into the battlefield. Before the fire elemental had managed to land a hit on Felice, he cast Provoke on it and drew its attention to himself. Humans di, its voice was extremely deep and low, making it rather to discern the words in its mumbles.
Not that it mattered in the first place anyway. The fire elemental paced quickly towards Zhang Yang, heaved its hammer towards Zhang Yang. With a quick block and a bash, Zhang Yang retaliated. Since the fire elemental had the fire immunity passive skill, Felice was forced to remain in her human form to attack with her lance. Sadly, even in her human form, her blazing dragon spear was imbued with fire damage. Under normal circumstances, the attacks would ignore a target's defense, reducing the damage reduction value. However, in this case, while fighting a target with fire immunity, it would be a waste. With her physical attack alone, Felice's DPS rate had dropped down to a staggering 4,000, which closer to Zhang Yang's level. The little young lady was so saddened by her weakened performance and had repeatedly apologized to Zhang Yang. "I'm so sorry, big brother. I'm useless. I'm no good.
Such a wonderful little lady, if only the devilish Wei Yen would behave like her." Zhang Yang sighed heavily at the thought of it. How wonderful would this world be, if the little brat behaved just a little better. Even though Felice's attack had been greatly reduced, the overall DPS rate was still solid. The fire elemental was killed in no less than 2 minutes and dropped a few piles of amber ash. They were but ETC items which could be sold to the NPC for a few coins. Perhaps, even a few copper coins would be hard. After the battle ended, Zhang Yang waited for 10 minutes for the Shadow of the Void to be ready. He then repeated the same process again and successfully killed a second fire elemental.
For the 3rd attempt, Zhang Yang was careless and had unintentionally drawn in the boss as well.
Luckily, Felice and Whitey Jr. were able to fly into the sky to leave the battlefield. During the 4th attempt, Zhang Yang paid more attention and kite 2 fire elementals at the same time. After spending more than twice the time, he killed all fire elementals and left the final target, Leguana, alone in the field. Even after fighting for close to 50 minutes, Zhang Yang still could not let go of the uneasiness he had in his heart. He was still bothered by the possibility of being ambushed by Dusk Phoenix. After contemplating for some time, Zhang Yang had flown around the area with the flying serpent and thoroughly looked under every stone in the entire area for traces of Dusk Phoenix.
It was not easy. To search for an invisible thief hidden in the wilderness was an impossible task.
After one unsuccessful round, Zhang Yang groaned like a madman and decided to start working on the boss.
He could not wait any longer.
If his quest really gets disrupted by the sexy European chick, he will spend the next few days hunting her down and smashing those boobies inwards. He would show her the vengeful side of men as well.
"Alright, let's go, Felice."
Zhang Yang drew his sword, calling out to the still solemn little lady.
"Alright, big brother."
Spear of obliteration.
Leguana's voice was different, compared to the other fire elementals.
His groans were as thunderous as a volcanic eruption. Moving its massive fiery body about, it stomped the earth and smashed its blazing hammer at Zhang Yang.
"Since when would a weakling human dare to challenge a god? Do you really think that you are one of us? Charge!" Wham!
The hammer dropped down from the sky at such speed that Zhang Yang's stance was met with immense pressure. The sheer power had forced him downward, pushing Zhang Yang deep into the earth. His greaves were buried halfway into the scorching land. His bones felt like they were on the verge of breaking. Zhang Yang readjusted his stance, opening his legs wider and forcefully pushed the shield back up, shoving the hammer off him.
Fu. Such a weak human. I barely used any force in that strike.
Liguana lifted his hammer from the crater that it had made with Zhang Yang and slammed it down again. This time, Zhang Yang's block was still under a cooldown. Yet, he still assumed a similar defensive stance with his shield held up high.
He took 12,942 damage. Thanks to the boss special attack attribute, all his defense value was just for show. Zhang Yang snorted.
The damage was not that bad.
Don't get carried away, matchstick. Witness how I extinguish your flame.
Zhang Yang traveled with the momentum of the hammer and threw himself into the air.
Deftly weaving about the body of the larger entity, Zhang Yang laid down his attacks. Felice quickly joined in, as well as the flying serpent. Liguana laughed manically and bellowed, "Arrogant human! Foolish human! You will never know why the gods have always looked down on all of you. Witness the power of fire. Let it cleanse your corrupted soul."
Vush! The boss smashed the earth in front of him and spewed out a sea of flames that spread out in all directions. Zhang Yang took 13,772 damage from it.
Felice reacted quickly and morphed into her Dragonhawk form, but still took 15,520 damage. Since Felice had 4,480 magic defenses in her Dragonhawk form, the damage she would receive in her human form would have been higher. Even though Felice had over 100,000 HP, the boss's burning aura was causing her quite an amount of damage, since it would deal 5,000 fire damage in every 3 seconds. However, if Felice chooses to maintain her Dragonhawk form, the damage she would take on every tick would be lowered down to only 520 damage. The problem was that her Dragonhawk form would not be able to dish out much damage, due to most of her Dragonhawk skills being fire-based. She might even end up healing the boss. 30 seconds into the fight, Felice slowly being forced out of the battle. She had to fly elsewhere and heal herself with bandages and transmuted grade 10 healing potion before rejoining the fight. This is the biggest advantage of a battle companion.
Like a player, they could consume potions, use bandages, and even sit down to eat recovery snacks to restore their HP. Naturally, they would have to leave the combat before doing so. Zhang Yang cycled through all his attacking skills and hacked the boss to 80%. The king of fire elementals retracted his hammer and roared to the high heavens.
"Come forth, my brethren!
Your king requests your assistance."
Shush! Shush!
2 elite fire elementals appeared in the field. The boss then knelt down and froze himself in time. The flickering flames on his body stopped moving, as if time had stopped for him. However, his burning status remained the same.
Summon Servant, Fire Elemental. Fire Elemental Servant Form, Elite, Elemental Being. Level, 110. HP, 330,000. Defense, 1,200.
Melee attack, 7,594 to 9,594, physical attack with fire attribute. Skills. Flame Bash, deals 100% melee fire damage, stunning the target for 3 seconds. Luckily, the summoned fire elementals were not strong and had little HP at only 330,000.
2 of these fire elementals were weaker than one of the fire elementals from before.
Furthermore, these servants were not immune to fire damage.
Felice morphed into her Dragonhawk form and started blasting fire missiles. Zhang Yang rode on Whitey Jr. and charged at the other fire elemental servant. In 40 seconds and less, both of the targets were killed off. The battle had ended so soon that the boss still had more than 1 minute to return to the battle. Zhang Yang took the time to heal himself with a bandage. During that time, Berserker's Heal and Shield Wall were almost ready once again. Zhang Yang smirked.
The boss's Summon Servant skill must be a skill that would be boosted or weakened, according to the number of players in the field. The skill would be useful against a large number of players. The elite fire elementals had weak HPs, but were still tough to defeat.
If players are not prepared enough, the summon elementals could instantly wipe out all the DPSer and healers in the field. As for Zhang Yang, it was a sad case of tryhard for the boss. Not only could Zhang Yang breeze through the ordeal like it was child's play, it had even given him a luxurious amount of time to heal. Among all the 3 bosses that the quest had required him to kill, this fire elemental king would be the easiest. 2 minutes later, Liguana returned back to the battlefield and had immediately spouted a long speech about killing humanity and experiencing his rage. However, when the boss activated the skill to absorb the HPs of the fire elemental servants, a green healing text popped out, saying, +0. Zhang Yang laughed and continued on with his slice and dice.
In the fight, the scripted intelligence of the boss was shown to the world. It was already a fact that the skill, Summon Servant, Fire Elemental, would be useless in the fight, but Liguana would never fail to use the skill at every 20% HP loss. Zhang Yang had taken advantage of the boss skill and had easily hacked the boss down to his last 10%. Right then, he used Glare of the Death God, but it failed with a word resist. Oh well, might as well just slice and dice all the way through. Zhang Yang then activated Dance of Heaven and Earth and Chaotic Dance of Electric Current to save him some time. After some minor hacking, the boss form retracted into the burning hammer upon his death. There was a pile of battle loot close by. Before heading over to claim his prize, Zhang Yang opened the quest log and saw that the quest The Last Hurdle had already been completed.
Hell yeah! God of War Inheritance gets. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 507, The God of War Inheritance. Chapter 507, The God of War Inheritance. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Zhang Yang rushed over with great speed to finish up the quest.
In his haste, Zhang Yang did not even bother to review the loots and just swept them all into his inventory.
He then rode Whitey Jr. and rushed over to the Kumaro Islands.
Zhang Yang allowed the flying serpent to take the wheel as he reviewed the drops.
Leguana had dropped a total of 3 equipment, a yellow gold bow, a yellow gold cloth armor pants, and a violet platinum shield which was rather strong.
Molten lava shield, violet platinum, shield. Defense, plus 2016. Vitality, plus 1411. Equip effect, absorbs 688 damage upon attack. Equip effect, upon receiving an attack, grants a 10% chance to counterattack with a flamethrower, deals 700 fire damage. Equip effect, increases 2800 maximum HP. Unidentified. Level requirement, 120.
The shield would be a hot sale in the auction house. The shield's properties were strong and could even damage the attacker to further generate a tank's aggro on a monster. Compared to Zhang Yang's own shield, this molten lava shield was actually pretty cool. Besides the equipment, the boss had also dropped 1 alchemy recipe, Fire Breather Potion, and a skill book, Unleashed Demon. Fire Breather Potion, usable. Use, imbues your body with the power of flames. After landing a successful attack, grants a 10% chance to breathe fire on the target, dealing 1000 fire damage.
Effects last for 1 hour. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Level requirement, 100.
This potion was rather useful. It was somewhat equivalent to granting the user 100 fire damage on every strike, average of 1000 damage in 10 strikes. It would be extremely effective when used by thieves since they had the highest attack speed. Be it PvP or PvE fights, it would come in truly handle. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. In this situation, the best way of putting it in words would be the journey to 1000 damage begins with 10 strikes.
Unleashed Demon was a universal skill, unrestricted by classes. However, Zhang Yang chose to keep it instead with the intention of passing it over to Han Shui or Sun Xinu, because he knew that skill's prowess. The skill would release 1 demon to entrap 1 target, making the target unable to attack while being invincible itself. In a situation where there are 4 to 5 elite monsters around, this skill can be used as a crowd control skill to reduce the load on the party members. Since he was the main tank, the skill's 3 seconds of casting animation would greatly reduce his efficiency in a fight. It was still best to let someone else like Han Shui learn it. Compared to the other 2 bosses, Leguana was the weakest.
Zhang Yang could not help but to think that the servants of gods had different levels amongst themselves.
Honestly, Leguana's prowess was truly weak when compared to the other 2.
After several hours of flying, Zhang Yang entered the cave where Ares lay. When he entered the cave, the guy was stretching as if he had just woken up.
Ha! Not bad, for a mere human. Ares snorted.
Back then, I would only have needed 1 finger to kill them easily, even if those 3 douchebags were thousands of kilometers apart.
Oh, really now?
Zhang Yang chuckled and said, God of War, I have proven myself worthy to inherit your power.
Ares chuckled as well. Gay gay gay. Indeed, you have. Very well, little human. I shall bestow on you a portion of my power. However, you must continue your journey to absolute strength.
The current you is still weak to receive all of my power, said Ares, with a stern expression.
I understand. Ding. You have completed a quest, The Last Hurdle.
Obtain 10 million experience points. Close your eyes, and concentrate only on receiving my powers. Aria placed his fingers on Zhang Yang's forehead and unleashed a bright radiating light.
Whoa! Is that the legendary martial world's Abhisheka 1 technique?
Zhang Yang thought about it while waiting for the process to end.
Ding! You have obtained the inheritance, God of War. Inheritance Class S.
Due to the uniqueness of the inheritance, you can no longer accept other inheritances nor discard the God of War inheritance.
Ding.
With the guidance of the God of War, you may now equip any two-handed weapons in your main hand and a shield in your secondary hand.
You have gained access to Guardians and Berserkers skill trees. Skills can only be learned through skill books and cannot be obtained from class instructors. Ding. You have learned a new skill, God of War's Rage. Ding. You have learned a new skill, God of War's Shield, but. Ding. You have learned a new skill, God of War Transformation. Ding. You have learned a new skill, Radiance of the God of War. Ding. You have learned a new skill, God of War's Crushing Strike. Ding. Congratulations on becoming the first player to obtain a class inheritance. The system has awarded you with Luck +2. After many bell dings ringed in his ears, Ares retracted his finger from Zhang Yang's head and sat back down. There. I have given you a portion of my power. Until the day you become stronger, train with all your might. Come back to me when you are stronger, and I shall bestow upon you more skills. After he ended his speech, Ares returned to his deep slumber. Server announcement: a player has obtained the first inheritance class. The system will conduct a server restart in 5 minutes. Please make preparations for the server restart. Right after the system notification flashed, the server was sent into a major chaos. Zhang Yang was excited. When he had already gained the skills, Zhang Yang was not paying attention to the NPC and was already examining the new skills. In truth, there were 6 skills. The God of War inheritance had given a permanent upgrade to the player, allowing the player to equip a two-handed weapon in their main hands. God of War's Rage, passive increases 50% attack power. God of War's Shield, summons the God of War to protect oneself. Gains 20% passive damage reduction that lasts for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Not bad. A permanent damage boost and an active defensive skill. What power? God of War Transformation, calls upon the God of War and transform oneself into his image. Increases your maximum HP by 4000%, defense by 500%, attack power by 500% and gains a 90% chance to nullify all magical attacks inflicted on you. Gains the power of flight. In the God of War form, you will gain 1 point of God of War energy point every 10 seconds. The energy points can be used to activate many special skills in the God of War form. Lasts for 2 hours. Cooldown, 72 hours. Like a god. Based on his current stats, if Zhang Yang activates his God of War transformation, he would have 3,785,600 HP, 11,600 defense, and 26,552 to 29,152 attack power. Perhaps his HP was a little on the low side, or else he would have completely overtaken a Violet Platinum boss itself. No wonder the late-game bosses required thousands or even 10,000s of players to fight. If the later bosses were designed based on the standard difficulty graph, the bosses were nothing but tofu for players with transformation abilities. Now that he had the God of War transformation in hand, he could kill an ethereal tier boss all by himself. It was a waste that the transformation skill could not be saved up for later uses. A 2-hour-long active duration and a 72-hour cooldown period was just too precious to be wasted on random bosses. Zhang Yang laughed at his own greediness and continued to examine the other skills. Radiance of the God of War absorbs the light of victory and mends all wounds on the body, restoring all of your HP, cost 100% rage points. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Wait a minute? A 30 minutes cooldown, Berserker's Heal? That's too weak. How could he use it? F***CK. Zhang Yang cried in agony as he had just been reminded of something extremely important. In his previous life, Zhang Yang had never encountered such a skill like Berserker's Heal and Sacred Heal, but he had heard words from older players, talking about how they missed the days where they could use the skills. Right now, Zhang Yang finally understood what they meant. Those skills would be removed in the upcoming patch. The skills had already been removed in his past life when someone else had obtained the first inheritance, but now that he thought about it, if the developers did not remove the all recovery skills, players with transformation inheritance would be even more OP. Players who were warriors and knights would be completely broken. After transforming and gaining a massive boost in stats, they could simply depend on Berserker's Heal to maintain a godlike mode. As long as they put in an effort of staying alive every 2 minutes, they could defeat a boss within 2 hours and still grind their hearts out without the need to worry about survivability. The dignity of a boss would be non-existent. Sigh, as the saying goes, the sun will set and the moon will rise. If the developers wants to remove the skill, there's nothing that a player can do.
God of War's Crushing Strike strikes the earth with the power of a god and attacks all targets within an area of 100 by 100 meters mercilessly.
Chaos damage will be dealt, based on 1000% of the strength attribute. Cost, 3 God of War energy points. The skill, Radiance of the God of War, could be used in any form. However, since EP would only regenerate in the God of War form, the skill, God of War's Crushing Strike, would only be available during a transformation. Zhang Yang's current strength attribute was 1332.
10 times of that would mean 13,320 chaos damage to all targets within 100 by 100 meters. The skill would be a major damage dealer in a war since it could be used once every 30 seconds. The skill had a lot of potential for improvement, due to the fact that it depended on an attribute. The attack power was not fixed, and would depend on a player's ever-growing strength.
Zhang Yang let out an elated sigh.
He had not only gained the inheritance skills, but also a strong guardian and the bloodlust berserker. However, the skills of God of War could only be received from Ares, and the guardian and berserker skills can only be obtained from skill books.
But now, he could finally equip a two-handed weapon in his main hand.
All he needed then was to prepare himself a full set of equipment that is focused on DPS.
First and foremost, he would change the weapon.
Even though a two-handed weapon and a one-handed weapon had roughly the same weapon attack, the difference in damage output when using a skill would be the difference between heaven and earth. It's a pity that he would need to put aside the sword of Purging Devourer. He still had not broken 2 seals. Since he could already equip a better and stronger two-handed weapon, he would not have to keep on using the one-handed weapon. However, if the sword of Purging Devourer had its second seal unlock, and consumes a two-handed weapon's special effect, turning into a two-handed sword. Zhang Yang shook his head from the dreamy thought. Even if there was such a feature in the game, the possibilities of discovering one would be too low. Just then, the system had shut down the system and forcefully kicked all the players out of the game.
Noob tank. Sister's calling for us. The server is down.
Let's go out and eat, cried Wei Yan'er's voice from outside his door.
Please, the server is restarting. It would only take as long as a few minutes to complete. If they wanted free food, just say it out loud. It's not like he's as stingy as they are. What a sad excuse. Translator note.
1. Dabashika, a technique where a master will perform a sacred rite of transferring power, martial technique, and even knowledge. 2. Energy point will be shortened to just EP in future chapters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 508, Haning Shui and Sun Xinu. Chapter 508, Haning Shui and Sun Xinu. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Having obtained the God of War inheritance, Zhang Yang was in high spirits and decided that it was good cause for a big celebration. He had invited Fatty Han to join him for dinner together with them at a high-class hotel restaurant.
The entire family soon gathered up and sat down happily.
Zhang Yang took the opportunity to talk about the inheritance, starting all the way from the passive stat boosts, to the amazing transformation skill. At that point, everyone had gasped in surprise and shock. Names like pervert, wretch, hypocrite flew in his face.
Zhang Yang blinked in surprise. Come on. It's a transformation skill. It's not like I would go faking my identity. It's not that. Transforming as in changing your gender. Changing your gender just for the sake of power is so perverted. Tut tut tut, you're such an airhead. Wei Yan'er patted Zhang Yang's shoulder like she was an elder sibling.
Zhang Yang gave up trying to reason with her and ignore the incessant giggles of the tiresome ladies.
Hey! Little Young!
When are you going get me an S-class hunter inheritance? Cried the fatty, glaring at Zhang Yang with excitement.
Huh? Fatty bro, are trying to be a pervert as well?
I don't think you'd need one, since everyone knows that you're one.
Wei Yan'er laughed.
Zhang Yang shook his head and said, Fatty, I think you should just get yourself a B-class inheritance.
Even a C-class would be acceptable. You're all about the transformation, right? Said Zhang Yang.
In his previous life, Zhang Yang had obtained a King Kong inheritance which was a B-class. Having cleared the questline for the S-class God of War inheritance, he truly believed, judging from Fatty Han's capabilities as a player, that even getting a B-class inheritance would be barely possible.
Fatty Han snorted and blinked, Little Young. Are you looking down on your fatty bro?
I'm not saying that I'm a pro, but that sort of difficulty would be a cakewalk.
Hell, I can even finish it with my cock.
Saying that, every waitress who had been around the table glared at him in disgust and incredulity. His girlfriend, Xiao Wei, had smacked his bulging belly with all her might, causing the poor Fatty Han to cringe in pain.
Humph. I'd say, newbie tank is selfish. Selfish, I'm telling you.
How could you leave us alone in the dark as you go around getting yourself the best S-class inheritance, said Wei Yan'er, disgruntled. Both her hands were placed on her hips as she pouted.
Zhang Yang chuckled awkwardly and pretended to ignore the question.
Such a statement was extremely difficult to refute.
Might as well just eat up and get drunk.
Everyone had never been happier for Zhang Yang, and had even ordered many alcoholic beverages to toast for his future, many times over. As they drank, other than Zhang Yang and Fatty Han, who were heavy drinkers, most of the females around could not hold their drinks after a few glasses. Xiao Wei was around to send Fatty Han home, but Zhang Yang was ferrying 5 passengers, himself included. The sports car that he had brought along only had room for 4. Even though their small bodies would not make that a problem, it would be against the law, and they could be fined heavily. In the end, Zhang Yang got them 5 rooms to spend the night. The 4 beauty queens were so intoxicated and they would not even walk straight. Zhang Yang did not want the male hotel crew to take advantage of them, so he carefully supported them, each and every one of them to their own rooms.
The last to be escorted to her room was Han Yngshui.
Just when Zhang Yang had tucked her into bed, the sly witch had slithered her arms around Zhang Yang's neck, pulling him close and planted a hot, passionate kiss on Zhang Yang's lips. Zhang Yang was shocked but was not all too surprised, for it was totally within her characteristics to pull off such a stunt.
He pulled himself away and asked, "Are you drunk? Or were you just faking it?" "Of course I'm faking it. Ha ha. I wanted to let that cold-hearted B***tch lose it really hard." Han Yngshui laughed like a seductive succubus.
During dinner, she had purposely poured more alcohol in Sun Xianyu's cup and forced everyone else to drink until their heads started spinning. Zhang Yang would have never known that Han Yngshui could put up such a convincing act of being drunk. Poor Sun Xianyu should probably be cursing to the high heavens in the washroom at that moment, puking her guts out.
Zhang Yang frowned, biting his lower lip. "I'm warning you, I did drink a lot back there. I might just lose it here. Don't play with fire, or you'll get yourself burnt." "If you push me, I might actually do it," said Zhang Yang. Even as the last of those words left his mouth, Zhang Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Oof. We're past that. Now, who's going to do who?" Han Yngshui murmured. She pulled him down even further and pressed her jugs against Zhang Yang's chest. She started applying pressure, only to relax, kneading her breasts against his hard body in a slow, hypnotic rhythm. It was summer. Zhang Yang only had a thin, muscled t-shirt on, and Han Yngshui was wearing a low-cut dress. It was made clear that she had no bra on. F***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***C CKF*CK.
The same words were racing in Zhang Yang's mind as he tried his best to control himself. Even as he tried to take his mind elsewhere, Zhang Yang could clearly feel a pair of hardening nipples piercing through the garment and scratching against his chest. He could feel the ragged, hot breath coming from her open lips. Her warm lips met his neck and slowly traced down. Worst of all, the ultimate kryptonite to Zhang Yang's resistance were her dazed, dreamy eyes. Her open mouth, and her soft, pink tongue that peeked out from their midst. She craved for a man. She craved for love. Hot, burning, passionate love. B*TCH. You asked for it. Zhang Yang could not hold it in any longer. With one explosive motion, Zhang Yang pinned Han Yingshui on the bed, his hands around her wrists, holding them above her body. He allowed his weight to rest on her softness, his knee resting just below her crotch, between her amazing, thick thighs. The mounds of wonder were squashed out so forcefully that they started spilling out over her sides. They became a hot, twisted, mess of intertwined limbs. Suddenly, Han Yingshui grabbed him by the shoulders and pushed him up. She gazed into his face with half-open eyes, a glimpse of her white teeth between her parted lips. I want it, the woman moaned, her hands drifting down to unbuckle that which kept Zhang Yang's lower half chambered and contained. Calm down, you god**MN swine. I can't believe you. Zhang Yang would admit on any day that he is a horny, dirty bastard, but he had never expected a woman like Han Yingshui to surpass even him in that aspect. Oh please. Why would I need to constrain myself in the presence of the man I love? I don't need to hide anything. This is my true self. Han Yingshui winked. Her hands rummaged around, groping and feeling about, but Zhang Yang's pants remained intact. It was her first time, and she was having trouble unbuckling his leather belt, and it was beginning to frustrate her. The combination of her pent-up anticipation, along with that frustration, had made her so moist that fabric beneath her and the mattress were getting drenched in her lovely lady's juice.
HM. Let me, grunted Zhang Yang. He had mistakenly believed that Han Yingshui was still teasing him and got slightly annoyed.
Her hands had brushed against his bulging, rock-hard asset, and it was getting close to torture. He gently pushed away her hands and unbuckled his own pants. After all manner of fabric and garment had been removed, the two of them locked each other up in a tight embrace. Zhang Yang allowed her to get up top. He was being far gentler, compared to his first time with Yu Li. It was Han Yingshue's first experience, and based on his experience, he ought to be extremely gentle to maximize the comfort and pleasure, while minimizing the pain. After all, Han Yingshue was one fine creature. Her first experience should be of pleasure, not pain.
Why are you being so gentle? That's so not you. Rough me up. Dominate me. Harder, said Han Yingshue.
She pushed herself up and bit down on his shoulder.
You know, the time when I first fell for you, was when I met you for the first time at my apartment, when you dominated the Ice Queen so nicely, against the wall, just like that. Yes, I may be *TCH. But I like my men hard and strong. I need a brute to keep me around. You think you have what it takes to keep this hot piece of *SS around? Have what it takes? Zhang Yang grinned. *TCH, you asked for this. Don't start crying later, for once I go hard, there's no turning back. Boy. Stop talking. Do you make love with your mouth?
Since the bloody woman was being so provocative, there was no reason to hold back any longer. With the alcohol in his bloodstream, and the amount of frustration built up, and the sense of accomplishment having obtained the God of War inheritance, Zhang Yang had so much pent up in that 1 month of hardship. He then grabbed hold of Han Yingshue by her hair, dragging her further onto the bed as he pinned her down. His weapon had been teased, tormented, and enraged so extensively that it twitched in anticipation, rearing to plunge itself deep in Han Yingshue. Even though she was practically begging to be thoroughly ravaged, Han Yingshue is still a virgin. She may be taking in something far too large, too powerful for her ripe, unplucked fruit. She knit her graceful, lovely eyebrows together, and her eyelids slid over her dazed eyes.
The expression on her face intensified his burning lust, sending Zhang Yang's soul into purgatory.
Zhang Yang leaned back, allowed the power to accumulate in his body, before thrusting his hips with great force, ramming into her with the brutal might of a warrior.
God of War. Ah!
Both their voices were raised at the same time. The woman was a brute herself. She had wanted him to taste the pain of blood with her. Pulling herself closer to Zhang Yang, her nails digging into his back, she opened her mouth and chomped down into Zhang Yang's shoulder muscle. The pain was so sudden and unexpected that Zhang Yang almost roared like a hungry lion.
Zhang Yang winced a little and retaliated. He started to brutally smash the attractive, gentle elf like a savage orc. Blood quickly mixed up with other clearer, warmer liquids as they churned about. The pistoning had started off with great vigor, but it quickly became clear that there was a lot more room before the red line. Han Yingshue had gotten used to it in a surprisingly short period of time. Her vulgar grunts were slowly turning into melodic, beautiful utterances. The painful moment for her ended quickly, and was replaced with pleasure. She loosened up a little, allowing Zhang Yang to delve even deeper. Her long, white legs wrapped around him with great desire, urging him to increase his speed for her own pleasure. If Zhang Yang had not been reborn, he would not have gained a cheat code full of experience in this activity. Without it, he might end up as a scrawny little man after Han Yingshue is finally satisfied. Han Yingshue's lovely, melodic voice permeated all over the room. It bounced off the walls, echoing out of the balcony. They were at it for more than half an hour before Han Yingshue finally called it a night. When Zhang Yang had been with Yu Li, they could go at it for hours. However, foreplay alone usually took up more than 2/3 of the overall duration. As for Han Yingshue, since she had asked for the brutal side of him, Zhang Yang had gone all out, continuously, for more than half an hour. The poor man was so tired and he had to lie next to her, panting in exhaustion. If she had asked for more, even Zhang Yang would end up with an 4 drip in his body when the whole ordeal is over. Thud. 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 Just when Zhang Yang finally recovered enough to sit up, the hard rapping of the door burst out in the silence. Zhang Yang frowned. Who could it be? If it was a service crew member, they would have used the doorbell, instead of physically knocking. Plus, the knock was strong and rude, it came off way too strong and impatient. Nothing like that of a service crew. In that case, it could only be. Zhang Yang had never been so terrified in his life. He wrapped the blanket around his lower half and made his way to the eye-hole of the door. He almost let out a yelp when the person on the opposite side was none other than the Harbinger. Sun Xinu. Zhang Yang felt immense guilt rising up in his chest. The sort of feeling that you get when caught cheating on another woman. Zhang Yang returned to Han Yingshue's side with a solemn face.
Han Yingshui raised an eyebrow and smirked when she studied Zhang Yang's reaction.
Is it the Ice Queen?
Yes. Thud. 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 Dot. The knocking had turned into the solid bangs of a battering ram.
The door might not hold up any longer.
Zhang Yang frantically looked to the left and right for a place to hide.
Go, and tame that beast, I gotta hide. Han Yingshui sighed.
She then picked up a blanket and held it against her chest.
Men. Han Yingshui waltzed lazily to the door and unlocked it casually. She was smart.
When she unlocked the door, she had quickly taken a step back. Lo and behold, the door practically flew open.
Sun Xinu's moist, intoxicated face glowed with a crimson hue. Perhaps there was more rage than anything there.
She staggered into the room and started looking around, her head whipping her partially undone hair about. At one point, she had almost fell to her feet.
Ahem asterisk, this is my room.
You mind explaining yourself, said Han Yingshui as she slowly pushed the door close with her jade-white legs.
Where is he, rasped Sun Xinu.
Her voice was cracking and there was an intense anger burning in her eyes.
Her cheeks were dyed in red. Who? Han Yingshui played dumb. You so. Don't play coy with me. Don't you dare say that you did not lay with him. Sun Xinu burst with anger. Yeah. I did. So what are you going to do? Bite me?
Han Yingshui crossed her arms. I'm more than capable of making it worth his while.
Unlike you, flatty. In truth, Sun Xinu's chest was nowhere close to being flat.
In fact, no one in their right mind would even associate her to that word. Still, when compared to Han Yingshui, a lady who was so well endowed, even Sun Xinu would appear average.
So? Brag all you want. Your fat lumps will sag down like a potato sack. Sun Xinu shot back. Humph. At least it's better than having a flat chest. Sigh. Look at them. Those sad little things. Is it just me, or is one of them caved in deeper than the other? Han Yingshui shrugged bemusedly. Whoa. #burn.
When it comes to a battle of words, no one would really be on par with the Demoness. Sun Xinu may not be able to hold her own in a battle of words, but in a fistfight, perhaps only Zhang Yang would be able to keep up.
Sensing impending disaster, Zhang Yang quickly popped out of toilet. Awkwardly, Zhang Yang scratched the back of his head and said, What a beautiful night, isn't it, ladies? It's raining. Sun Xinu bashfully replied.
Han Yingshui pouted her lips and said, Hey, flat chest.
There's your man. Now, are you satisfied? You can leave now. We're about to start round 2 soon. Sun Xinu snorted and proceeded to undress herself.
Zhang Yang jumped in horror. He was genuinely shocked at her sudden, abrupt behavior and cried out, What are you doing?
If she can do it, I can do it better. Sun Xinu glared at Han Yingshui.
I'll never lose to her.
I'll rather die than admit defeat.
As expected of alcohol, they revealed the true minds of women.
Please, like yours can compete with mine. Han Yingshui boldly dropped the blanket she was holding up and pridefully squashed her naked body against Sun Xinu's bare flesh.
The two of them continued to press their assets against each other until it became clear that there would be no winner. Puffing and huffing, one with arrogance, the other with persistence, neither side wanted to lose. After an intense glaring contest, both of them turned to Zhang Yang, making him jump in horror.
He knew that he was going to be the victim but was hoping to get away from this. Oh crap.
The night went by in a torrent of rage and violence, that when the sun's ray pierced through the curtain gaps, it was dissipated by the thick, heavy atmosphere of the steamy hot room. Zhang Yang had both his hands wide open like a crucified man. They were both used as head pillows for the two vixens in his bed. He had just woken up and was lost in troubled thoughts, wondering if it was morally right to accept two world-class supermodels in his arms like this. Both Sun and Han had always been at each other's throats and the presence of alcohol had blown all restraints off their hinges.
The night before was extremely brutal, for Zhang Yang at least.
Whenever he was done climbing the steep mountain of pacifying one creature, the other would jump in and demand for it. In truth, it was every man's dream to hear a woman crying for it, but even the greatest men have limits. In Zhang Yang's case, both of them had taken turns, crying for more. At one point, no amount of Red Bull was enough to get him back to his feet.
Sun Xinu's long fair legs twitched a little.
When she opened her eyes, her entire body sprung up so swiftly that Zhang Yang could have mistaken her for a springboard. Her eyes were wide open and she was beginning to realize her position. She hugged herself and trembled at the fact of what that had happened last night. Her face turned red, and she was at the verge of crying. At first, his erect missile had been rearing to go once again, but when Zhang Yang saw Sun Xinu's broken expression, he felt remorse and tried to console her.
Are you only trying to reserve yourself now? I mean, you were a little ahem, last night. Sun Xinu shot a death glare at Zhang Yang and turned away to grab her clothing, but her legs gave out due to the pain between her thighs. She let out a painful groan and almost fell over. She quickly supported herself with her hands and made her way back to the bed. Right then, Zhang Yang had a sudden urge to solve the conflict. Compared to the risks of being swallowed whole by the two vixens again, he was more concerned about the future of the two ladies. He wanted to take this chance to fix the conflict between the two of them and hope that they would make peace with each other. Zhang Yang sat up, his eyes unintentionally raking over Sun Xinu's extremely slender and toned waistline. The woman had such a sleek waist and toned abs that had no traces of any excess fat. But even so, she could be as soft as a feather when she chose to, or tense up when she needed a burst of power to kick someone's butt. Last night, Zhang Yang had experienced the best of both worlds when Sun Xinu was riding on him like a female knight, carrying herself with such noble dignity, even as ecstasy dictated for her to gallop harder to the peak. Zhang Yang smiled lightly and said, "If you're hurt, it's best for you to stay put and rest." "I'm an officer of the law."
"Such a wound is nothing," said Sun Xinu coldly. Looks like she had returned to her usual behavior. Zhang Yang chuckled at her stubbornness. Groans it's morning, why are you making so much noise? Han Yingxue stretched her body and sat up straight while leaning her back against the wooden plank at the head of the bed. The silky blanket slid off, revealing a great deal of her body. No matter how soft the blanket was, it could not properly plaster itself between Han Yingxue's deep cleavage. Her chest was so extravagant that they could even hold up the blanket like a hanger.
Even though Sun Xinu's stubbornness was world-class, she could not help but to admit that Han Yingxue was truly a beauty. Her perfection could even entice the likes of women. Sun Xinu scoffed and said, "Sly fox, what do you want?" Han Yingxue slid her legs off the bed. But when she wanted to get off the bed, she lazily lay back down and tugged one of Zhang Yang's arms over, using it as a pillow. Still a little sleepy, she rubbed her face against Zhang Yang's warm bicep, which only made Sun Xinu angrier. In a blurry voice, Han Yingxue said, "Little son, you best treat your elder sister with respect." "What?
Elder sister?"
Sun Xinu coldly snapped.
"Yes. Elder sister. I was Zhang Yang's before you."
"So, technically, I am the elder," said Han Yingxue as she buried herself into Zhang Yang's embrace like a lazy cat.
"Oof. That was just in bed."
"You're not really Zhang Yang's wife yet," said Sun Xinu.
"Wife?
Oh no. Ha ha. What a shame.
Still, I'll always be one step ahead of you." Zhang Yang had mixed feelings about it. Firstly, he was quite satisfied with how things had turned out. At first, he was extremely worried that he would never make them accept each other. But, it seemed that they had already skipped the major confrontation and it was now the first wife argument.
How efficient could they be?
Zhang Yang accidentally forgot his place and comforted both women by gently caressing them at their slender fair backs, slightly above their curvy buttocks.
There. No need to argue about this and that. We are all one happy family. Let's keep it that way. Perhaps Zhang Yang was honest to a fault.
Failing to hide his greed only earned the ire of both women. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 509, Class Balancing. Chapter 509, Class Balancing. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Now that they have already reached this bridge, why not cross it? Perhaps, two little Zhang Yangs were already forming in each of their wombs. Before allowing the women to leave the room, Zhang Yang held the door shut and got into a heated argument with the both of them. His authoritative aura was finally of some use.
Eventually, both of them agreed to take a step back and acknowledge that each other would be with Zhang Yang from now on. However, there was one problem that he simply couldn't address: both of them wanted his hand in marriages, and the other woman to be the side chick. In truth, no normal woman would be willing to accept such an arrangement.
However, both Han Yingxue and Sun Xinu were not exactly normal women. Both of them have had rather unorthodox upbringings. Hence, they had broader mindsets. Han Yingxue had been brought up in a family of riches, and in her circle of society, having a lover or two was not out of the norm, especially for those with a mountain of fortune. On the other hand, despite being an officer of the law, Sun Xinu was born into a family of politicians. Such a situation was normal for her as well.
Hence, with their own backgrounds, they would not need to worry much about seeking safe havens with Zhang Yang. Yet, they were still at each other's throats. They had known each other for more than a year now. Be it hostility or enmity, they have grown to know each other pretty well. As much as they hated it, they grudgingly agreed to share their lover.
Zhang Yang could only nod in silence. He patted his crotch and sighed heavily. In the near future, he would have to rely on the magnum to pacify the women. After a few sessions of pacification, he might be able to soften their feelings for each other and perhaps attain peace. Sun Xianu was a tough girl.
She had been through numerous years of vigorous training in order to become an officer. When she said that she could take it, she meant every word of it. Biting down the pain of losing her first night, she quickly got up and drove to work. On the other end, Han Shui was a princess. A little twitch or two would have made her scream with pain and agony. Even going to the loo was enough to make her scream for Zhang Yang.
Now that Sun Xianu had left, Zhang Yang's car was just right for 4.
After they had their breakfast at the fancy hotel, Zhang Yang drove them all back to their villa.
For once in her lifetime, Han Shui was finally thanking Zhang Yang.
Her original sweet and glamorous complexion was made even prominent after the night. Both Wei Yin Air and Daffodil Daydream were so envious that they had to ask what kind of cosmetic products she was using to make herself so beautiful. They've no experience in any of the big bam boom, hence they would have never known that it was Zhang Yang who had spent a whole night grinding and drilling her up.
1. Back at home, everyone got comfortable and logged into the game.
When Zhang Yang went online, he was in the Cave of Ares. He quickly opened up the patch notes and found out that the update was not exactly what he remembered it to be.
Unexpectedly, it was a major nerf fest for all class. Berserker's Heal and Sacred Heal had been removed. In fact, the only job capable of healing HP was Priest and Sacred Knight. That or a class inheritance, Warrior of Light. Luckily, the life-stealing effects of rune stones had not been removed. Passive abilities like Zhang Yang's Titan chestplate that added a healing effect to his shield wall remained. In other news, the healing capabilities of all healers had been nerfed greatly. Before the update, it would have taken only one healer to fully support on tank player. After the update, under the similar circumstances, it was no longer possible to do so. The official's explanation was: 1. As tank-type players obtain inheritances, the strength of the tanks has increased dramatically.
To maintain a status quo between player and the boss, the healer class has been nerfed accordingly.
2. Healer-type players are too strong in the PvP battle arena.
It is impossible for a battle to end if both sides have healers in the party. Unless the healer has used up their MP, the battle can never end. Records showed that majority of battles has been dragged for over 2 hours.
The first explanation was completely unacceptable.
The ability to fight a boss did not depend on the quality of the healer. However, Zhang Yang could understand the reasoning behind the second note. Since group battles would always include a healer, both sides would only need to have one DPS and one healer, or one tank and one healer to win. The battle could be dragged for as long as needed. The winners would usually be determined by the amount of MP the healer has. Zhang Yang opened the skill window and found that the skill, Berserker's Heal, was indeed removed. Furthermore, he had also noticed that the skill that came with Herbalism, Blood of Life, had also been nerfed greatly. The cooldown had been extended from 2 minutes to 10 minutes. After sighing for God knows how many times, Zhang Yang gave up trying to find a proper reason to justify the nerf fest. Even though many would protest the great change, other classes such as Hunter, Thief, and Spellcasters would cheer. That was due to the high winning rates of tanks and healers in PvP fights. What cunning gaming developers! Whenever they nerfed any particular class, the other unaffected classes would rejoice. Even if they start taking fire in the forums, there would be reinforcements, called keyboard warriors, to help in shifting the blame. The next trend would be to nerf the unaffected class to make it a proper class balancing arrangement. Zhang Yang took out his sword of Purging Devourer, aware that he should get himself a two-handed weapon as soon as possible. It would be a disgrace to his inheritance if he does not do so. However, he had been hunting and farming for good two-handed violet platinum weapons, but was never able to find any with a level requirement lower than 120.
Until he reaches level 120, they would remain in his inventory. Talk about a carrot hanging by the end of the stick.
While hunting for two-handed weapons, he had also hoped that the sword of Purging Devourer would turn into a two-handed sword after absorbing a two-handed weapon ability. If that happens to be the case, it would solve his problem, since the sword was a one-of-a-kind weapon. After getting over the sad thought of possibly having to part with it, Zhang Yang summoned Whitey Jr. and flew to Gunma Volcanic Island to obtain one of the materials in order to break the seal on the sword of Purging Devourer. The magical fruit of Yin and Yang. OF ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Just then, the furious, heartbroken cries of Han Shui blasted through the party channel.
My god! My healing powers have been reduced. At least 1/3 or my original power has been taken away. Ah. Seems like the woman had finally read the changelog.
Zhang Yang switched to the party chat and consoled her.
It's okay. You're F cup, aren't you? Even if we take 1/3 of it away, you'd still have D cups. Fret not. It's still standing out.
Han Shui did not reply to him. Perhaps she was so angry or preoccupied that she had not noticed his chat.
That did not matter since her healing power would be greatly boosted when she obtains the milkmaid deity inheritance.
Zhang Yang could not help but to wonder how things would turn out for her when she activates the transformation skill of the milkmaid deity. Would she actually gain cup size or bufufufu? Wei Yenaer stepped up to be the heroine of the day and helped Han Shui search for the remaining pieces of the inheritance. Zhang Yang was delighted to have her take over his supposed role.
After a short while, Whitey Jr. reached Gunma Volcanic Island.
There was a live volcano located at the center of the island. Blackened smoke rose up into the sky, expelling all the smoke and ash into the clouds, darkening the skyline. That unstable, volatile scene made the island seem extremely unsafe to live in, especially when the volcano looked like it would spew out hot molten lava at any time.
At the bottom of the mountain was a small town. Since volcanic soil is extremely fertile for crops, the town was rather densely populated.
There were many races living there like humans, orcs, elves, dwarfs, gnomes, and other races that Zhang Yang had never seen before. Other than the hostile specter and demons, it would be safe to say that this town was filled with all races throughout the world. Since the quest had revealed the location of the magical fruit of yin and yang in his map, it would not take much time for Zhang Yang to search for it in the small town.
There was a high chance of finding the magical fruit of yin and yang through a quest given by one of the NPCs in the town. Zhang Yang flew downwards to the entrance of the town and unsummoned Whitey Jr. Only Zhang Yang and Felice walked into the town.
In the game, only quest-giving NPCs have special names unlike common guards, NPCs, or random pedestrians.
Most of the occupants of the town had the generic-looking name Citizen of Loya's Town.
If you were to talk to any of those NPCs with the name tag, their lines would be blunt, repetitive, and non-beneficial to Zhang Yang's quest. He then pulled one of the NPCs over and started a conversation to try his luck.
However, all he got from them was the history of Loya's.
As for news about magical fruit of yin and yang, there was nothing but shrugs and I don't know. Zhang Yang circled through the town and found one sad-looking dwarf sitting by the end of the town with a face bleeding from a fresh wound.
Dodothi Wildhammer, normal, humanoid. Level, 115. HP, 17,800. Defense, 100. Melee attack, 5,103 to 6,103. Note, world's most honest and trustworthy merchant. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyebrows when he saw the double quotation mark. Zhang Yang walked to the NPC and asked, "Dwarf, what happened to you?" Sigh. Dodothi sighed heavily and raised his head to Zhang Yang. After glancing for a second, Dodothi lowered his head. Zhang Yang voice out again, "Perhaps I could be of service?" You? Dodothi finally looked into Zhang Yang's eyes and shook his head as if he was greatly disappointed. Please keep your arrogance to yourself, human. There's no way for you to solve my problems. Ha! But what if I can? Zhang Yang smirked. Dodothi raised his right eyebrow, intrigued by Zhang Yang's bold question. Alright then, you may try. It won't matter to me if you die anyway. Zhang Yang frowned. If it was not for a quest, Zhang Yang would have already beheaded the NPC. Just when I had restocked some fine goods for sale, I was ambushed by a group of jackalmen. They killed all my hired guards and took away all of my wares. Those damned jackalmen. I had lost a great deal of my investment. It cost me a lot of gold. Arg! Dodothi punched the wall beside him and cried out in pain. How did this useless dwarf survive when all his guards were killed? Dodothi turned to Zhang Yang while rubbing his wounded fist. Human, if you can retrieve my goods, I shall reward you with 400, 300, wait, 100 gold coins. Yes. 100 gold coins should be enough for you to hire 10 strong slaves. The red-beard dwarf had glanced at Felice with disdain. He had assumed that Felice was extremely weak due to her slender and beautiful looks. Ding! Dodothi Wildhammer has a quest for you, retrieve the goods. Will you accept it? It was not mentioned, but perhaps there was a chance that the magical fruits of yin and yang would be among the goods. Since there were no other leads for the item, Zhang Yang felt that it was better to take the quest and complete it. Retrieving the goods, difficulty level, C. Description: Dodothi's goods have been robbed by a bunch of daredevil jackalmen. Warrior. Go and slay the devious jackalmen and get back their stolen booty. Completion, retrieve Dothy Wildhammer's goods 0 to 1. Translator note.
1. Apparently, there's a Chinese culture saying that after the first night in bed, a woman would become more beautiful, and after getting pregnant, she would be seen even prettier. In this case, it was not mentioned whether or not Han Ning-shui is pregnant. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 510, The God of War Transformation. Chapter 510, The God of War Transformation. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After accepting the quest, Zhang Yang summoned Whitey Jr. and flew along with Felice to the place, called Jackalman's Ridge.
The ridge was too short to be called a ridge, to begin with. It was close to only 200 to 300 meters in length. Due to the thick, blackened clouds in the sky, Whitey Jr. was unable to get much altitude and only flew about 10 or more meters over the ground. At this altitude, the monsters in the ground were capable of attacking with their ranged attacks. Zhang Yang had no idea where the goods were and felt that kiting so many monsters would be a bad idea. Still, it was a good chance for Zhang Yang to grind some levels. Since they could not fly up high, Zhang Yang decided to walk on foot and hike the mountain with Felice.
Hee. Fresh meat. The laughter of a jackalman could be heard not far.
Zhang Yang traced the voice and saw the source of the annoying laughter. It was a male jackalman, wearing only a pair of short red leather pants, equipped with a short yet sharp dagger.
He was similar to the height of a gray wolf rearing up on its hind legs. The jackalman was laughing hysterically, saliva dripping from his fangs. Hysterical jackalman, normal, humanoid. Level, 115. HP, 17,800. Defense, 100. Melee attack, 5103, 6103. Skills. Stab, plunges the blade into a target and deals 150% melee damage.
Pebble throw, hurls a rock towards the target, dealing 100% melee damage.
Range, 3 to 30 meters.
Note, legend has it that a certain werewolf had once forced itself upon a female jackal beast, creating a generation of humanoid, savage, and cruel jackalmen, capable of sentient, conscious thinking. Zhang Yang leaped forth and laid down the first attack, dealing more than 6,000 damage. His attacks had been boosted by the passive skill obtained from the God of War inheritance.
Oh well, 6,000 damage was pretty decent. Since it was dealt by a one-handed weapon, the damage output from a two-handed weapon would definitely be greater.
Felice had decided the situation did not require her to be in Dragonhawk form. She leaped over Zhang Yang's shoulders before he had even reset his stance and cut the jackalman down, killing him immediately with a single strike that dealt 17,567 damage. Since he had time to spare, Zhang Yang summoned the herb foraging familiar and allowed the little critter to forage the rare herbs around the area. Zhang Yang and Felice then moved forward, effortlessly killing their way through the normal-tiered jackalmen.
Not long after the first kill, the number of scattered monsters got lesser and lesser.
Now all that remained were the small clumps of groups made up of 10 or so monsters.
Even though Zhang Yang had lost the OP healing skill, Berserker's Heal, Zhang Yang's passive damage reduction and absorption were still present.
For Zhang Yang, 10 or more normal-tiered jackalmen were nothing but food for him. After hiking halfway up to the peak, the monsters started getting stronger. The monsters around were all elite-tiered.
Jackalman Captain, Elite, Humanoid. Level, 120. HP, 1,200,000. Defense, 1,300. Melee attack, 8, 532, 10,352. Skills.
Bloodlust Shriek, screams with a high-pitched cry, grants a 20% increase to attack power of all allies 10 meters around.
Gust Slash, cleaves a target and deals 100% melee attack. Has a 40% chance to land 2 hits, 30% chance to land 3 hits, 20% chance to land 4 hits, and 10% chance to land 5 hits. Zhang Yang was surprised to see the skill, Gush Slash, on a monster.
It was a skill that a player may have by finding the corresponding skill book. Perhaps, there would be a chance for the Jackalman Captain to drop in one.
Fresh meat?
Marvelous, laughed the Jackalman Captain as he salivated and lunged at Zhang Yang with his blade. Zhang Yang could not help but think that all Jackalman were embodiments of gluttony. Ever since his first Jackalman encounter, all of them had the same lolling tongues, the same puddle of saliva around their feet. After a short round of exchanging blows, the monsters were all wiped out. Wow, big brother. You're so strong now. Felice clapped her hands while admiring Zhang Yang with her wide, beautiful eyes. Zhang Yang laughed and patted the little girl's head. He felt a little touched and happy to see her earnest reaction.
The duo proceeded on and had found more monsters. Perhaps, a little more than there should be. No wonder the monsters here were so hungry. Food was scarce and there were too many mouths to feed. Since there were no guides or clues on where Dodothi's goods had been taken to, Zhang had to travel around the entire mountain ridge. After roaming around, killing more and more jackalmen, he arrived at a small encampment. The camp was filled with plenty of wooden sheds that were crudely built, only to provide roofs to sleep under. There were many sheds around, and if one shed was built for one jackalman, there should be roughly 300 to 400 jackalmen around. The problem was that the jackalmen here were all elite tier, and if he simply barges in, he would be swarmed up by them. It would be a fatal mistake, but if he had activated the God of War transformation, it would be an easy kill. His defense would be as high as 10,000, which could completely suppress the attack of the jackalmen. He could then use Crushing Strike to mass kill all of them. With Felice's Pulverizing Flame, both of them would clear all the monsters within 2 hours, which was how long the transformation would last. Still, to use the transformation skill just to kill elite monsters would be a waste. The 72 hours long cooldown skill was meant for super bosses. Without Berserker's Heal, Zhang had lost a powerful recovery skill. He could no longer fight a boss alone and would have to rely on the God of War transformation. Zhang had Felice transform into her Dragonhawk form to observe the area from the sky. After a while, she came back from her scouting and reported, "Big brother, there is a merchant's wagon to the west of here." "Oh yes. That's a good girl, Felice." Zhang praised her and patted her head again. Apparently, the little girl loved getting patted on the head. She blushed a little and smiled bashfully, averting her gaze. Now that he had a clear direction to travel, Zhang, Felice, the Whitey Jr. flew towards the west of the encampment, killing their way effortlessly. After close to 1 hour, Zhang saw the silhouette of the wagon. The wagon was filled with goods, covered with a piece of huge canvas. The wagon was left abandoned there without any signs of horses nearby. Then again, it was expected to be, since the jackalmen were salivating like deranged perverts looking at a naked woman. It would have been even odder if the horses were still left alive. As Zhang got closer to the wagon and spotted guards surrounding the wagon. Those sentries were far stronger than the regular elites. Other than the 12 elite monsters, there was one larger figure that clearly was a Violet Platinum tier boss. It was twice as big and taller than the elite jackalmen, which made it stand out from afar. Kairaha, King of Jackalmen, Violet Platinum, Humanoid. Level, 130. HP, 13 million. Defense, 3,540. Melee attack, 18,739 to 20,739. Skills. Bloodlust Shriek, scream with a high-pitched cry, increases 30% attack power of all allies 10 meters around it. Gust Slash, cleaves a target and deals 100% melee attack. Has a 40% chance to land 2 hits, 30% chance to land 3 hits, 20% chance to land 4 hits, and 10% chance to land 5 hits. The boss skills were similar to that of an elite jackalman. The only difference was the Bloodlust Shriek, which had 10% bonus attack damage. Another troubling skill was the Gust Slash. There were no fixed attack hits in the first place. If the boss manages to trigger 5 hits, it would be an instant death, since each hit would deal over 20,000 damage. Without Berserker's Heal, Zhang has lost the path of the lone killer. Just as he thought of summoning Hanning Shui and Wei Yen Er, a sudden urge to use the God of War transformation popped up. It would have been a waste to do so earlier on, as there were only elite monsters about. But now, he had a boss to kill. Might as well use it, just to try it out. God of War transformation. Shush. Shush. Shing. A radiant light started beaming out of Zhang body. The light then enveloped his character, and a pair of glowing wings burst out from his back. Upon a single mental command, Zhang flapped his newfound wings and flew upwards. Beneath the rage gauge, another gauge appeared, with a similar maximum of 100 points. Since it would take 10 seconds to gain 1 point, the gauge was still empty at that moment. Felice. Let's start the bloodbath. Ha! Zhang bellowed with great power and charged at the boss. His maximum HP was at 3,780,000, allowing him to fight the boss head-on. Spear of Obliteration. 27-234. A short light beam struck the boss, dealing great damage. The boss cried in agony, forcing him to let out a deafening battle cry. All 13 jackalmen let out a shriek, followed by the sounds of their sword flying out of their scabbards. Humph! Zhang grunted as he charged at the boss. With an unstoppable force pushing him forward, Zhang crashed into the boss, cleaving him for 26,321 damage.
A fresh stream of blood was released into the air as Zhang Yang gracefully planted a clean cleave.
Food. Bad food.
Bastard, cried Kairaha as it retaliated with its gigantic cleaver.
Block. -7 for 19, block, reflect damage. D*MN. Even, blocks, reflect damage was truly massive.
Zhang Yang laughed and raised his shield up, bashing the beast on his head with shield bash.
Pang. -33, 393. Fresh meat.
The other 12 elite jackalmen were all oblivious to Zhang Yang's current power level and charged towards him, still thinking that they could kill and eat him.
-0. -0. -0. -0. -4, 218.
Other than the boss, the other 12 monsters were not even able to deal 1 damage to him.
With 11,600 defense points, the elite monsters were completely powerless.
Only the boss was able to scratch at Zhang Yang a little.
As expected of an S-class inheritance. It's powerful. Zhang Yang chuckled and blasted out a horizontal sweep. -56,921. -53,478. -112,198. A sea of 50,000 damage texts popped out, with a few 100,000 critical strike hits. That alone showed the extreme prowess of the God of War transformation skill. It was literally a bloodbath.
Fresh blood turned the air around them misty red.
Felice did not falter, she morphed into her Dragonhawk form and attacked continuously.
Every time the skill, Pulverizing Flame, was ready to be used, she would immediately use it, spreading a sea of flames that would burn everything to ash.
30 seconds into the fight, Zhang Yang finally gathered 3 God of War EP1 and used God of War Crushing Strike.
Zhang Yang shot down from the sky like a meteor and pummeled the earth with his fist. Instantly, a crater measuring over 100 meters wide in radius formed around him.
Cracks spread out, and the light started to burst out through the cracks.
Any target within the skill range received 13,320 damage.
Translator note. 1. EP, energy points.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 511, Magical Fruit of Yin and Yang. Chapter 511, Magical Fruit of Yin and Yang. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In terms of individual damage, Crushing Strike was far weaker than Horizontal Sweep. However, the attack range of the skill was ginormous.
The skill's effective range was as large as 100 meters around Zhang Yang. Be it the boss, or his 12 little brothers, the attack had even managed to attack the monsters who were resting in the wooden sheds of the encampment.
Rudely interrupted, the jackalmen had rushed out of their wooden sheds to attack Zhang Yang.
In his transformed form, these new arrivals were like ants to him.
All it would take is just a simple punch to kill them all.
He did not even need to move around, adjust angles, or lift a foot. With his now boosted armor, be it 100 or 1,000, he would not lose a single drop of health.
Such an awesome feeling. Back before he had the inheritance, Zhang Yang could already fight a boss alone.
But that was when he was weaker and had to remain extremely cautious of his every move, his HP, the boss attack, his skills, and all of the tiny details that would endanger his life. If he had made any small mistakes, any at all, he could have been killed and waste hours of his time, but... Right then, after obtaining the God of War transformation skill, Zhang Yang was like a lion entering a farm, slaying and eating any poor livestock at will.
The feeling of awesomeness was not something you can get by any normal means. But, isn't that what playing games were for? Furthermore, Zhang Yang's God of War transformation was like a hack program. A God mode hack that was obtained after hours of hard work. It was a special kind of pleasure that only Zhang Yang could feel. At the corner of his AoE, a single jackal man was still staggering about with only 20% HP. Zhang Yang targeted him and used a killing cleave, while at full rage points. -327, 865. OF*CK.
Zhang Yang himself was astonished by his own attack. He quickly opened the battle log and found that the attack was a lucky strike that had multiplied his normal attack by 3 times, dealing more than 300,000. His luck attribute points then were 22 points, granting him a 2.2% chance of dealing a lucky strike. On average, it would take 50 attacks to deal 1 lucky strike. That sort of proc rate was strong. After all, it could dish out 300% the original power. Furthermore, it could be stacked with a critical strike, dealing 600% power. When the day comes when he could finally equip Agos, the Destroyer's Blade, that had a damage boost passive, the chance to proc the blade's active skill, coupled with the 600% critical and lucky strike damage boost would be earth-shaking. However, the chances of that happening would be the same as winning the Powerball.
The battle continued on with Zhang Yang's test run of AoE attack skills. With the God of War transformation granting Zhang Yang a 500% damage boost, it would be more sensible for him to use AoE skills. It was a pity that only Horizontal Sweep and Blast Wave could trigger the copied effect of the Sword of Purging Devourer. Still, it was good enough for him to blast all the monsters to Kingdom Come. If players had not paid attention to the monster's properties, they might have assumed that Zhang Yang was just equipping a pair of wings that could grant him flight, battling normal-tiered monsters. That would be more feasible, for, under normal circumstances, there was no way any player would wipe out monsters like weeds in a field. Just 5 minutes after Zhang Yang had started the fight, the boss was now left with 3% HP. Zhang Yang laid down his final sword swing and killed the boss. Frish Miat said the boss as a last parting speech, leaving the world with a smile on its face. Perhaps, the boss had shared the same jubilant emotion that Zhang Yang had felt. That was way too much fun. Right then, in the God of War transformation form, a Violet Platinum boss was not even worth fighting anymore. For Zhang Yang to feel any bit of challenge, he would have to fight a mythical tier boss. Perhaps, only an ethereal boss would give him a real sense of danger. Sadly, after using the God of War transformation for only 6 minutes, he had already killed the boss. The rest of its active time was a complete waste. Zhang Yang then gathered all the boss drops and headed to the wagon. With a single touch, Zhang Yang was shocked to find that he had taken the entire wagon into his inventory. Zhang Yang felt a little weirded out. What was his inventory made of? A super high-tech fifth-dimensional pocket that could fit in futuristic gadgets? Zhang Yang opened his quest log and found that he had completed the requirements for finishing the quest. All that was left to do was to return to Dodothi and obtain his reward. But then again, now that he had already activated the God of War transformation, he might as well use it to its full extent. Zhang Yang flapped his own wings and shot towards the sky. He then proceeded to circle around the mountain and killed every last jackalman that he could find in the map and collected a large sum of experience points. Even though he did gain a massive boost of attack power, it was merely 500%. It was not as if he could slay the heavens and conquer hell. After clearing roughly 20% of all the monsters in the ridge, the God of War transformation ended. The power left Zhang Yang with a bright glow, and Zhang Yang reverted back to his normal form. At the same time, Zhang Yang had gained a level and reached level 104. Zhang Yang rode Whitey Jr. back to Roya's town. Along the way, Zhang Yang took his time to examine the loot that he had obtained from the boss. He had obtained a pair of violet platinum leather boots, a yellow gold cloth hat, and a pair of yellow gold gauntlets. Besides that, the boss had also dropped a skill book. A skill book that Zhang Yang could really make use of. Indiscriminate. Indiscriminate was a berserker-only class skill that would turn all attacks into critical strikes for 10 seconds. Zhang Yang could not learn the skill before, but now he could, since the God of War inheritance had given Zhang Yang access to both berserkers and guardian skills, though the only way he could learn additional skills would be via skill books. Indiscriminate, upon activation, all attacks with your weapon will be a critical strike. Lasts for 10 seconds and can only be used on a target with HP less than 20%. Cooldown, 60 minutes. The skill was perfect, but there was one flaw, and that was the weapon requirement. Skills like Thunderstrike and Dance of Heaven and Earth would not be affected by Indiscriminate. With haste, Whitey Jr. flew to Roya's and landed close to the entrance. Zhang Yang walked the remaining distance and reached the sighing dwarf. "Dwarf," cried Zhang Yang as he stood in front of Dodothi. "TSK. I hate those who are taller than I am," said Dodothi with dissatisfaction in his voice. "Call me Mr. Dodothi or Lord Dodothi from now on." Zhang Yang laughed bitterly and said, "Taller than you? In that case, I think you will be hating 90% of the world's population. Hoof. I have brought you the wagon that you lost." Zhang Yang opened his inventory and tapped on the icon. Like magic, the wagon expanded and miraculously returned to its original size. "Ha ha ha. Wonderful. Splendid. Woohoo. My money. My gold." Dodothi jumped around happily as he patted and examines the goods beneath the canvas. After some time of celebrating all by himself, he coughed a little when he noticed that Zhang Yang was still there, patiently waiting. "All right then. Warrior, you have proven yourself to be useful. Here, just as promised. Ding. You have completed the quest, retrieving the goods. Obtained 5 million experience points. Ding. You have obtained a reward, 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins? The NPC had agreed to pay Zhang Yang 100. As usual, all dwarves cannot be trusted with anything. They are all natural-born liars. But then again, the race was too bipolar in a way that if they were honest, they would be too gullible and could be cheated by a pig.
If they are the lying types, they could lie to the death god and have him grant them immortality.
Hey! Dwarf! Didn't you promise 100 gold coins? Cried Felice in a straightforward manner.
She was not the kind that would tolerate swindlers. She held up her lance and pointed it at him, her intentions to kill as clear as day.
Dodothy was greatly surprised and cowered behind Zhang Yang.
Control your slave, warrior. He had left out the 100 gold coins topic. Zhang Yang wanted to strangle the F***er, but instead, he drew a deep breath and consoled Felice by patting her head.
Only then did she lower her lance. Warrior, how about another job? Asked Dodothy vehemently. Zhang Yang sighed.
Sure, let's hear it. In the mountainous regions, there is a mythical item known as the magical fruit of yin and yang.
Fortunately, I have the location of it. Unfortunately, it's guarded by a bloody monkey.
Warrior, if you can help me get the fruit from him, I will give you 100 gold coins.
Ding! Dodothy Wildhammer has a quest for you, the search for the magical fruit of yin and yang. Will you accept it? Accept.
But not for the sake of Dodothy, of course. When Zhang Yang acquires the fruit, he would just run off to Marjorie to unseal the sword. There was no good reason for him to return to Dodothy, but... When Zhang Yang nodded his head, the dwarf sensed that something was off and quickly added, Hey, don't be having any funny ideas there, warrior. The magical fruit of yin and yang is worthless to anyone. Even if you try to sell it off, it would only be worth less than a copper. I simply want to have it added to own personal collection.
Ha ha. What a sucky liar.
Zhang Yang flew off into the sky without any further conversation. Based on the quest's description, the magic fruit of yin and yang should be at the western area of the ridge. There should be a waterfall there and a powerful boss. Based on what Dodothy had told him, it should be the Monkey King. With speed matching that of an airplane, Whitey Jr. reached the western side of the ridge and found a large waterfall.
There, Zhang Yang rode Whitey Jr. and searched thoroughly for anything that resembled the fruit.
However, since he had no idea on what the fruit might look like, he decided to search for the boss instead. As long as he finds the boss, he should be able to find the fruit, since it should be closer to where the boss was. Zhang Yang descended down further, and by the time he was close to the bottom, he found the boss.
It was a giant monkey with a full coat of golden fur.
It was as tall as two men and was pacing around on a flat plain of rock. He had a pair of golden, fiery eyes and was glaring at anything that moved. He had a large pole in his hands that he swung about absent-mindedly. Perhaps, if he did not possess a pair of large wings behind his back, he could have posed as the great Chinese saint, Sun Wukong. Winged Monkey King Chakra, Ethereal, Beast.
Level, 125. HP, 37,500,000. Defense, 5,200.
Melee attack, 30,157 to 34,157. Skills. Cloud Piercer, strikes the head of a target for 150% melee physical damage, stunning the target for 5 seconds. Radiant Eyes of the Clairvoyant, spots the weak points of the target and strikes it with the might of the earth.
Deals 300% melee physical damage. Attack cannot be dodged or blocked. Casting time, 2 seconds.
Thunder Summoning Jutsu, summons a nimbus cloud that will strike the target and anyone else 10 meters around the initial target for 40,000 natural damage. Special, capable of flight. With such a strong weapon attack, Zhang Yang feared that he might not able to survive without the help of the god of war transformation. Even then, he was without the Berserker's Heel. With Shield Wall and Last Vigor, he might. But the two skills were not as powerful as Berserker's Heel. Shield Wall had 2.5 minutes of cooldown, while Last Vigor had 5 minutes. It was not possible for him to cycle through the skills. As a conclusion, it was impossible for Zhang Yang to fight him alone. He had to call Han Shui and Wei Yin Air to help out.
Ayaya. Noob tank. Help us. Use the party order now, quick. Dummy. There's someone trying to kill us. Hurry up and summon us.
Just when Zhang Yang had taken out the party summon order, both Han Shui and Wei Yin Air were crying out hysterically for his help.
Without wasting another second, Zhang Yang activated the order and the two of them were teleported to his side. They had only less than 30% HP left.
Worriedly, Zhang Yang frowned.
What's going on? There's a party searching for the milkmaid deity inheritance fragments. They tracked us down and wanted to kill us.
There were 6 of them. We had to call for your help, said Han Shui, with a shocked expression on her face. Zhang Yang did not understand why and how that could have happened. He was sure that no one else had managed to get hold of the S-Class inheritance in his previous lifetime.
But, then again, it might be.
Since the name Milkmaid Deity was a little weird for an S-class inheritance, the players who had obtained the inheritance might have refused to share any information about the inheritance. However, based on the timing, this would be around the same time when the first S-class inheritance surfaced in his previous life.
Who are they?
I think they were all one big family or friends or some sort. All of them had the name Hell in their name tags. Hell's Knight, Hell's Warrior, Hell's Hunter, all in all, there were 6 classes in total, said Haning Shui. She shrugged. All of them were well equipped and 2 of them had battle companions.
Zhang Yang chuckled.
If there were only 6 of them, you should have put on the lover's charm and summoned me there. Since they had the S-class inheritance fragment, we could have killed them and obtained the fragments.
It's a unique item that only one player could acquire. Haning Shui calmed down and smiled seductively. We
were already being beaten around like dogs. We were almost killed there.
How could I have thought of a counterattack? That said, it was 6v3. I don't want to lose the 5th fragment.
Zhang Yang then thought over it for a while and said, well then, in that case, I want you to stop searching for the rest of the fragments. It does not matter if you're missing a piece or 5 pieces. We could wait until they hunt for all the pieces and come for you.
By then, we will be the ones killing them. And taking their loot. Like killing a boss. Ha ha. Whoa, newbie tank.
You're such a scoundrel. I can't say I don't like the sound of that.
Wei Yan laughed manically.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 512, Winged Monkey King Chakra. Chapter 512, Winged Monkey King Chakra. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Enough with that.
I intended to call you here for a boss anyway, said Zhang Yang as he pointed at the direction of the golden monkey.
That's him.
That's a mythical tier boss, the 2 females gasped.
After the Chaos Realm threshold, many of bosses that they had encountered were mostly Violet Platinum.
The only mythical boss ever encountered was the black dragon that Zhang Yang had killed.
None of the ladies had ever seen any mythical tier boss.
Dummy, can you really hold up against that? Said Haning Shui with a bit of concern. There was a reason behind her sudden doubt. Usually, Haning Shui would never have doubted Zhang Yang's capability, even when only the 2 of them were present. The reason was that Haning Shui's healing powers were nerfed by at least 1/3. Furthermore, Zhang Yang had already lost the super OP healing skill, Berserker's Heal. Also, none of them had upgraded their equipment. There's little to no hope of defeating this powerful boss with just the 3 of them. Zhang Yang chuckled and gave Haning Shui an evil grin, saying, you should know better.
It's not like you haven't seen my power, it even has a copious amount of agility and endurance thrown into the mix.
Haning Shui was a naive woman, though not to the level of the little brat. However, she knew very well what he was talking about, having tasted the brutal strength of his shaft. Plus, she was the kind of beauty that men would die for, the kind of woman would never be ashamed of public displays of affection. When she made sure that Zhang Yang was looking, she licked her lips seductively and said, honey, I want more. Zhang Yang coughed violently when he heard that. Last night, he was nearly driven to a point of no return by the women, one was drunk, and the other was trying to make a statement.
After the merry night, Zhang Yang was traumatized.
Every time he heard the word, one more time, or again, he would twitch. Sis, newbie tank, what are you guys chattering about? Groaned the little girl as she was bored and annoyed at losing in the scissor, paper, stone game with Felice. While Felice was getting more cheerful with each passing moment, the little girl was left sulking.
It's nothing. Kids shouldn't meddle with the affairs of adults. Zhang Yang snapped.
Zhang Yang had lost his composure for a minute there and had to regather himself for a while before getting ready for the boss.
Let's go. Don't stay too close to me. Or each other, for that matter. The cloud summoning skill is an AoE. Remember to get away from me when he uses the skill. Especially you. Stupid little girl. TSK. Please. You reek of sweat. I won't get near you even if you ask me to. Wei Yan scoffed.
Felice, on the other hand, was the epitome of what you could call as an innocent little girl. She quickly interrupted the conversation and defended Zhang Yang. Big brother does not reek of sweat.
You cannot insult Big Brother so callously. Zhang Yang laughed and patted Felice's head. Keep calm, little Felice. The little girl is being a little girl. She has yet to be a mature woman. Leave the little rascal be. Okay. Felice blushed. Kaya. Wei Yan was furious.
Just before she was about to vent her anger on Zhang Yang, he had left to start the fight while atop Whitey Jr.'s back. The red-hot chili pepper then ran towards the boss and unleashed her anger there instead.
Key. Woo woo. AKAK.
When the large monkey noticed Zhang Yang approaching him, he brandished his long pole. With one decisive swing into the air, he entered his battle stance, the sheer momentum of which had created a distortion in the air around them and blew off many dried leaves off their branches.
Key. The monkey jumped towards Zhang Yang, attempting to smash him on the head. Naturally, Zhang Yang's first action was to block the attack.
Both of them were midair, hence, when the monkey's pole struck Zhang Yang's metal shield, the power had smashed Zhang Yang and the flying serpent down from the sky like a meteor, creating a crater after they landed on the ground.
Ove. Zhang Yang coughed out a mouthful of blood and spit them away.
Bosses would never intentionally use supporting attacks, the sheer force of the blow had coincidentally resulted in a supporting attack. That was how the discovery of supporting attack was stumbled upon in the first place. There was once when a player found himself being beaten to a pulp by the boss, but did not receive additional HP damage. After the player tried it out himself and further developed the attacks, thus granting fame as the founder of supporting attacks. Zhang Yang got up to his feet and picked up his fallen shield and sword.
He is a tank. No matter what the situation or scenario is, he would have to be quick. Especially when he has to be the first person on the aggro list. If he failed to do so, the little girl would die at the hands of the boss. The little girl had taken his solid, consistent performance for granted. She would always rush into fights without waiting for Zhang Yang. Then again, Zhang Yang had never failed to draw the boss' attention. 1439.
Zhang Yang landed a cripple defense before anything else. This was especially important since the boss had 5,200 defense. If he had not, Wei Yan air attacks would only cause less than 50% of her original attack despite wielding a two-handed axe.
Unlike others, Wei Yan air was particularly good at syncing with Zhang Yang at this particular stage of the battle.
Zhang Yang would land the first, cripple defense, while she would land the next one. After a few well-timed cycle when the two of them took turns swinging, 5 layers of cripple defense would be applied to the boss in less than 2 to 3 seconds.
Right then, the boss would be left with 2,600 defense. For Zhang Yang, the boss was practically naked, since he had his eagle eye. Zhang Yang landed a clean hit and dealt 6,682 damage. Both Han Shui and Wei Yan blinked in surprise at that.
No matter how many times they've heard of the prowess of the god of war inheritance, this was the first time they've seen it firsthand.
Wei Yan cried out, "Whoa! Noob tank! I can only deal around 8,000 damage per hit. Don't think that I'll stop calling you a noob tank." Zhang Yan laughed, "Call me anything you want. I had but only a 50% increase in attack via a passive skill. The one you should be paying attention to is Felice. Take a look." Felice was not paying attention to their conversation and was busy conjuring fire missiles to blast the boss. Her attacks would always be above 20,000 damage as long as the target has no fire resistance. The poor Wei Yan was greatly saddened when she had noticed that Felice's attacks were so many times stronger than hers. In the party, Wei Yan's position was shaky, being first, second, and the third place. When compared to individual strikes, Wei Yan's damage should be the highest, since she was wielding a two-handed axe. She had always taken pride in having the strongest hits per strike. She immediately got jealous when she saw that Felice's attack could reach up to 20,000 damage with each fire blast. Gore. Now I see. You can be so strong if you change sexes. Noob tank. I want an inheritance too. I want to change too. Zhang Yang could not help but frown. Right now, I have 2 inheritance fragments with me. There's a B-class vampire inheritance and a random one, called the Monk of Flame. Wei Yan sulked. Stingy. You're being stingy. How could you hand me B-class inheritances? I'm your little sister-in-law. I've heard people saying that a man owns half of his sister-in-law. That means I am half your woman. Ha! How could you be stingy with your own woman? If you can't get me an S-class, get me an A-class. Zhang Yang cringed so hard that he became distracted from the fight. Luckily, Felice was still blasting on and on so that the boss could not shift its target to Han Shui or Wei Yan. While Zhang Yang was thinking hard on how to fix Wei Yan's deranged thinking, Han Shui was already rolling on the floor, laughing her *SS off. Only Wei Yan cocked her head, confused at her cousin's mad laughter. Zhang Yang gave up and decided to leave it at that. "Focus on the fight, please," said Zhang Yang. Just when Zhang Yang turned back to the boss, the pole struck his head hard, glowing with a golden light. Zhang Yang immediately knew that the attack was a skill. Cloud Piercer. 25056.
Zhang Yang would have instantaneously raised his shield to block the attack, but his skill was on cooldown. It would be useless to use the shield to block an attack without block in effect. However, it could still be used to protect oneself from being smashed till one's head bleeds.
That, or to prevent the attack from destroying a player's throat, which would prevent the player from consuming any potions. Han Ningxue quickly cast a series of healing skills on Zhang Yang and patted her chest in relief. Humph, silly you, lucky for you that you have the extra 20% damage reduction skill, or else I could have really lost you there. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement.
While healers were being nerfed greatly, the boss prowess had been left untouched. Naturally, the healers would be in tight spot. If Zhang Yang had not obtained the God of War as his inheritance, he would not have gained the 20% additional damage reduction passive, which would give Han Ningxue serious trouble. It would be useless even if she had unlimited MP, since the HP loss does not match the HP gain. Technically, if he had not obtained the inheritance in the first place, the update would have never happened. Berserker's Heal and other healing skills would not have been nerfed. Still, it was only a matter of time before other players obtained any other form of inheritances. The Monkey King's attack was as ferocious as a storm and as fast as lightning. Each swing of his metal pole would send blades of wind out that would slice through trees, raising up a cloud of dust and booms and flying birds in the nearby surroundings. Even the waterfall seemed to defy gravity at that moment.
Noob tank. Don't you have the skill, beast taming? Try and catch this boss as a pet. Ha ha. Or perhaps even a disciple. You can name him Sun and you would be Tang the monk. Whitey Jr. could be Bailong. Ha, said Wei Yen Air. It's truly a mystery to how the little girl thinks. She could just cough out random gibberish during an intense fight. Still, Zhang Yang was amused. If I were to be Tang the monk, both of you could be Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing. Foo. Little girl, you can be Zhu Beiji then. That's awesome, cried the little girl happily. With a straight face, she said, I've always wanted to sleep and eat all along. A lazy life is what I want. Zhang Yang frowned at the unexpected answer. Isn't that your current lifestyle?
Wei Yenair straightened up suddenly and fell silent, her face flushed with vermilion, the color of carnal shame.
Zhang Yang smirked, then again, if I were to become a Tang the monk, someone would be greatly aggravated, but... Tisk.
Han Ningxue self-consciously replied, don't think that a woman needs a man to do it.
Oh, the Monkey King noticed that the three players were not being serious with the fight and got irritated.
With a loud cry, his golden eyes flared up with flames and blasted two light beams at Zhang Yang. The light rays made contact with Zhang Yang but did not deal any damage. On the other hand, there was a progress bar appearing on top of the boss character. 2 seconds was all it would take to complete his skill. It was the Radiant Eyes of the Clairvoyant. A 300% damage skill. Zhang Yang rushed to it and dealt Frost Strike. -13,289. Resist. The boss had taken damage, but had resisted the freeze effect. The progress bar was still filling up. Felice then shot down to the ground and morphed back to her human form. She thrust out her lance and used Dragon Spear Barrage. -24,586. Unfortunately, the Dragon Spear Barrage stunning rate was too low, and even if the skill had procced, the boss would still have resisted it. After all, their target was a mythical tier boss. The strongest boss that they had ever fought in the map. With no options left on the table, Zhang Yang braced himself to take the hit. Noticing the situation, Han Ningxue quickly cast Holy Shield on Zhang Yang. The skill could not heal, hence, it had not been nerfed. It could absorb damage equivalent to 200% of the caster's magic attack. Han Ningxue's magic attack at that moment was 6,687, so the shield could absorb 13,000 damage. However, even though the skill effect was not nerfed, the cooldown had been made longer by 60 seconds. It was still a form of degradation. Zhang Yang still had over 70,000 HP. He then decided not to activate Shield Wall. Since he had Holy Shield, in effect, the incoming attack would have only caused him to lose most, but not all of his HP. It was more than enough. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 513, Battle Against the Winged Monkey. Chapter 513, Battle Against the Winged Monkey. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. -40512. The Winged Monkey had completed the chanting for the Radiant Eyes of the Clairvoyant. The quarterstaff of the Winged Monkey King swung towards the chest of Zhang Yang at lightning speed, as it struck him in the middle of his chest, causing some damage. If it wasn't for the holy shield that had been cast him earlier on, this strike would have inflicted Zhang Yang with more than 50,000 damage.
That was not all.
The impact of this swing was so freaking powerful that it sent Zhang Yang flying, along with Whitey Jr. who was beneath him, tens of meters back. Zhang Yang could taste his own blood in his throat as a small amount of blood was forced out from his mouth. If he had hurriedly attempted to gulp down a healing potion at that moment, he would have spat the healing potion out from his mouth, together with his blood. That would have wasted one bottle of healing potion and one chance for taking a potion. Gaga, the winged monkey king was pleased with itself. It let out a series of balls and squalls before it began to launch its attacks again. With the wings on its back open wide, the winged monkey king launched itself through the air, straight at Zhang Yang.
The boss raised its metallic quarterstaff and attempted to crack Zhang Yang's skull open.
What the hell? Zhang Yang quickly raised his shield to block that attack. The impact was really heavy, and Zhang Yang was once again sent flying. Wei Yan'er laughed heartlessly when she saw Zhang Yang's pathetic floundering. She furrowed her alluring eyebrows and said, "Hey, wild monkey. Where did you get a stick like that?" Zhang Yang also frowned as he said, "Yeah, why didn't you ask the boss why is it not wearing any pants and showing off those red buttocks? Why didn't you ask the boss about the secret treasures it has hidden in the area? Oh right. Where does the monster keep the money? Well, if we know the whereabouts of the money, we can just take the money and run, without having to fight it. Just take, and go." The little brat had completely failed to detect Zhang Yang's sarcasm. Zhang Yang could not help but to frown again as he lost his smile. He thought about asking Han Shui to help him out. However, that witch is no better than the little brat. The two of them only had eyes for money. As expected, birds of a feather flocked together. Gee, the winged monkey raised a hand and made a waving gesture. Instantly, a thundercloud appeared right on top of Wei Yan'er's head, and lightning was seen surging within the thundercloud. Without any warning, a blinding thunderbolt struck down upon Wei Yan'er, splat on the top of her head. Wei Yan'er let out a miserable scream as she took a damage of 40,000 points. She was now a humongous, walking piece of coal. Only her shiny eyes remained distinguishable. That was the super skill, Thunder Summoning Jutsu, of the boss, the skill that strikes the target and all enemies within 10 meters of the target surrounding with 40,000 nature damage. Fortunately for them, there were only 3 of them, and the size of the boss is massive. Even though Zhang Yang and Wei Yan'er are both melee class players, but with one at the front of the boss while the other at the rear of the boss, the two of them could still manage to pull a 10-meter gap between themselves. The little brat also has a violet platinum, flying mount. With her winged tiger, and the effective vitality aura that Zhang Yang provided, she had more than 130,000 HP. Her amount of HP was definitely comparable to Zhang Yang's total HP atop his yellow gold, flying mount. Therefore, although a total of 40,000 nature damage may seem high, it is still far away from being capable of killing off the little brat in one hit. After engaging the boss for a little while, Zhang Yang suddenly felt that there was something missing. So he quickly asked, "Wait a minute. Witchy Snow, where is your battle companion?" "Ah." Han Shui seemed to just realize it as well. Then she said, "That winner tried to play dead when we were battling the hellish family. I've totally forgotten about him." She quickly summoned Messick out with a wave of her hand. The moment that winner appeared, he flashed her what he considered to be a charming smile, and stood right before Han Shui. Then he began to speak, "My queen, there's no need to worry. Any enemy who intends to hurt you would have to step over my dead body. You better get lost, then. Countless people have already stepped over your dead body. So much for you protecting me." Han Shui commanded her, Red Gold Crab, threw her mind in the Red Gold Crab, extended one of its legs out and kicked Messick right into the battlefield. What an unreliable tank. He would be the last to enter the battle and the first to leave. His play dead is so much more realistic than the fake death of the hunters. Well, Zhang Yang had been there to witness its realism himself. Even he was tricked by the convincing appearance of his death. Although the party only had 3 players in it, with the support from their mounts and battle companions, their total damage output was extremely powerful. Their DPS had already exceeded 40,000 damage. Even though the boss had an HP bar that comes near to a total of 40 million HP, it would only take Zhang Yang and his party about 1,000 seconds to empty the entire HP bar out. 40 million HP isn't that much, in the grand scale of things. However, the Winged Monkey King is a mythical tier boss after all. Even though Zhang Yang had his passive damage immunity increased by 20%, he was still having a tough time tanking against the boss. Shield Wall, Last Vigor, Blood of Life, Potions. He activated every single skill and consumed the potions that were at his disposal. Zhang Yang did not even consider being thrifty about it. However, after he activated his rearm once, he only managed to tank against the boss for another 10 minutes.
Han Shui could not keep up with the rate that Zhang Yang was losing his HP anymore.
After all, the healer class was hugely underpowered at the moment, and the equipment of Zhang Yang and his party were all one tier lower than the mythical tier boss. 10 minutes later, the duration of the God of War's shield was over. The passive damage immunity of Zhang Yang was dropped by 20%, making the situation even worse for him.
Zhang Yang quickly asked for help. Felice, relieve me for a little while.
Alright, big brother.
Felice was not hesitant and lazy like that Winter Messick.
She immediately descended to the ground and transformed into her humanoid form, charging up to the boss. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang waited for the right timing before he activated his Shadow of the Void and disengaged himself from the battle with the boss. Then, he went aside and used his bandages to recover his HP as soon as he was able to. On the other hand, Felice activated her absolute defense as she began to tank against the boss, undaunted by its heavy blows. Another 10 minutes passed, and the battle raged on. Although the attack of Zhang Yang was now a lot higher, it was simply not possible for him to regain the aggro within a mere 2 minutes. Even if he keeps Felice back to his battle companion slot, Wei Yan'er would become the primary target of the boss. Zhang Yang would only be able to stay ahead of Han Shui at most. However, it is not impossible to take down the boss within such a short amount of time either. Zhang Yang has the glare of the death god.
He could do some massive damage to the boss. Time to slaughter. With absolute defense activated, Felice did not require any healing attention at all.
Han Shui only had to give her a regeneration to maintain Felice's HP bar at full state.
Han Shui could not help but to feel relieved and happy. Silly you, when can you become as strong as Felice? Things will become easier for me.
Zhang Yang could not help but to smile like a pervert as he said, am I not strong enough for you? Han Shui looked at Zhang Yang with a tender passion in her eyes as she suddenly thought of something, turning slightly red. She was most likely reliving the events of last night where she was strongly subdued by Zhang Yang. When the duration of absolute defense that Felice activated was left with 10 seconds remaining, the HP bar of the boss was finally reduced down to 20%. Zhang Yang possessed the slaughtering skill at the moment. So, he activated his indiscriminate before he started throwing his assaults onto the boss aggressively. Within the next 10 seconds, every single hit from his weapon became a critical attack. Rage Lust Slaughter.
52,892.
A high value of number appeared right above its head. Wei Yan'er could not stand being a bystander, and neither was she willing to lose to Zhang Yang. She also activated her indiscriminate, followed by her Rage Lust Slaughter.
71,889. Because the little brat was using a two-handed weapon, even Zhang Yang's 50% additional increase in his attack was unable to make up for it. Especially when her attacks ignored defense, she was unleashing the full potential of her two-handed weapon, in terms of attack. Furthermore, the equipment that Zhang Yang had on him was geared for defense, and all the DI gemstones that he had placed into the sockets were vitality gemstones. So, his strength was still far behind the strength of Wei Yan'er. Other than that, the equipment set that boosted DPS also had an additional increase in their damage effect, based by percentages. That made the difference between Zhang Yang and Wei Yan'er even larger. Horizontal Sweep. 27,886. Destructive Smash. 26,880. Because the attack power of the boss was unimaginably high, Zhang Yang need not have to worry about having not enough rage points at his disposal. He could use his skills as much as he wanted to. Chaotic Dance of Electric Current. Dance of the Heaven and Earth. Zhang Yang, Han Shui and Wei Yan'er had already gulped down their power potions in order to increase their damage output to the maximum. In just a brief 10 seconds, the HP bar of the boss had dropped rapidly like an avalanche. The absolute defense ended. Felice did not transform into the Dragonhawk form as she maintained in her humanoid form to tank against the boss head-on. Although her defense had reached up to 4,480, the defense wasn't really doing her any justice when she had to face the 30,000 normal damage of the boss. Each attack from the boss damaged Felice by about 25,000 points. Even Han Shui was terrified by the amount of HP that she needed to heal back. Frost Strike. 12,333. After the boss took damage from the strike, the Winged Monkey King was suddenly frozen solid, as it entered a 10-second period of complete immobility. Finally, something really great has happened. Han Shui finally found a moment to breathe properly. She took advantage of the moment and healed Felice up as much as she could, while Felice used a bandage to heal herself up as well. The priority of this little lady at the moment was not to increase damage output, but to stay alive. Gee,
GG. The Winged Monkey King broke out of the frost after 10 seconds. Then, the boss began to charge at Felice with its quarterstaff as it launched its assaults on her aggressively. Even though Felice had about 130,000 HP, she still could not handle the unimaginably powerful attack of the boss. Her HP was reducing rapidly from 100,000 to 80,000, then from 80,000 to 50,000. No matter how much Han Yingshui tried to heal her up, she could not maintain the HP level of Felice at all, However, they managed to hold on for another 1 minute. The HP bar of the Winged Monkey King was reduced down to 12%. Glare of the Death God. A shroud of dark mist began to form into a dark skull, right above the head of the boss. The skull tore open its mouth wide as it began to reveal a terrifying and wretched smile. The mouth was so dark that it looked like a black hole. 375000. Zhang Yang swung his sword across the body of the boss and triggered the special effect of the Glare of the Death God. That took 1% of the boss's HP bar right off. This skill would affect stronger enemies better. The stronger the monsters are, the better the special effects of the skill. This amount of damage was not just a merely 3,700, or even 37,000. It was a total of 370,000 damage that we are talking about here. However, although the damage that this skill could cause on the boss is terrifying, it did nothing to help Zhang Yang regain his aggro. The amount of the boss's aggro on Zhang Yang only increased slightly. Well, after giving it some thoughts, it made sense as well. If anyone got so lucky that every single hit this person lands on the boss triggers the special effect of the Glare of the Death God, surely the person would not be able to handle the boss after becoming the primary target of the boss, even if the person is a powerful tanker. 375000. 375000. In just mere 6 seconds, the special effect of the Glare of the Death God was already triggered for 10 times, and the dark skull right above the boss's head disappeared right after the 10th occurrence. Now, the boss was left only with 2% HP. We can do this. Slay the boss. 1%. 0%. Rock. The Winged Monkey King let out a miserably scream right before it died. The massive body of the boss slammed down onto the ground. The metallic quarterstaff fell out of the hands of the boss and clanged onto the solid rock by its side. The clanging discharged some sparks across the surroundings. This is actually the first mythical boss that Zhang Yang and his party had slain with their own hands. At that moment, the three of them cheered together. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 514, Heaven Shaker. Chapter 514, Heaven Shaker. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Yang scouted around the magical fruit of Yin and Yang, while Han Yingshui and Wei Yin went up to the loot dropped from the boss, full of joy and expectations. The Winged Monkey King dropped 4 pieces of equipment in total. One was a pitch-black, huge, metallic quarterstaff. One end of it was heavier than the other, ending in a huge, non-reflective crown, so it should work as a bludgeoning weapon, something like a maul or a hammer. The second equipment was a pair of greaves that was also purely black in color, looking rather bulky. The third one was a fine piece of jewelry, an alluring, dark blue necklace that sparkled brilliantly, making itself look pricey. Last but not least, was an exquisite long gown in the color of creamy white. Zhang Yang was still searching around for his fruit. Meanwhile, Wei Yin picked up the gown and put it by herself, trying to see if it fit her, and she asked, "Snow, do I look pretty in this?" "Not at all." Han Yingshui replied, so certain of herself, without any pause. Zhang Yang overheard them and frowned in frustration. He turned his head back to them and snapped, "Oh please. You should judge it by its attributes. Winged Phoenix Gown, Violet Platinum, Cloth Armor. Defense, plus 16. Vitality, plus 857. Intelligence, plus 548. Spirit, plus 242. Equip, increases maximum MP by 1,100 points. Equip, increases damage and healing efficiency by 2%. Unidentified. Required level, 120. Well, the equipment is fine, but it could only be worn after reaching level 120. By then, they would definitely be loaded with mythical tier equipment already. This gown was not likely to be used in the future. However, Han Yingshui took the gown, regardless of that. If they really are unfortunate enough not to have acquired any mythical tier cloth armor by then, at least she could still equip this gown. The little brat picked up the heavy pair of greaves and laughed, "I have a feeling that this is mine." It should be. Mysterious metallic greaves, mythical, heavy armor. Defense, plus 160. Vitality, plus 1,778.
Strength, plus 841. Agility, plus 363. Equip, increases maximum HP by 3,500 points. Equip, increases damage and healing efficiency by 3.5%. Equip, absorbs 358 damage when being hit. Unidentified. Required level, 120. Special, decreases 20 levels of required level to equip. The attributes of this pair of greaves are truly something. The three of them were stunned for a moment. Noob Tank, is this a defensive type armor, or an offensive type armor, then? Wei Yan'er blinked her eyes and she asked, we can't call this a defensive armor, what's with the damage increase attributes? And if we say that this is an offensive type, it actually has a damage absorption attribute. What a confusing armor this is. Zhang Yang laughed and said, let's just say that we have been fortunate enough to have picked up an awesome piece of armor. This piece of armor enhances both DPS and defense. It most probably would only drop on the first kill of a boss. So, the next time when others slay this boss again, the equipment that drops might only have DPS or defense, one way or another. Wow! There's actually such a good benefit for getting the first kill of a boss? Wei Yan'er gave it some thought, then she threw the greaves over to Zhang Yang. Alright, since you have not gotten yourself any offensive type armors, you should just keep it. I'll only want purely offensive armor. Well, what a pleasant surprise. This little brat is actually quite generous for once. Zhang Yang smiled and said, this equipment is an awesome piece of equipment for both DPS and tank players. Look at it this way. If you can ever gather a full set of this type of armor, you will become a DPS player that resembles to a defense of a tanker. When you fight in the arena with this type of armor, your opponent would definitely have a tough time battling you. Wei Yan'er quickly covered her ears with her hands and said, stinky noob tank. If you try to draw me in, I'm going to snatch those pants back. Zhang Yang laughed out loud as he placed the mysterious metallic greaves into his inventory. Well, the rate of triggering the special effect of the 8-piece Titan armor set was extremely low. On the other hand, the special effect of the 5-piece Titan armor set is the actual special effect that had been giving Zhang Yang the advantage, all this while. A free shield bash and a double damage. As for the special effect of the 3-piece Titan armor set that adds 10,000 HP, it had gradually been losing effectiveness as players started to get more and more powerful. Wei Yan'er picked up the necklace. Blue Jade Necklace, Violet Platinum Necklace. Vitality, plus 212. Intelligence, plus 137. Spirit, plus 137. Equip, increases maximum MP by 270 points. Equip, increases damage and healing efficiency by 2%. Equip, reduces the cooldown period of Holy Shield by 7 seconds. Unidentified. Required level, 120. This is also a powerful necklace for priests. Unfortunately, this equipment can only be equipped when the player reaches level 120. Han Yngshui had no choice but to keep it deep in her inventory for the moment. The final piece would be the pitch-black, huge metallic quarterstaff with a lopsided end. Heaven Shaker, Mythical, Two-Handed Hammer. Weapon attack, 5,275 to 6,675. Attack interval, 3.8 seconds. DPS, 1,572. Equip, increases damage by 1%. Equip, after striking a target, there is a small rate of breaking heaven's floor and summoning a punishment straight from the heavens, inflicting 7,000 fire damage to the target. Unidentified. Required level, 120. Special, reduces 20 levels from the required level. Wei Yan'er was feeling confused, this is clearly a quarterstaff. How can it be a hammer? Zhang Yang laughed out loud, then he began to explain, well, in God's miracle, other than the dagger, sword, hammer, and axe, all weapons that can stab are categorized as sword type. For example, lance, spear, and other weapons that inflict damage via blunt force trauma are all categorized as hammer types. So, this quarterstaff is categorized as a hammer. As for those weapons that cut and slash, they are all axes and swords. Han Yngshui and Wei Yan'er rolled their eyes at Zhang Yang. What kind of explanation is this? They were not one bit convinced. But whatever it is, this two-handed hammer is definitely one of a kind at the current stage of the game. First of all, it was a mythical tier weapon, which were extremely valuable and rare. Then there was also the 20 levels reduction of the required level, giving players early access to the weapon before they even reach level 120. That alone would be a powerful reason for anyone to fight for it. Little brat, do you want this hammer, then? Although Zhang Yang was tempted to take it, he had already taken one equipment from the loots, so he felt that he had to let others pick it first. If you want this hammer, give me the axe that you are using right now.
Wei Yan'er gave it some thought, and then she shook her head and said, I'll pass.
I prefer to use an axe more. The sensation of plunging it into enemies is kind of addictive. Other than that, I believe that you haven't had the chance to enjoy using a two-handed weapon before, right? Here's your chance to have it. Wow, why are you so generous today? Are you having a fever? Zhang Yang laughed. Pooey. You're the one with the fever.
Other than the 4 equipment, the boss had also dropped a skill book with a blue hardcover. The name of the skill on that skill book is Thunderblade. This skill is limited only to thieves, warriors, and knights. Well, Thunderblade. Zhang Yang nodded at Wei Yan'er and said, Little brat, this is quite an extraordinary skill we have here. It is actually the enhanced version of your Tornado Cleave. You're so lucky. Of course, Wei Yan'er took up the book without being polite and all, as usual. She tapped the skill book against herself, and a stream of golden light flashed across her entire body. After that, she had acquired another new skill. Thunderblade, by repeatedly swinging the weapon, inflicts 100% melee attack of physical damages all targets within the melee range of the user. Lasts for 6 seconds. Within that time, you can move around, but you cannot do any other actions. You will not be affected by any status restriction effects. Required, melee weapon. Consumes 100 rage points. Cooldown period, 3 minutes. Wei Yan'er could not stop jumping giddily about the power of this new skill. She was so eager that she ran into the surroundings to locate a monster for her to try out her new skill. Zhang Yang also found his magical fruit of yin and yang, finally. He managed to find it among one of the bushes in the surroundings. This was one hell of a strange-looking fruit. The shape of it was in the shape of a strawberry, and the half of it was white in color, while the other half was black in color. The color of this fruit was just like the name of the fruit, yin and yang. However, there was only one fruit among the bushes. It was a one-of-a-kind. So, Zhang Yang had to forget about earning additional experience points from the quest by delivering more of these fruits. Right after they were done harvesting the loots, Zhang Yang and the ladies headed back to town. Zhang Yang had 2 equipment that needed identifying. Since he was in a hurry, the moment he set foot on the morning town, he quickly used the teleportation circle and teleported straight back to the White Jade Castle. He then summoned Whitey Jr. and flew straight to the identifying shop to get the job done. 1,000 gold coins, the dim-sighted old identifier raised one of his fingers up and showed it to Zhang Yang. What a greedy old man. After paying the cost, a stream of golden light flashed across the weapon, and the mysterious attributes of the mysterious metallic greaves came to light. Mysterious metallic greaves, mythical, heavy armor. Defense, plus 160. Vitality, plus 2,540. Strength, plus 1,201. Agility, plus 518. Level 4 Socket 1. Level 4 Socket 2. Equip, increases maximum HP by 5,000 points. Equip, increases damage and healing efficiency by 5%. Equip, absorbs 512 damage when being hit. Required level, 120. Special, reduces 20 levels on the required level. Comparing this new piece of equipment to his current one, the Titan Greaves, only adds 80 defense, 806 vitality, 230 strength, and 115 agility attributes. Additionally, he only gets to absorb 232 damage while he is being hit. Clearly, the Titan Greaves are totally no match for the mysterious metallic greaves. After switching it on, the total amount of Zhang Yang's HP increased from 94,000, straight up to a total of 120,000. What a tremendous boost! Then, he took out the Heaven Shaker and placed it on the table. There's another one. A player was standing right beside Zhang Yang when he took out the pitch-black quarterstaff-shaped hammer. As the player saw that mythical weapon looked just like a piece of charred, black quarterstaff, he could not help but to laugh out loud. Brother, you must be joking. Black steel tier equipment does not require identification. Speaking of which, your level must be very low, so low to be able to still acquire black steel equipment. Ha ha. Well, online games these days define a player by the player's level. So you will have to pick up all the hand-me-downs from the Forerunners if your level is too low. Well, it's not that I like to tease people, but you should just focus on leveling up and stop wasting time on picking up remaining loot on the ground. Oh my god. White Piglet. Come and have a look at this. This fellow actually took a black steel weapon to be identified. I can't hold it in much longer, I'll die laughing. Haha. This player did not just come in trying to act familiar with Zhang Yang, he also tried to teach Zhang Yang a lesson by giving advice to Zhang Yang with compassion. And that was not it, he had also called one of his friends to join in. The two of them were already laughing hard when they saw that the identifier was beginning to look closer at the Heaven Shaker. However, the thoughts that did not cross their minds was that, why would an identifier look at a piece of black steel weapon, if the system already indicates that black steel equipment does not require to be identified? Zhang Yang could not help but to laugh along and shook his head for a while. Naturally, he had no intention to argue with these two imbeciles. Firstly, it would only waste his own precious time. Secondly, well, he would not likely see these idiots again. So, why stir unnecessary things up when he can just ignore them and walk away like a real grown-up man?
5,000 gold coins.
The identifier adjusted his old man glasses, as he raised up all 5 fingers and showed it to Zhang Yang.
What a merciless old man. What? 5,000 gold coins?
The friendly player who had tried to teach Zhang Yang a lesson could not believe what he heard and saw as he quickly turned to his friend. What the hell?
There is a bug in the system. Why does identifying a black steel weapon needs 5,000 gold? This is insane. Sharp Wolf, I think you must be mistaken.
It doesn't look like a black steel equipment at all. The friend was slightly brighter as he finally realized that something was off. Zhang Yang paid the 5,000 gold coins, and a stream of golden light flashed across the Heaven Shaker. However, the appearance of the weapon remained as a pitch-black, huge metallic quarterstaff with a lopsided end.
However, the attributes of this equipment are astounding.
Heaven Shaker, mythical, two-handed hammer.
Weapon attack, 7,536 to 9,536. Attack interval, 3.8 seconds. DPS, 2,246. Level 4 Socket 1. Level 4 Socket 2. Equip, increases damage by 20%.
Equip, after hitting a target, there is a small rate of breaking through heaven's floor and sanctioning a punishment straight from the heaven, inflicting 10,000 fire damage to the target.
Required level, 120. Special, reduces 20 levels for the required level. Hey, brother. What exactly is that equipment of yours? Can you share a link of its attributes, so that we can have a look? That annoying player could no longer keep himself from prying, so he went up to Zhang Yang with his thick face and asked Zhang Yang to show them. Zhang Yang felt that he had nothing to lose, so he took a screenshot of the Heaven Shaker's attributes and sent it to the player via chat. When both of them saw the attributes of the weapon, they drew in a breath of cold air. A mythical tier equipment. Level 120. And a reduction of 20 levels for the required level. What exactly are they looking at now? They could not believe their own eyes. Zhang Yang switched his Sword of Purging Devourer with the newly obtained Heaven Shaker. Lord's Heaven. His attack shot up so much that he could not believe his own eyes. Zhang Yang's basic attack had reached up to the range of 21,947 to 25,447, 12,541 to 14,514, asterisk 1.75, 50%, God of War's Rage, 20% boost on weapon, 5% additional boost on mysterious metallic greaves. His defense was far stronger than the defense of a super tanker, and his attack can even match the attack power of the top-tiered berserkers. Thanks to the support of the God of War inheritance, Zhang Yang had attained the perfect combination of immovable defense and unstoppable offense. Zhang Yang walked out of the identifying shop, deciding to take a look at the auction house. The two imbeciles stared at the back of Zhang Yang, feeling that something was off. One of them said, judging by the shield on his back, he should be a guardian. That hammer is a two-handed weapon. So, how can he equip a two-handed weapon? That shield is most probably for aesthetic purposes. Zhang Yang took a walk around the auction house, but he did not come across anything that would get his attention. So, he went on over to the bank, withdrew 4 level 4 gemstones, and inserted them all into his greaves and weapon to boost their attributes even further. Although his HP has been reduced by 1,500 points, his strength had increased by 320 points, the socket, gemstones, increased strength by 60%. Zhang Yang had planned it out in advance. For all defense-type equipment, he would just insert all vitality gemstones into their sockets. As for weapon types, offense-type equipment or equipment that boosted both offense and defense, he would just insert power gemstones into their sockets. After finishing things up, Zhang Yang once again arrived at Morningtown. Although he already possessed a two-handed weapon, Zhang Yang still has his mind set on unsealing the remaining seals on his Sword of Purging Devourer, because he was very curious to see how powerful the sword could turn out to be. After all, the Sword of Purging Devourer had a special effect that could replicate skills. That is one ability that can allow Zhang Yang to use AoE attacks, not something that the high damage output of a two-handed weapon could easily replace. Within these 2 days, Sun Xinu, 100 Shots, Lost Dream and the others had finally reached level 100.
Then they were all summoned by Zhang Yang over to Morningtown. Following the increasing number of players in the Chaos Realm, Zhang Yang could foresee a chaotic war among the 8 servers looming ahead. After Fatty Han entered the Chaos Realm, he had made up his mind, and knowing that he was not exactly the most skilled of players, had asked Zhang Yang to give him the fragment of Vampire Inheritance. He only intended to get a Class B inheritance, it would be enough to fulfill his needs. He had been a brother to Zhang Yang. So, Zhang Yang put aside his quest on unsealing the second seal on his sort of purging devourer, and took Fatty Han on his ride as both of them went on a journey in search of the remaining 5 pieces of fragments for the Vampire Inheritance. Because Class B inheritances were not so unique that only one of each can be found in the entire game, even if someone else has already acquired such an inheritance, they would still be able to acquire one of their own.
Fatty Han had quite some luck kicking about in his belly.
As they were trying to locate the 4th piece of Vampire Inheritance, they accidentally stumbled across a gigantic moth. So, Fatty Han grabbed the opportunity and captured the moth. There, Fatty Han had got his own flying mount. The number of players who had already entered the Chaos Realm were not very numerous yet. Henceforth, it was the best time for players who were already in the realm to capture flying mounts for themselves. When more players enter the Chaos Realm, there will be much more players capturing flying mounts for themselves. The competition for getting a good flying mount would rise intensely as players will be swarming up around the good flying mounts the moment they are spawned. It would become so much more difficult later to capture flying mounts. Hanning Shui, Sun Xinu, Lost Dream and the others had also ventured out to capture their own flying mounts. Although most of them only had yellow gold tier flying mounts, it was already enough to allow all of them to fly freely through the maps. As for their attempts at getting higher tiered flying mounts, they would have to wait until they can enter higher leveled maps.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 515, The Japan-Korea Region's Counterattack. Chapter 515, The Japan-Korea Region's Counterattack. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The first steps of collecting the fragments of an inheritance are understandably annoying. However, if a player could even get one piece of the fragments, it would just be a matter of time before the player can locate the remaining pieces. So in just 7 days, Fatty Han had already gathered the 6 pieces of the Vampire Inheritance fragments and put them together to form the inheritance keepsake of the Vampire Inheritance. With that inheritance keepsake in his hands, Fatty Han succeeded in activating the linking quest for the Vampire Inheritance. The first few quests had only required players to run around and kill some weaker monsters. Even with his current level and skills, Fatty Han could have handled things by himself with ease. Despite his controls were not at the level of a professional player, he could still crush every monster that the quests required him to kill without any problem at all. Furthermore, even if he is no match to the monsters, Fatty Han could still activate his holy skill, Fake Death. So, there was no need to worry about him being tortured to death by the monsters. Zhang Yang could finally stop worrying about Fatty Han. Since this fatty already has a flying mount as well, he should be able to travel around conveniently. Hence, the flying service that Zhang Yang had been providing Fatty Han was no longer needed. Other than that, 2 men huddling together on the back of a flying mount, well, it could be easily misinterpreted. You know, gay. Meanwhile, Whitey Jr. was not pleased with Fatty Han's weight. If the system would even allow the serpent do it, Whitey Jr. would have spat on Fatty Han's face multiple times. Meanwhile, outside the game, Silky Soft Holdings was finally regaining its standing and prestige. Be it the set meal that Silky Soft Holdings had presented while collaborating with Crimson Cosmetic Holdings, or the main products that the company had introduced to the markets, everything that they did these days packed a punch in the flow of the market. The results of their performance were blooming like sesame flowers, with each flower growing higher than the last that bloomed. In other words, they were attaining a higher standard in the marketplace each time they made a move. Previously, after the scandal, the salesmen of Silky Soft Holdings would need to fall on their knees and beg all hypermarkets to put the products from Silky Soft Holdings on their shelves. However, now, their roles had been reversed. The hypermarkets had become the ones begging the salesmen from Silky Soft Holdings to supply them the goods, but some of the hypermarkets were proposing to pay in advance for the goods. Unlike the previous encounters, they had actually asked for the goods to be distributed over to their storehouse before they start providing a small share of their sales. With more financial holdings to be liquidated, the company is now in a better position to expand further. Well, Silky Soft Holdings is advancing by massive strides. As long as the person is not blind, anyone can clearly see the bright prospect of the future that lay before Silky Soft Holdings. Zhang Yang could not help but let out a breath of sigh. In his previous life, Sky and Ocean Electronics was just a small company with only tens of $1 million of assets.
Just because of one sword stroke, and because the Sky and Ocean Electronics battle team was dominating the game with their unstoppable skills, they had managed to make a name out of themselves and had advertised their company through the game, to great effect. In just 5 years' time, the Sky and Ocean Electronics had expanded into a large-scale company that had assets worth hundreds of $billion. It seemed that the power of idols really did the trick well. With waves of benefits and tons of earnings gushing towards her, of course, Snowseeker would be happy to see Zhang Yang. She invited Zhang Yang and the high-ranking officers of Silky Soft Holdings over to her Crimson Cosmetic Holdings as their VIP guests. Perfumed Water and the other flirtatious women were trying their very best to tease Zhang Yang, saying that they would definitely thank him for providing beautiful models who would be willing to spend a night with him. They even guaranteed that he would be very pleased when he comes. What a bunch of thick-faced whores. At the current stage of the game, the casual players had also reached level 95 and above. There would be a very small portion of players entering the Chaos Realm in the near future. Sooner or later, the Chaos Realm is going to become very lively with the passenger flow soon to hit its peak. Ding! The Winst Castle is under siege. Zhang Yang was on his way to the flatlands of the man-eating monster, with his mind set on searching for the second quest item, Zinc Alloy, to unseal the second seal of his Sword of Purging Devourer. He was bound to encounter a boss. Bosses would mean additional income to Zhang Yang. However, not long after he flew, Zhang Yang received a system notification. Only the Baron of Territories would receive such alarming messages. Be it the soldiers of the territory, the town folks, or the buildings, as long as anyone or anything that belongs to territory is attacked by enemy forces, the system would notify the Baron with such alarming messages. Of course, players can choose to mute such notifications. Well, it was no surprise that Winst Castle would be under attack. Since the players of Japan-Korea server would enter the Chaos Realm only to realize that their territory gateway had already been conquered by a player from the China server, well, it makes perfect sense for them to feel unimaginable rage. Of course they would attack Winst Castle. Even though Zhang Yang had not spent a large sum of money on building facilities, but the basic defenses were a must. Basic defensive facilities such as magic cannon, soldiers, and even the mechanical servants. Zhang Yang had brought some Allsparks over to the Chaos Realm and made quite a number of mechanical servant. Although they were just level 85 monsters, but they were still elites. Furthermore, the level gap suppression function of the game had been increased up to 30 levels. So, an army of level 85 elites could still give level 100 players a hard time, and they would greatly outnumber, but with 100 mechanical servants charging out, 1 or 2 players with powerful equipment would still be wiped out instantly unless they have transformation skill of an inheritance. Therefore, although Winst Castle was also under the attack from the players from Japan-Korea server, they were all taken out by the mechanical servants. They did not even have to use the magic cannon. One shot from the magic cannon costs 100,000 gold coins. Using a magic cannon to kill one player is an act of overkill. It would be like using a cannon to blow away a mosquito. To spend money like that, it is no longer the act of a pompous, filthy rich snot, it would be an unforgivable sin. At first, Zhang Yang did not think much about it. He believed that the invaders would be swiftly taken care of by his army of mechanical servants. However, for the next few minutes, Zhang Yang was still receiving notifications about the attacks on his territory. He could not help but to frown a little in annoyance as he directed the serpent to land. Could it be that those people of the Japan-Korea server were about to launch a large-scale assault on his Winst Castle? Zhang Yang could not stop wondering as he took out his teleportation scroll and tore it up. In just a matter of seconds, he was teleported back to Morningtown. Then he quickly used the teleportation circle in the town to travel back to Winst Castle. After that, he jumped straight onto Whitey Jr. and flew over the top of the castle, together with Felice. He began to survey the area, trying to locate the attackers. It did not take long before Zhang Yang spotted them. 100 mechanical servants and 100 castle guards had been dispatched to engage the invaders. Other than the magic cannons, these two armies were all who defended Winst Castle. There were a total of 20 players. For tankers were tanking everything in front of them, while the DPS players were channeling their damage output towards their enemies as furiously as they could. Meanwhile, there were also 5 healers healing up the tankers from a safe distance. The battle was halfway through, as the remaining number of the mechanical servants was only about a quarter. Not even half of the army of Castle Guard were remained on the battlefield. The enemies must have activated some powerful skills such as paired skills like Blizzard Sky and Luna's Dew in order to kill so many elites in such a short period of time. Of course, although mechanical servants and the castle guards were all elite tier, they were still no match to the elite tier monsters in the Chaos Realm. Each of these mechanical servant only had a total HP of 150,000, and the castle guards were only slightly stronger. These castle guards only had a total of 250,000 HP. That was why they are not up to the task of holding back these powerful opposition players. Well, strictly speaking, these NPC soldiers were merely half that of an elite tier. Looking at the situation from above, Zhang Yang could see that these players are quite skillful and capable. They were capable of forming a human wall with 4 tankers as vanguards. That way, they could firmly hold back the NPCs and hook onto the NPCs' aggro while allowing the DPS players behind them to channel their damage output towards the NPCs without any interruptions. That would really maximize the efficiency of their damage output. Well, it was also not very surprising to see such skilled players in the Chaos Realm. Well, players who can enter the Chaos Realm in the first place must be the top players of their respective servers in the first place. So it makes sense that it would not really that hard for these players to take on this bunch of half-elite NPCs. Zhang Yang looked closer with his eyes opened wider. These 20 players were not from the same guild. They had to be the best players that different guilds could offer. A few days ago, there were only a few players at a time who were attempting to attack the Winst Castle. They were slaughtered by the NPCs like goats instead. Now, they have finally sent their high-tiered players, and had even teamed up together. With a command through his mind, Zhang Yang ordered Whitey Jr. to descend down to the ground. At the same instant, the battle on the ground was about to end. Although there were still a number of NPCs remaining, their HPs were already at critical levels. After another wave of powerful assaults, almost all of the NPCs were killed. The moment when Zhang Yang touched down on the ground, the last 7 NPCs who were still standing took the final hits before they collapsed onto the ground. Now, only Zhang Yang was standing before the 20 players. Zhang Yang sat on the back of Whitey Jr., looking mighty, while Felice stood next to him with her lance in her hand with pride. The little lady had a cold expression on her face, ready to kill. Zhan Yu, one of the tankers on the opposition side, suddenly blurted out. He actually took a few, calculated steps back when he saw Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang felt a chill down his spine, knowing nothing about this guy. How did he know about him? But after giving it some thoughts about it, he was rather famous himself. He was currently the #1 tanker in the entire China server. Countless high-tiered players would try to study and learn his tactics and skills. It was comprehensible that many players would recognize him. The facial expression of Zhang Yang at that moment was as if he did not give a damn about anything. However, as he scanned the surroundings with his eyes, he realized that the 20 players had quietly flanked him from all directions, except for the direction from above. Zhang Yang felt like laughing hard after seeing what was going on. Well, he has a flying mount. Surrounding him up would not do any good for them at all. If he ever wanted to leave, who could have stopped him, anyway? However, it wasn't their fault, as they were still new to the Chaos Realm. They were not used to the idea of air combat, yet. They must have gotten used to rounding enemies up after years of practice. Well, no one can blame them for acting rationally according to the situation. One can only say that these players have not caught up to the game's current development. Zhang Yang smiled vaguely as he began to welcome them. Fellow players, it must have been tiring to travel a great distance just to arrive here. Come, have a rest in the castle. Rest? F***CKU. The Japan-Korea players were scolding and cursing him in within their hearts. This territory gateway should belong to the Japan-Korea server in the first place. And now, they are being treated like guests in their own territory was to be? Well, there is a limit to humiliating others. Apparently, the first tanker who spoke up was called Ode to the Grim Reaper, and he too was a guardian. He stood out from the party and said, "Our experts in Korea have been studying your ancestors, and we are very sure that your ancestors were refugees who fled from Korea many years ago. So you are not Chinese, you have the blood of our noble Korea flowing beneath your skin. Come back to our noble Korea. Only then can you ensure the best possible paths for your future." The rage rushed up to Zhang Yang's head in an instant. Zhang Yang went all Sparta the moment he heard what the Ode to the Grim Reaper said. The ability of that fellow to talk nonsense with his eyes closed is truly amazing. Spectacular. They didn't even know his surname. It is amazing how they claim to have discovered Zhang Yang's heritage and all. However, it made sense when the Koreans believe that the entire universe is created by them. To them, Zhang Yang would naturally be a Korean as well. What a joke. When players first connect to the God's Miracle, the system will automatically spawn the players in one of the 8 main cities based on the location that the players are at. No changes will be made after that. So, even if Zhang Yang travels over to America and signs in from there, the system will still recognize him as a player from China, a player from White Jade Castle. However, players could apply to change their servers if they ever feel like it. But, they must undergo some annoying steps and pay a substantial sum of money. Therefore, traitors from China, Korea, Japan, or America do exist in this game. Well, it mattered not, be it Zhang Yang's previous life or this life, there would always be high-tiered players who lacked such morality, to the point that they would turn their backs against their own people, their own countries. They would just join other servers and go up against their own kin with a snap of their fingers. Zhang Yang laughed out loud and said, "That's right. If you say so, I should be an esteemed Korean by now. My deeds should have spoken for themselves. So, you Korean youngsters should just call me Supreme Leader, or Master would do. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 516, An Easy Obliteration. Chapter 516, An Easy Obliteration. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhan Yu. Ode to the Grim Reaper was enraged. He raised up his sword and shield and pointed the sharp tip of the blade at Zhang Yang. "You dare to insult me?" So, this imbecile claimed Zhang Yang's nationality to be Korean, but felt humiliated when Zhang Yang claimed himself to be their supreme leader? Now, who is the joke, now? What are we waiting for? "Stop with the bullshit and get rid of him already," one of the spellcasters with the name of Ancient House Prince said. It was pretty obvious that he was not very fond of Ode to the Grim Reaper. He pointed his staff at Zhang Yang, and started chanting for his spell. A Japanese player, perhaps? Zhang Yang revealed a sinister smile on his face and said, "Felice, let's go and kill that Shorty Japan." Felice wouldn't understand the term Shorty Japan, but since Zhang Yang was pointing at the Ancient House Prince, she nodded immediately and leaped and transformed into her Dragonhawk form. She flew into the air and began to chant the spell for her, Fire Missile, as she targeted the spellcaster. "Kill him." The battle erupted suddenly, thanks to Ancient House Prince. His action was like the trigger that ignited a barrel of explosives. The 20 players launched their assaults towards Zhang Yang, almost at the same instant. Although flying mount, is convenient, it had a fatal weakness when it comes to battling players. The body mass of a flying mount is too large. It would make a fine target for the enemies to aim at. Zhang Yang had the God of War transformation on hand, so he was confident of holding his own here. He activated the God of War's shield as a start, acquiring an additional 20% passive damage immunity. Then, he jumped down from the back of Whitey Jr. and activated Charge as he charged towards Ancient House Prince. 23,895. Zhang Yang swung his quarterstaff hammer and landed a solid hit on the neck of the Ancient House Prince. It did not just take away 2/5 of the HP bar of the player, that strike had also broken the neck of Ancient House Prince to the point that it was crooked at a weird angle. The chanting was interrupted instantly. With the strike, the rage points that Zhang Yang has was instantly boosted up to a total of 120 points. The rage bar was full. He laughed as he proceeded to activate his destructive smash on the spellcaster. 49,122. Arg! Ancient House Prince let out a miserable cry as he was sent straight to the graveyard. Although those were two different strikes that Zhang Yang slammed at almost the same instant on the Ancient House Prince, there was no global cooldown for the two strikes, as one was merely a normal attack while the other was a skill attack. Ancient House Prince was struck so swiftly that he did not even have time to activate his Ice Barrier, or apparate. Holy Mother of God! After witnessing the terrifying damage that Zhang Yang had brought upon the Ancient House Prince, everyone on the scene was shocked to core. A few of them even rubbed their eyes as they could not believe the truth that they had just witnessed. What the hell was that? Could a Guardian really do so much damage? However, these were the top players in their region, after all. They managed to recover from the shock in an instant. The spellcasters carried on with their chanting while the other players started moving around in a tactical formation. But, because they had locked on to the serpent, so most of their attacks were launched at Whitey Jr. instead of Zhang Yang. As Zhang Yang had instantly killed the player that Felice targeted, Felice was interrupted in the chanting of her Fire Missile, and she decided to use Pulverizing Flame instead, torching up the place, creating a sea of flames beneath her. However, players are not as dumb as the monsters in the game. They would not just stand there and let the flames scorch their asses. All of them immediately fled from that area as they ran like wild gooses. With them running around wildly, trying to avoid themselves from being burned alive, it gave Zhang Yang another opportunity to attack. Zhang Yang went on with a heroic leap and landed by the spot where the healers were standing. He stunned all 5 healers at once. Horizontal sweep. 47,120. 48,902. 95,032. 49,902. For damage values popped right on top of the 4 healers' heads, and one of them was a critical damage. That critical hit sent a holy knight straight to the graveyard.
Unfortunately, these healers were standing quite far away from each other. Although Zhang Yang had managed to strike the 5 healers with his heroic leap, his horizontal strike could not cover that much ground, and he had only managed to hit 4 of them. Well, it was still a productive outcome. The other 3 healers were left with only a little amount of HP on them. They quickly retreated and started healing themselves up. Meanwhile, there were no longer any available targets within the range attack of Felice's pulverizing flame. Naturally, Felice did not waste any more time in hurting the players. She dove down from the sky in high speed. While she was at it, she transformed into her humanoid form before she reached the ground. She landed right beside Zhang Yang. As the 1-second global cooldown period was over, she immediately raised her lance and struck it straight towards the priest.
17,880.
With that strike, the priest died on the spot. Felice was being very intimidating as she continued to activate her blazing dragon spear on another target. Another damage of 18,067 popped up on top of one of the healers, and the 3rd healer was killed as well. Everything was happening so lightning fast. 4 players were already dead. Ode to the Grim Reaper was feeling angry and shocked at the same time, and he informed one of his teammates, Pika, go and restrict the battle companion. Roger, the thief nodded and reached out with his hands as he made a gesture that suggested that he was pressing his palms against Felice, remotely. A stream of light gushed towards Felice and turned into a ball-shaped barrier the moment it reached Felice. Felice was suddenly caught in a barrier. Felice let out a roar with rage as she attempted to break the barrier. However, everything that she did could not even give a scratch. She began to panic and started screaming for help, "Big brother! I'm stuck! Help!" This skill should be similar to the banishment effect. Although it could restrict the movement of Felice for a short moment, but it would also make Felice immune to all damage at the same time. Zhang Yang comforted her as she looked genuinely terrified. "Don't worry, Felice. I can handle all these clowns by myself. It will be just like dancing with a bunch of clowns."
2093. 0. 1025. 5052. The attacks of Ode to the Grim Reaper and his party members had finally landed on Zhang Yang. But they could only inflict Zhang Yang with approximately 5,000 damage each. So they had only managed to damage Zhang Yang by approximately 10,000 to 20,000 damage. Well, dual weapon wielders like thief class players could not even break through Zhang Yang's defense to even damage him. It cannot be helped because Zhang Yang currently had a total defense of 2,400 points, 40% damage immunity, and also a total of 2,606 damage absorption. Zhang Yang is the only player to have an inheritance at the current stage of the game. It also happened to be the strongest class, Class S. If he is unable to oppress these players who are at such a disadvantage, then Zhang Yang should be ashamed of himself. Truth to be told, Zhang Yang did not really care about the damage he receives. He cared more about the status restriction effects that are being used on him. However, ever since he has the God of War inheritance, his resistance against status restriction effects has greatly increased. At least, none of the status restriction effects that he had encountered so far would have any effect on him. Well, such is the power of an inheritance on players without inheritances. Furthermore, even if he really is affected by a status restriction effect, Zhang Yang still has Warrior's Will, Heart of the Death Knight, and Mobility Potion to free himself from the effect. That should be enough for him to unleash hell upon all his enemies. 45228. 23982. The Heaven Shaker was just like the Golden Cudgel, the weapon that was used by the Monkey King who made a mess in the heavens. Every touch from it hurt, every strike from it killed. At the current stage of the game, even players who are not tankers would only have approximately 80,000 HP when they are mounted on a yellow gold tier mount. Taking damage from skills that inflict 200% melee attack of damage such as Frost Strike, Horizontal Strike, and Destructive Smash would cause any player to lose at least 40,000 HP. If there are any critical hits among these attacks, the player would be instantly killed. Furthermore, even if Crippled Defense is just a skill that players use to decrease the defense of their opponents, but even so, if it comes from Zhang Yang, it would deal upwards of 10,000 damage, which also meant that Zhang Yang could cause at least 50,000 damage to a player by using skills that inflict 200% melee attack of damage, such as Frost Strike, Horizontal Strike, and Destructive Smash. The Crippled Defense would serve as a great boost in filling up his rage bar, giving him a higher capability of inflicting even more terrifying amount of damage. Stop him. Restrict his movement, or do something. Under the tactical arrangement of Ode to the Grim Reaper, the 4 tankers came from 4 different directions, trying to box Zhang Yang and attempting to stop him from making his way over to the remaining healer and the DPS players.
Although the attacks of Zhang Yang were oppressively powerful, but tankers would always give him a headache, as they could sustain much more damage than players of other classes. Zhang Yang let out a loud laugh, and then he used the Glare of the Death God on Ode to the Grim Reaper. With another wave of his hand, Zhang Yang summoned out Devastator onto the battlefield and commanded Devastator to attack Ode to the Grim Reaper as aggressively as possible. Well, on the other hand, Ode to the Grim Reaper was not really having good luck either. The first hit from the Devastator had actually triggered the special effect of the Glare of the Death God. Zhang Yang rushed in with a stomp on the ground as he activated his Thunderstrike, giving a fatal blow to Ode to the Grim Reaper that instantly killed him. There was no doubt that the equipment set of Ode to the Grim Reaper was the best among the other tankers. However, to see Ode to the Grim Reaper being instantly killed by a mere level 88 silver tier servant was just unaccountable. How could anyone stand being killed by such a low tier servant? Furthermore, because Ode to the Grim Reaper had died so swiftly, none of them were able to see the description of the negative effect that was inflicted upon him. The more they did not understand the situation, the more they lost the will to battle, and the more they feared. The three tankers could not help but to retreat, one step at a time. Their faces were indistinguishable from the faces of albinos. Zhang Yang felt very satisfied with the current situation. He could already torture them so brutally without even activating his God of War transformation. If he did activate his God of War transformation, would he actually be able to kill all of them instantly? When a player with an inheritance engages a player without an inheritance, the advantage that the player with inheritance has over the player without an inheritance is really oppressive. Although Zhang Yang had not activated his God of War transformation, he still had a 50% damage increment and 20 additional damage immunity, pulling him far ahead of players without an inheritance. Zhang Yang saw the opportunity, so he grabbed it. He charged out of the box formation as swiftly as he could. By swinging his Heaven Shaker around consecutively, Zhang Yang oppressively crushed the players of the Japan-Korea region, like a tiger among a herd of sheep. Although it was just him alone, he had crushed the opposition party to the point that they could not even fight back. It was a total wipeout. The thief that was still restricting Felice with his spell saw that Zhang Yang was charging at him aggressively, as if he was ready to bite off his nose. He was so terrified that he stopped using his spell and activated his Vanish, entering stealth mode. He did not want to die so horribly. Felice was finally freed from the restriction barrier that had held her for quite a while. She rejoined the battle and worked together with Zhang Yang in order to take down everyone else on the opposing side. The two of them were like god slayers. Anyone who stood in their way would only be slaughtered. After killing 8 of them, Zhang Yang only had about 30,000 HP left. Without panicking, he activated his Last Vigor before activating his Shield Wall. His HP bar instantly recovered completely. But why did Zhang Yang activate his Last Vigor? Because this skill gives a temporary boost of 30% on his maximum HP amount, and Shield Wall, while under the special effect of the Titan Wall, could recover his HP based on a fixed percentage. That would mean that, if he has a higher amount of maximum HP, he would be able to recover more health. After witnessing the HP bar that they taken so much effort to reduce beginning to fill itself up, the remaining 12 players of the Japan-Korea region considered giving up immediately. They actually thought that without the Berserker's heal, Zhang Yang would not be able to hold up his HP for long, as every player only has 1 HP bar. Furthermore, Zhang Yang was not some sort of god of war that is all-powerful. So sooner or later, even Zhang Yang could be brought down to his knees. However, they had never expected Zhang Yang to possess the powerful relic, Titan Wall. Zhang Yang could actually recover his HP bar just by activating his Shield Wall. Fortunately for them, they did not have to find out that Zhang Yang still had another trump card that could recover his HP back to the full state in an instant. Or else, they could simply drop their weapons and surrender, but another minute had passed. From 12, only 5 players remained. The 5 players looked at each other hopelessly. Then, they began to hop onto their mounts and made their escapes. The 5 of them headed towards 5 different directions. They were trying not to give Zhang Yang the chance to catch them all in one draft. Zhang Yang laughed as he mounted himself onto Whitey Jr. The movement speed of a flying mount was extremely fast, and Zhang Yang caught up with 3 of the players with ease. He attempted to kill them one by one, however, 2 of them got away in the end. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 517, Aiding Fatty Han. Chapter 517, Aiding Fatty Han. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Nevertheless, Zhang Yang was pleased with the outcome of the battle. He had just crippled a party made up of top-tier players, from a large region, and more importantly, he had taken them out all by himself without any other party members around him. That itself was already an impressive achievement. It does not matter even if he fails to capture all of them. Unfortunately, such days will not remain for long. When other players begin to acquire inheritances for themselves, the advantage that Zhang Yang has right now would diminish or even be gone. But the God of War inheritance is the best top-tier S-class inheritance in the game. Only 6 players would be able to obtain this class. Ergo, Zhang Yang would still have some advantages over the other players. But the advantages he holds shall not be as great as before. The Chaos Realm had been quite merry for the passing days. The server would notify about some territories being refreshed, and some territories being conquered by players. In only less than a week, all 8 territory gateways have acquired their own barons. Indubitably, because Zhang Yang had occupied the territory gateway in Winst Castle that should supposedly belong to the Japan-Korea region, the Japan-Korea region had taken a slap on their shorty faces. It hurt them so much, having to travel all the way from the teleportation point in the 10 Barren Seas to enter the Chaos Realm. Zhang Yang's handiwork had greatly inconvenienced them, making them take up so much time just to travel to the Chaos Realm. Furthermore, because Winst Castle is right in the middle of the only path that led deeper into the Chaos Realm, the players from Japan-Korea region are forced to grind only in 1/5 of the Grand Ice Ridge map. Players with flying mounts could bypass the castle by flying over it. But the others without a flying mount would have to forcefully break through the Winst Castle in order to enter the Chaos Realm. What makes them more depressed is that every time after they have returned to their main city, they will have to repeat the exact same process just to enter the wider part of the Chaos Realm. Zhang Yang's handiwork simply gave them too much trouble. When the number of players who reaches level 100 increases, the Winst Castle would no longer be able to block the flow of the players from Japan-Korea region. As long as they come in a large group, they would have no problems at all in breaking through the Winst Castle. Although the Winst Castle would no longer be capable of holding the fort against the large group of Japan-Korea players, the place could still prevent smaller group of players. The situation was truly depressing and frustrating for the players of the Japan-Korea region. They would have to mobilize a large number of players every time they wanted to venture further into the Chaos Realm. If they do not do so, they would just be giving their enemies free kills, but inconvenient. Very inconvenient. However, without the territory conquest order, it would be pointless for them to level Winst Castle to the ground. The Baron of the Winst Castle would still be Zhang Yang. As long as he was willing to pay the repairing fees, he can just rebuild the castle as many times as he wants and continue keeping the players of the Japan-Korea region out. In fact, he had been putting that strategy into practice. Every time after the army of Japan-Korea region leveled Winst Castle to the ground, Zhang Yang would rebuild Winst Castle by spending some money in order to collect the heads of the Japan-Korea players and get his revenge back. He only loses a portion of his money by doing so, while wasting the time of the Japan-Korea players when they could have spent so much more time grinding up their levels. The most important thing in an online game is players' level. Without meeting the level requirement, a player will never be eligible to enter any higher-leveled region, and they would also not be able to defeat high-level bosses, resulting in them not being able to acquire any high-level equipment. With such an obstacle before them, the Japan-Korea region would definitely fall behind the rest of the game. Currently, they were busting their asses, killing the bosses available in their area, over and over again in an attempt to acquire a territory conquest order. They were determined to get back that which was supposed to be theirs, Winst Castle. However, an item as rare as the territory conquest order would only drop on the first clear of a dungeon. All bosses located among the maps lower than level 100 have been slain for so many times that anyone would have lost count by now. Hence, how was it possible for a territory conquest order to still drop from the bosses, then? Because of that, there was almost an infighting among the Japan-Korea players as they were arguing about the misuse of the territory conquest orders that they had back then. Henceforth, they could only stare at Winst Castle until their eyes dry up. Since it was no longer possible for them to obtain the territory conquest order within their own region, the Japan-Korea players could put their hopes in the wider area of the Chaos Realm. After they managed to break through the Winst Castle, they would just have to search and slay bosses as much as they could just to attempt to get the order. Despite their efforts, a territory conquest order would not drop so easily. It seems that they would have to keep on repeating this mundane task for a little while longer. Well, the Japan-Korea region has become the laughingstock for the players all around the world as they are talked about in the official forums. While the players from other regions were enjoying the drama, the players from Japan-Korea region hated Zhang Yang so much that they would suck him dry and hang his meat and bones up in front of their doorsteps. However, the players from the China region were respecting Zhang Yang more than they ever could for his handiwork. Teenagers of 16 to 17 years old viewed him as an idol.
Dungeons upwards of level 100 are designed for a much larger scale, in this case they would accommodate up to 50 players at a time.
At the current stage of the game, most large-scale guilds have begun challenging those dungeons.
They would get themselves familiar with the boss skills and the attack patterns of the boss by clearing the normal mode and hard mode of the dungeons to familiarize themselves with the patterns of the boss. In the past, the first clear achievements for the hardcore mode of dungeons had remained unique and individual to their respective regions. The 8 big regions of the game would produce 8 first clears, for the same dungeon. 8 regions led to the possibility of 8 first clears. However, only one party would be able to acquire the first clear of a dungeon after all players from all 8 main regions have entered the Chaos Realm. Therefore, the level 100 dungeon, Dragonthroat Fortress, was currently being targeted to be taken down at all costs, by all high-profile guilds from all 8 main regions. Whoever who manages to take down the hardcore mode of this dungeon first shall claim the first and only first clear in the Chaos Realm. Securing the first clear of such a scale is what any guild would want.
It is the highest form of glory that any guild would kill for. This is really the defining moment to be number 1 in the entire world.
Which guild wouldn't want such a title bestowed upon themselves? Therefore, even if they do not have enough members for it, they would still march into the dungeon to try on the boss. Although the skills of the boss are clearly stated in the database, to read and come up with theories and to do it were two very different things. Seeing the others doing well is one thing, but when it is one's turn to engage, any form of unforeseen circumstance and errors might just pop right up in the face.
Some things must be practiced to perfection in order to get a pass.
Although several more players have been flitting into the Chaos Realm along the passage of time, each guild would only be able to fork out a few representatives at the moment. In Lone Desert Smoke's case, they only had about 30 members capable of traveling into the Chaos Realm for the moment. Due to Mountain Mover's level being ineligible to enter the Chaos Realm, Zhang could only allow 100 shots to lead the party over to the Dragonthroat Fortress dungeon to familiarize themselves with the attack pattern and skills of the boss. Meanwhile, players who have not reached the required levels yet could only watch the video recordings of those who went to challenge the boss and failed badly. They could only learn from the mistakes that those players made through the videos. The other guilds were also doing the same thing.
In a nutshell, this is the first time that all guilds from all 8 regions are fighting over this first clear title. The competition is even more intense than anyone could imagine.
The discussions on the official forums were blazing up, as players from all 8 regions were supporting the best guilds in their own regions, as they believed that their top guilds would be the ones who prevail. The servers of the official forums had crashed several times, because of the overflowing comments from the players from all 8 regions. That just goes to show how intense the arguments on the forums were. However, the total number of bosses in Dragonthroat Fortress has reached up to 15 bosses.
The first 5 bosses were pushovers, giving out equipment to the players for free.
However, the next 5 bosses were slightly harder. 50% of the parties could no longer progress any further into the dungeon. The final 5 bosses were the really challenging ones that are worthy of being called bosses in the hard mode of the dungeon. Basically, 90% of the parties could no longer progress any further as the bosses were too damn hard for them to take on.
Some of them could not even catch their breaths.
The normal mode of the dungeon was simple enough, but the hard mode of the dungeon was a good entry examination that separated the wheat from the chaff.
Plus, none of the parties were complete yet.
The dungeon expedition force of the Lone Desert Smoke only managed to take down 11 bosses of the dungeon before the dungeon reset. The dungeon reset time for a 50-player scale dungeon is 10 days, in-game time, but truth to be told, the dungeon expedition force of the Lone Desert Smoke only took 2 days to defeat 10 bosses.
It took approximately 8 days for them to slay the 11th boss.
Furthermore, the final 5 bosses are expected to be increasing in difficulty, and that is just the hard mode of the dungeon.
How hard would it really be when it comes to the hardcore mode of the dungeon then? Naturally, the higher the difficulty, the better the rewards. The bosses in hard mode would only drop yellow gold tier equipment, while the bosses in hardcore mode would have higher tendencies of dropping violet platinum tier equipment. So if the difficulty of the dungeon in hardcore mode does not meet a certain standard, then everyone will stand a chance of getting violet platinum tier equipment, and the entire game would be full of players with violet platinum tier equipment, totally defeating the purpose of equipment tiers. Zhang had thought about using his God of War transformation to end the boss immediately. However, the cooldown period for the God of War transformation is 3 days long. If he uses it to kill 1 boss at a time, then Zhang could only kill 4 bosses before the dungeon resets. After the dungeon is being reset, Zhang would have to repeat killing the bosses all over again. Well, shortcuts are not meant for long-term solutions.
Increasing the base skill and strength of the party is the best way to do it. After all, there are still countless of dungeons to be cleared in the future, and the bosses would only get even more difficult in the future. So, it would be impossible for Zhang to always rely on his God of War transformation skill. According to the history of Zhang Yang's previous life, it took more than 3 months, real time, to completely clear the dungeon, starting with the first boss in the normal mode of the Dragon Throat Fortress to the final boss Dragon Throat Orc Lord Basula in the hardcore mode of the Dragon Throat Fortress. It was like hell broke loose, as people and monsters were roaring in misery and death. Therefore, Zhang Yang had no need to worry about other parties snatching the first clear of the dungeon away. He could just focus on aiding his core players in acquiring their own inheritances. By having inheritance, the power level of a player is totally different than before, for the better, of course. Little Yang, I've almost completed it all. The panting sound of Fatty Han was heard loud and clear through the party channel. Come and help me handle the final boss. Alright, I'll be there in just a second. Zhang Yang agreed to help Fatty Han. He brought up his world map to check on the location of that Fatty. Then he rode on Whitey Jr. and headed straight towards the location of Fatty Han. Fatty Han was currently in the Hidayat Wilderness map, at where the Antioch Forest was. It is a level 120-150 grinding map. Therefore, there were no signs of any players on that map. Unless there are special quests requiring players to go to that map, players would only proceed in an orderly way. So, there is no way that they would suddenly come to a high-leveled map to grind their levels. When he arrived at the scene, Zhang Yang saw that Fatty Han was hiding in the bushes by a manor. Fatty Han was acting extremely nervous, as he would look around very carefully like a stealthy criminal who had just committed a crime. Zhang Yang could not help but to laugh as he landed the ground. Fatty, why are you looking all shady over there? Is someone trying to poke your ass or what? Oh my mother of God. Fatty Han was instantly scared shitless as he jumped straight out from the bushes. What the hell, little Young? Don't scare me like this. And lower your voice down. The area before us is filled with vampires, and they are all elite tier. I almost died trying to fight them off. Zhang Yang came down from the back of Whitey Jr. The boss that you need to slay is in there? That's right. The description of the quest states that this is an S-rank quest. So I immediately thought of you. Fatty Han tapped on Zhang Yang's shoulder. This should be a mythical tier boss, right? Zhang Yang shook his head, as the quest for the vampire inheritance is just a B-rank quest. Its difficulty was just like the King Kong inheritance that he had cleared in his previous life. So, the final boss of the quest should be the same tier as the King Kong boss as well. This boss should be a level 150 ethereal boss. Of course, there would still be some differences between the bosses, even though they are all in the same tier. For example, the ethereal tier boss Black Dragon Anyabask had an HP bar that was 10 times longer than the HP bar of a normal ethereal tier boss. If Felice had not gone crazy on the boss, Zhang Yang would not have completed his quest so soon, and it would have taken him an unimaginably long time to complete the quest. Let me summon the witch, little brat, and the remaining of our party members over before we charge in. Zhang Yang equipped his party summon order. Little Young, oh my little Young. You've tasted that big-breasted snow already, have you? Fatty Han suddenly interrupted Zhang Yang as he looked at Zhang Yang with a sleazy look. Zhang Yang shrugged and said, "Why do you ask? What the hell? Just look at her. That witch is always revealing her flirtatious face at you every single time she sees you. It's like she haven't write the words saying she had been moisturized by someone. If you are saying that it wasn't you, then this someone will be as good as dead." Fatty Han looked at Zhang Yang with an ambiguous expression on his face. We should start discussing the boss. Zhang Yang was determined to ignore this annoying fatty and he activated the party summon order. In less than 10 seconds, Sun Xinu, Han Shui and the rest of his party members arrived. He observed her intently, and it was as Fatty Han said, Han Shui was indeed emitting her flirtatious aura all over the place, as every single gesture she made suggested something sexual. It's like she had been awoken to a new world of passion and love, and she was unconsciously letting it show. While Zhang Yang found it highly distracting, even Wei Yen Air and Daffodil Daydream would go blind if they had to watch her a little longer. Zhang Yang would have never expected that the witch would actually bring in her new awakening into the game. Worst of all, Fatty Han could see it as clear as day. Let's just hope that Fatty can keep his mouth shut. Brother Fatty. I'm really having a hard time imagining a fat bat flying in midair. Endless Starlight started to tease Fatty Han about his body size. Ha ha. Little Starlight, there is no need to be envious of me. Rest assured, when I have obtained the vampire inheritance, I shall help you get a C-class inheritance. At least you can also transform yourself that way. Fatty Han laughed out loud. Fine. Enough with the chatters. Let's hurry up and get things started. We'll get over with it sooner. Move out. Zhang Yang waved his heaven shaker around and walked straight towards the manor. Who goes there? "How dare you trespass into the private property of Count Farah?" a middle-aged man in the manor shouted. This man was wearing a ceremonial robe of sorts, and looked like a noble aristocrat.
Vampiric Familiar, Elite, Spectre. Level, 140. HP, 1,400,000. Defense, 2,440.
Attack power, 9,868 to 11,868.
Skills.
Blood Drain, drains the blood of the target, inflicting 10,000 shadow damage to the target, while recovering the same amount of HP, based on the damage done to the target. Claw Skewer, tears open the target with sharp claws, inflicting 100% melee attack of physical damage.
Note, the vampiric familiar that serves the vampire Count Farah, loyal to the master, brutal to the enemies. What the hell? This is an elite monster?
The damage is already as high as a yellow gold boss. After reading the attributes of the monster, Endless Starlight let out a high-pitched scream.
Zhang Yang nodded and said, "Well, you are in a higher-leveled map now, of course the elites here would be much more powerful. If you ever get to the level 300 map, the attacks of the elite monsters over there should be even more powerful than the attacks of a holy tier boss. The damage of this elite monster is not the main concern. The main thing is that the monster's level is 30 levels higher than us, so there is a level gap suppression. However, the level gap suppression function of the game is only annoying when it comes to boss battles. The elite monsters won't give us that much trouble, yet."
Zhang Yang activated his charge and threw himself into the monster, followed by a powerful swing of his Heaven Shaker that bashed the monster in the head.
-7097. Ha! That damage is really low.
Under the boost of Wei Yan'er's Strength Aura, Zhang Yang's attack should have reached up to the range of 22,820 to 26,320. Even if the monster has 2,440 defense, Zhang Yang's Eagle Eye could ignore 65% of the monster's defense. So, he should be able to cause about 21,966 to 25,466 damage to the monster. This is the doing of the level gap suppression function. Zhang Yang's damage has greatly suffered because of it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 518, The Vampire Count Farah. Chapter 518, The Vampire Count Farah. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
In God's Miracle, when it comes to the level gap suppression feature of the game, there is a 10% rate of players inflicting only 10% of the damage that they can cause to monsters. Then, there is a 20% rate for players to only inflict 20% of their initial damage. This follows with a 30% rate for players to only inflict 30% of their initial damage. Last but not least, there is a 40% rate for players to only inflict 50% of their initial damage. In other words, players would never have the chance to inflict more than 50% of their normal damage when the level gap suppression function of the game is activated, due to the large gap between the level of players and the level of monsters. The strike that Zhang Yang landed on the monster was only 20% of his normal damage. On the contrary, the level gap suppression function of the game would give the monster an advantage over the players. The monsters would have a 10% rate of causing damage 5 times higher than their normal damage, 20% rate of causing a damage 4 times higher than their normal damage, 30% rate of causing a damage 3 times higher of their normal damage, and a 40% rate of causing damage 2 times higher. Therefore, it is not an easy task to fight way above their levels, especially when it comes to engaging a boss that has a higher level than you. The situation was exactly like Zhang Yang's previous encounter with the Black Dragon, Audiobooks. Without Felice's explosive madness, even if Zhang Yang had brought 10,000 level 100 players along with him, the boss would have eaten them like an evening snack. There was not even the slightest chance of Zhang Yang slaying that boss. To carry out an excessive level challenge on bosses with a higher level than the players, especially on an insanely powerful boss like the Black Dragon Audiobooks, players must have enough number of forbidden scrolls at their disposal. Players must willing to use them like tissue papers, without having to care about the cost. As Zhang Yang had already obtained the God of War transformation, he had finally acquired the strength that would make it possible for him to go up against the Black Dragon Audiobooks. However, the insanely long HP bar of the boss would still pose a question on whether Zhang Yang could put down the boss within 2 hours. The possibility of that lay within the efficiency of his damage output. Since the moment Zhang Yang's God of War transformation period is over would be the moment where the boss instantly kills him. Shove. The vampiric familiar swung one of his hands as blood began to ooze out of the Zhang Yang's chest. A red number popped right on top of Zhang Yang's head. -21063. My goodness. Are we battling an elite monster or a boss? Endless Starlight let out a shocked scream. The level gap suppression system is pretty awesome. The monster scored a triple damage. 100 shots had certain understanding towards the data and statistics about the game. If the monster can cause 5 times of its average damage, then the damage on us would have been even greater. Han Yingshui and Fantasy Sweetheart quickly activated their healing skills on Zhang Yang to begin healing his HP bar back up. The HP bar of Zhang Yang was recovering swiftly. Although there is a level gap suppression on the party that causes the firepower of the party to reduce steeply, there is a saying an elephant can be killed by a large number of mosquitoes. In less than 40 seconds, the vampiric familiar collapsed to the ground and died. Well, at least the monster dropped a couple of coins and a few pieces of spiritual cloth.
Killing one elite monster here is so tiring. Daffodil Daydream complained as she looked at the countless vampiric familiars wandering around every corner of the manor. Let's do this. The party charged into the manor. Although the level gap suppression was still in place, the monsters in the manor did not give the party much difficulty. After all, this party is possibly the best party in the entire world, at the current stage of the game. Even while their firepower is being restricted by the system, it only took them about 3 to 4 hours to slash all their way into the deepest area of the manor. The boss vampire Count Farah that they were required to slay was located in a small garden. Vampire Count Farah, Ethereal, Spectre. Level, 145. HP, 43,500,000. Defense, 9,410. Melee attack, 53,216 to 61,216. Skills. Talon's Seduction. Every time when hitting the target, 10% of damage dealt would be turned into HP points. Heal. The vampires have extraordinary healing abilities, heals 10,000 HP every 3 seconds. Vampiric Blood Drain, transforms into little bats, each bat has 500,000 HP. The number of bats is based on the number of players engaged in the battle, multiplied by 2. Every player will receive the Vampiric Blood Drain from 2 little bats. Players will not receive any damage during the duration of this skill. However, as long as one of the bats is still alive, the players will lose HP and die instantly on the moment when the duration of the skill ends. Each player's death will contribute to 1% HP recovery of Farah. The Vampiric Blood Drain will last for 30 seconds. Bat's Voyage transforms into a bat. Can fly in the air. Note, the vampire Count Farah is said to be one of the oldest ancient vampires. He is the progenitor of the vampire's strength. After reading the description of Vampiric Blood Drain, everyone frowned intensely on the spot. To empty out a total of 1 million HP within 30 seconds, each of them must maintain their DPS at 33,000 damage. Putting the level gap suppression aside, for now, even if they were battling monsters of equivalent levels at the moment, it would not be possible for them to reach such a high amount of DPS. Each of them could only reach 7,000 to 8,000, at most. Of course, everyone could also gather around and use their AoE skills to clear the bats out, but the fact that each of the bats had a total of 500,000 HP would be quite the headache. Little Yang, why is this boss so insanely powerful? Fatty Han was flabbergasted.
Just as he was about to finish the final quest of his inheritance linking quest, it had just only struck him that it is not possible for him to slay the final boss. Of course, he would feel frustrated and emotional. This is an ethereal boss, so it would not be an easy battle at all. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, this boss is level 145. That means the developers had considered only letting players come and challenge this boss when they are at least level 115. Players should get a whole set of mythical tier equipment first, before doing this. Under such consideration, it is only fair that each player only gets 30 seconds to empty out a total of 500,000 HP. After all, the game company had put this level suppression system in place to prevent players from going out of bounds. If players started getting too far ahead by themselves, the number of high-level bosses would reduce very rapidly, and that would reduce the lifespan of the game as well.
So, are we still doing this? Fatty Han was asking, with a weak voice. Of course we are. Didn't you see that this is an ethereal tier boss?
If we take him down, we can get another first clear title. Zhang Yang laughed out loud, so when the boss uses Vampiric Blood Drain, later, we'll just gather around and use our AoE skills at the same time. It would still be possible to clear out those bats within the time frame.
Let's try it out now.
Zhang Yang waved his Heaven Shaker around to loosen up his joints, and then he activated his God of War transformation, and activated his God of War's shield. As 2 divine wings sprouted out of his back, Zhang Yang looked like a god that has just descended from the heavens. As he began to charge at the boss, he threw out his Spear of Obliteration, as usual.
44-520.
After activating his God of War transformation, Zhang Yang had a total of 575% additional damage. Theoretically, he should be able to cause approximately 90,000 damage to the boss. However, because of the level gap suppression function of the game, Zhang could only cause 50% of his initial damage. Although the amount of damage that he dealt was still terrifying, Zhang was still unhappy about the significant weakening of his power. But
ha ha ha. Live creatures setting foot in my territory. Are you those dragon slayers or the master of justice who are trying to become famous by killing me? This count looked noble and dignified. He was dressed in a pale, gold tux. He had that handsome, nobleman vibe to his appearance. His fingers were fine and dainty. With a leap, the count leaped midair and he transformed into a giant bat, gliding towards Zhang. He reached out with his right hand. All of a sudden, all 5 of his fingernails shot out, like 5 blood-coated switchblades. It was a horrific scene. What a handsome boss. Agreed. What a manly man. If this man can ride on a white horse, then he can really be a Prince Charming. Han Shui, Daffodil Daydream, and Fantasy Sweetheart instantly started gossiping as they began to talk about how handsome and attractive the boss was. Wei Yan'er stared at the boss for a brief moment, and then she suddenly said, I know why the boss does not have a white horse to ride. Because he has sucked the white horse dry. Ha ha ha. After that, she began to laugh on. The little brat had a terrible sense of dry humor, and started rolling on the floor, laughing. But after seeing that no one was laughing with her, she stopped and frowned, and then she said, what a bunch of boring people. -104291. +10429. As the boss claws raked through his flesh, Zhang received a horrifying amount of damage, while the effect of Talon's seduction kicked in and healed the boss by more than 10,000 HP. Oh my lord. Zhang already has more than 10,000 defense when he is transformed, and he also has a 40% passive damage immunity. So if the damage of one hit from the boss is that high, wouldn't regular Zhang be dead already? Lost Dream could not help but to scream in shock. Indeed, even after Zhang activated his Vitality Aura, he would still only have a total amount of 118,720 HP. If Zhang did not have the 20% additional passive damage immunity that the God of War's shield provided, even with a full bar of health, he would still be instantly killed by the boss. Furthermore, that particular strike had only been buffed up by 3 layers of the game's damage oppression system, due to their differences in levels. If the boss had been lucky enough to roll 4 layers, or even 5 layers of the damage oppression buff, the damage would have been even more ridiculous. Right after he hooked the boss's aggro onto him, everyone began to channel their damage output on the boss as they activated their powerful skills on the boss. With their current healing capabilities, Han Shui and Fantasy Sweetheart need not worry about whether they would waste mana on unnecessary healing, such as overhealing someone beyond their maximum hit points. This was because the attack of the boss is so powerful that one strike from the boss would already inflict more than 60,000 damage. The highest damage that the boss could deal would be about 180,000 damage. It would be impossible for the 2 of them to overheal anyone or anything. The 2 of them could let loose on their healings. Fortunately, the skill block could negate 1/3 of the boss's damage. The stronger the attack of the boss, the more damage that block would protect the player from. This has largely increased Zhang survival capability in a battle. Generally speaking, the normal attack of the boss could cause about 100,000 damage. So, by excluding the effect of block once in every 6 seconds, the DPS of the boss would reach up to 30,000 damage. On the other hand, the healing capabilities of Han Shui and Fantasy Sweetheart have been weakened by the level gap suppression of the game. The HP that they could heal every second only reached up to about 10,000 HP. In other words, Zhang was losing roughly 23,000 HP every passing second. The God of War transformation has raised the maximum HP by 40 times. However, even though Zhang has over 4,748,800 HP at the moment while constantly using level 10 potions to heal himself while the healers are healing him, it would still be not enough at all to keep up with the boss. Now, the best and most powerful skill would be the special effect of the Titan chestplate. By activating the shield wall, he could gain back 10% of his HP for every second. Although the effect had already been nerfed, Zhang still had a 50% rate of recovery. Plus, the effect of the Titan wall extended the duration of the shield wall by 5 seconds. So, he can recover a total of 75% HP over 150 seconds. That would already cover back the gap that Han Shui and Fantasy Sweetheart could not heal, but therefore, theoretically speaking, Zhang should be able to hold his own the boss. Obviously, that would only be true if the attacks of the boss stayed consistent at the rate of causing 3 times its initial damage. But, if the boss suddenly hits the jackpot and inflicts a damage 5 times harder than the boss initially does, the outcome would be totally different. Furthermore, Zhang Yang's God of War shield would only last for 10 minutes. After that, he would lose 20% of his passive damage immunity.
Of course, Zhang Yang still had the Radiance of the God of War, which he could use once in every 30 minutes. He would barely be able to make up for the 20% passive damage immunity that he loses after the effect of the God of War shield fades. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 519, A Fierce Battle with an Ethereal Boss. Chapter 519, A Fierce Battle with an Ethereal Boss. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Yang acted without hesitation as he threw the Glare of the Death God on the boss.
For every passing second, his mind only thought of whether the 2-hour transformation duration was enough for him to make his plan work. The cooldown period for the Glare of the Death God was only 60 minutes. So, he can actually use the skill twice 2 times while he is still in his transformed form. Henceforth, he would use Glare of the Death God immediately. Well, who knows whether he could really time it right by then. If he can throw a third Glare of the Death God on the boss in between that 1 split second before the 2-hour-long God of War transformation skill is over, while the boss only has 10% HP remaining on him, then Zhang Yang might stand a better chance at slaying the boss. Zhang Yang was really lucky this time. The Glare of the Death God could not be resisted by the boss. A large dark skull appeared right on top of the boss's head in just an instant. Although this was the first time many of them had witnessed this skill, they had already heard from Zhang Yang himself about how powerful this skill is. Within the 10-second period of time, everyone no longer tried to hit as hard as they could, instead, they were hitting as fast as they could, in order to increase the number of hits on the boss. The main reason was that everyone understood how the Glare of the Death God works. They just wanted to increase the rate of triggering the special effect of the skill, by increasing their attack rate. 450,000. 450,000. The 8 DPS players with a bunch of pets for powerful battle companions, the other 2 belonging to Lost Dream and Daffodil Daydream. However, the initial tiers of their battle companions are only Yellow Gold tier, and 7 servants were all trying hard to hit the boss as frequently as possible, without thinking about their damage output. Their attack rate was really off the charts, causing the special effect of Glare of the Death God to trigger consecutively. All 10 chances of triggering the special effect were used up within 5 seconds. You bastard! How is it possible that you know the special skill of the Hell's Lord? Farah let out a raging roar as he launched his assaults madly towards Zhang Yang with his 10 fingernails, looking like blades of hell.
Ha ha ha!
I am the representative of the Hell's Lord in this realm.
Little vampire Farah, surrender yourself and pledge your allegiance to me.
Zhang Yang laughed out loud as he swung his hammer at the boss.
Impossible. The Hell's Lord has already fallen.
Human, give me the secret skill of the Hell's Lord. Then, I shall consider turning you into one of my undead familiars, instead of turning you into a dried corpse, the boss threatened Zhang Yang. Fatty Han could not help but to feel shocked. After thinking about it, he said, Little Young, if only we could all get this skill and take our turns to use it on a boss, they would all be dead in no time. Zhang Yang laughed and said, I am guessing that this skill only drops once in the entire game. If everyone could farm for this skill and learn it, then all boss battles will become too easy. The moment when the Glare of the Death God ended, the damage output of the party went back to normal again. The boss had over 10,000 defense. Even if they used 5 layers of cripple defense on him, he would still have about 5,000 defense. Furthermore, Zhang Yang and his party members had been weakened by the level gap suppression function of the game, making the total damage output of the whole party so poor that it was painful to look at. Their total DPS was only about 10,000 damage. Furthermore, the boss also had 2 HP recovery skills, Talon's Seduction, and Heal, making the boss even more difficult to kill. The HP bar of the boss was reducing extremely gradually. Ha ha! You utterly useless beings are no match for me. Farah let out a series of words that trembled as he extended his claws out even further. He slashed at the shield of Zhang Yang and sent Zhang Yang flying in the opposite direction. It was fortunate that Zhang Yang gains the ability to fly when he transforms himself into the form of the God of War transformation. So, he instantly flew straight back up to the boss and continued to battle the boss. The level gap suppression function of the game is really extremely annoying, even though the God of War transformation is a very powerful skill, but Zhang Yang still felt that he was being oppressed by the boss. Back in his life, Zhang Yang had once taken out a Violet Platinum boss, together with hundreds of its minions when he first transformed as a King Kong. It really felt awesome of him to feel so powerful for the first time. However, standing before an ethereal boss made him feel weak again, as if he was being shrunk back to his previous power level. Well, this is what happens to players when they do not heed the warnings and go on doing an exceed level challenge.
Players should be at least level 115 before challenging Vampire Count Farah.
But Zhang Yang and his party had insisted on challenging the boss now.
Well, who are you kidding? Of course this boss battle is not going to be easy.
Living beings, tremble before my shadows. Farah suddenly turned into a blur, and his body was transformed into 20 little bats. These bats then swarmed up towards the 10 players.
Farah's incarnation, normal, special creature. Level, 145. HP, 500,000. Defense, 0. Attack, 0. Skills. Blood Drain, drains the blood of the target, will die after 30 seconds and recovers 1% health for Farah. These bats were basically unstoppable. All of them charged at everyone as they started to bite at their necks, faces, wrists and other spots that were not covered and protected by equipment. Without the need to inform them, everyone stood together in one same spot and activated their AoE skills. Horizontal Sweep. -98221. -56860. -37984. -20304. The 20 little bats were receiving different amount of damages at same time. However, the amount of the damages that were inflicted upon the bats differed greatly. Zhang Yang let out a gentle humph. With a golden light gushing out of his entire body, Zhang Yang struck out with his God of War's Crushing Strike. -28970. -28970. He initially has about 1000 points of strength attribute. But after he switched up to the mysterious metallic greaves, he had acquired an additional of 1201 strength attribute. And after he added the power of 4 gemstones onto his equipment, together with the 10% increment on his strength that Wei Yan'er's strength aura provided, Zhang Yang's strength attribute had reached up to a total of 2897 points. Unfortunately, the damage of God of War's Crushing Strike would not be affected by any additional damage effects that are added to the player. However, the chaos damage that is 10 times of the strength attributes would not be affected by armor defense and magic defense of the target, not even the level gap suppression effect. The skill will perform as it always would, without any loss of power, but although Zhang Yang could only accumulate 1 point of God of War energy point every 10 seconds, allowing the God of War Crushing Strike to be available for dispatching every 30 seconds, but Zhang Yang did not have any other skills that would require the usage of the God of War energy point. So, after battling the boss for another 5 minutes, he had succeeded in accumulating a total of 30 God of War energy points. That amount of energy points would be enough for Zhang Yang to activate the God of War Crushing Strike 10 times. After the 1-second global cooldown period, Zhang Yang activated another God of War Crushing Strike once again and caused about 30,000 damage to all the bats within his skill's attack range. Wow! What sorcery is this? A player can become so bloody powerful after using a transformation skill. Endless Starlight was looking at Zhang Yang in admiration, and then he said, "Boss, help me get the Class S inheritance for knights. I too want to feel the rush of a transformation skill." Endless Starlight, you can stop thinking about the transformation part, you're already a pervert in transformation form. It's more practical that way. Fatty Han laughed out loud. Zhang Yang activated his God of War Crushing Strike 9 consecutive times, and after he was done with the skill, his horizontal sweep had also cooled down. So, he struck with his horizontal sweep and caused another wave of damage onto the bats. Unfortunately for Zhang Yang, now that he did not possess the special effect of his Sword of Purging Devourer, the damage values only popped out on top of the bats once. However, the impact of the God of War Crushing Strike was amazing. After 10 consecutive times of activation, the God of War energy points of Zhang Yang was depleted. But at the same time, every monster around him was inflicted with about 300,000 damage. Meanwhile, Felice spat her flames from midair. After her 10-second pulverizing flame, she had also caused about 10,000 damage to every one of the bats. However, the pulverizing flame had a cooldown period of 30 seconds. So, Felice could only attack one enemy at a time. After about 15 seconds later, all the bats were left with only about 100,000 HP. However, the God of War Crushing Strike was not available at the moment. So the damage that Zhang Yang could deal to the bats had sharply reduced. "Dummy, should we use our Blizzard Sky and Luna's Dew?" Han Yingshui asked. The paired skills, Blizzard Sky and Luna's Dew, did chaos damage, so they would not be affected by the level gap suppression function of the game. They should be able to deal 5,000 damage for every second and inflict a total damage of 75,000 to each of the little bats in the remaining 15 seconds. With other party members supporting them with their attacks as well, they should be able to clear out the bats with ease. Zhang Yang shook his head immediately. The boss battle was only beginning.
Having no idea on how many times the boss might use his vampiric blood drain, if they really used up their paired skills this early in the battle, then how are they going to survive the next round of such attacks? Their paired skills had a cooldown period of 72 hours. Everyone was trying their best at maximizing their damage output as they gulped down bottles of power potions whenever they could. On the 20th second, Zhang activated another horizontal sweep with his long, quarterstaff-like hammer, striking out the best AoE attack skill that he had. Instantly, another wave of damage values popped out on top of the bats at the same time. A few of them were killed by the attack wave. Thunder Strike. In his transformed mode, even the Thunder Strike could reach up to 20,000 basic damage. But unfortunately, because of the level gap suppression function of the game, the Thunder Strike could not reach the expected amount of damage. The bats only received about 10,000 damage, a small number of them was only inflicted with about 2,000 damage. However, the remaining HP bar of the bats were already rather low. Under the aggressive assault of Zhang Yang's party, quite a number of them were falling off from the body of Zhang Yang's party members as they died. 25 seconds, 7 bats remaining. 26 seconds, 5 bats remaining. 27 seconds, 3 bats remaining. 28 seconds, 1 bat remaining. On the 29th second, the last bat had finally fallen off the body of Endless Starlight. After the 30th second, the bats that were on the ground suddenly came back to life as they flew up and reformed back into the middle-aged gentleman. Farah let out a deafening roar, and then he dashed towards Zhang Yang, aiming at his neck. They had succeeded in surviving one of the deadly skills of the boss. Everyone let out a breath of relief as their confidence increased. Zhang Yang currently had more than 4 million amount of HP, giving him a much larger margin of error. The two healers could even close their eyes and simply focus on healing Zhang Yang without the need to worry about inefficient healing. They also need not worry about the fact that any slight delay of their healing skills might cause Zhang Yang to be instantly killed. It was very hard to judge whether this battle was a tough one or an easy one. As long as they can kill all the bats within the time frame of 30 seconds, they should be able to empty out the total amount of 45 million HP of the boss within 2 hours. Well, killing the bats within the time frame is interrelated to emptying out the long HP bar of the boss. Because if any of the players cannot kill the bats within the time frame, they would die, and contribute in healing the HP of the boss back up. If that happens, Zhang Yang and his party member would not stand a chance at slaying the boss within the limited time period. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 50 minutes. The boss had already used his vampiric blood drain for more than 10 times, but the party had managed to kill all the little bats within the time frame. They managed to do that all, thanks to the God of War's crushing strike that Zhang Yang has. The impact of the strikes really do pack a punch. The damage that the skill can cause took up half of the total damage output of the party. Han Shui and the rest of the party members saw the potential of having an inheritance, and were even more motivated to get their own inheritances. 60 minutes. The cooldown period of the Glare of the Death God was finally over. Zhang Yang activated the skill once more. Ineffective. But Zhang Yang was out of luck this time. The moment when the skill was thrown onto the boss, a large word popped up right above the head of Count Farah. Son of the Beach. Bad luck, I guess. This is outrageous. Fatty Han and the others immediately complained the moment they saw the letters. The boss still had 52% HP at that current moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 520, First Clear of Ethereal Tier Boss. Chapter 520, First Clear of Ethereal Tier Boss. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Truth be told, out of the 48% HP that they had taken off, 10% of it was the additional bonus provided by the Glare of the Death God. This would indirectly mean that Zhang Yang and his party members were only capable of reducing 38% of the boss's HP bar in an hour. Based on their current performance, the boss would still have 14% HP remained on him when Zhang Yang's God of War transformation wears off. By then, Zhang Yang should be able to use another Glare of the Death God. As long as it takes effect, they should still stand a chance at bringing the HP bar of the boss down to 4%. Still, 4% of such an HP of such magnitude is still a ridiculously large sum. According to the current total DPS of Zhang Yang and his party members, they would still need to go all out for 6 minutes before they could empty out that hypothetical 4%. Without the God of War transformation, it begs the question of whether Zhang Yang and gang would even survive for 30 seconds. So a duration of 6 minutes is really a long time for them. Furthermore, what happens if the Glare of the Death God does not work? What then? Battling super powerful bosses are heavily luck-based ventures. For instance, if the second, Glare of the Death God, manages to take effect, then the boss should only have 4% HP remaining on him when Zhang Yang's God of War transformation fades away. The zombie potions should be able to take care of the remaining 4%. If not, they would really be in big trouble. Although they still had their super skills, Dance of the Heaven and Earth, 100,000 damage would only scratch the boss.
Going all out.
Zhang Yang and his gang did not have the luxury to even think about saving cost or weighing the pros and cons of anything. They took all sorts of potions like there was no tomorrow. Within the 2-hour time frame of the God of War transformation, they continuously spammed the skills over again and again immediately right after the cooldown period. They would just activate their skills in an attempt to maximize their damage output as efficiently as possible. Every single one of them understood that if they failed this time, they would have to wait for another 3 days before they can challenge this boss again. Without the support of the God of War transformation, they would merely be insects cowering before the boss. 10 minutes before the God of War transformation ended, the HP of the boss dropped down to the remaining 20%. Under the effects of power potions, everyone decided that it was the right moment to activate their super skills. They chose the right timing to do so, and began to channel their damage towards the boss at the very last moment.
Dance of the Heaven and Earth. -14000. -14000.
Other than Fantasy Sweetheart, the other 9 members in the party activated their Dance of the Heaven and Earth. Zhang Yang had also activated his Chaotic Dance of Electric Current to boost the damage output of the entire party. However, the damage that Chaotic Dance of Electric Current could deal had been greatly diminished due to the level gap suppression function of the game. Dance of the Heaven and Earth inflicts chaos damage while Chaotic Dance of Electric Current inflicts nature damage. Chaotic Dance of Electric Current performed much poorer than Dance of the Heaven and Earth in this case. 10 seconds later, the boss had lost about 1,500,000 HP.
16% HP remaining.
Without having a second thought, Zhang Yang activated all of his remaining powerful skills on the boss. Since his rage bar would always be filled to the brim, Zhang Yang had no worries about having not enough rage points to use.
-401988. Killing Cleave. -94212. Horizontal Sweep. -198422. Destructive Smash. -48222. Frost Strike.
Even though Zhang Yang had landed quite a number of critical attacks, his damage output was still affected by the level gap suppression function of the game, making it impossible to reach his maximum damage output. But his current damage was already pretty satisfying, especially his Killing Cleave. An attack that could reach up to a 400,000 damage could really leave people stunned with their jaws hanging wide open.
This is the power of an inheritance. Everyone was amazed by it.
Fatty Han was anxious and worried at the same time. He was beginning to imagine the glory on him after he gets his inheritance. But at the same time, he was worried that all of their efforts might go to waste if they failed to take down this super boss.
15%, 14%, 13%. The God of War transformation was nearing its end. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yang activated Shield Wall the moment the God of War transformation was over. -58-417. Zhang Yang frowned intensely. He had still received so much damage with his Shield Wall active. Without the Shield Wall, this strike would have definitely dealt over 200,000 damage. He would have been instantly killed. After tanking the boss for another 14 seconds, the cooldown period for Glare of the Death God was finally over. Zhang Yang prayed deep down his heart as he threw another Glare of the Death God onto the boss. If this takes effect, they still had a chance of finishing this. Or else, they would have to die and come back again after 3 days. Shove. A shrouding dark skull began to form on top of the boss. It was a success. Everyone was cheering in joy as they now stood a chance at bringing down the boss. -450000. -450000. The HP bar of the boss started dropping rapidly, 1% at a time. You bastard! It's that skill again. Farah let out a raging roar into the sky. He was so furious that his very face itself started twisting up into a knot. I shall exterminate you. Exterminate every one of you tiny little insects. To actually push me this far, you all must die. Hey witch! Come! It's time to use our paired skills. Zhang Yang quickly shouted to Han Yingshui. Han Yingshui nodded, and she directed her flying mount, Bumblebee, towards Zhang Yang. She jumped off her mount and stood by Zhang Yang's side. The two of them held their hands together as they activated their Blizzard Sky and Luna's Dew. Immune. Immune.
The word immune kept popping out on the top of Zhang Yang's head as the boss continuously raked at Zhang Yang with its claws. On the other side of things, the boss was receiving a steady stream of 5,000 chaos damage numbers, but 30 seconds passed, and the bombardment of the blizzard sky and Luna's dew finally stopped. The boss reached out with his claws and gave Zhang Yang 2 powerful slashes. The first hit caused 100,000 damage, while the second hit caused 240,000 damage, killing Zhang Yang in an instant. However, a white holy light flashed across Zhang Yang's entire body, and he got back on his feet immediately, rising anew. However, without the support of the God of War transformation, Zhang Yang was like a piece of wet paper standing right before the boss. The boss killed him again with another strike that caused 250,000 damage. Still, it was not over, and Zhang Yang got back to his feet for the second time. The zombie potion. Although the zombie potion allows players to continue fighting for the next 30 seconds after they die, players would no longer be able to retain the aggro of the boss. The boss immediately turned away, turning himself into a bat, and arrived right on Felice in just a blink of an eye. His claws penetrate all the way through her chest. 248, 128. Plus 24 at 812. Blood oozed out from the chest wound of Felice as she turned into a white ball of light and flew back into the battle companion slot within Zhang Yang's inventory. At the same time, she dropped a level back to level 103. She remained curled up in a fetal position as she lay quietly in the battle companion slot. Zhang Yang would have to wait for another 10 minutes before he could summon Felice again. Ha ha. A bunch of weak imbeciles. I'm bored. Farah was finally beginning to display the power of an ethereal boss. He started going on a killing spree as one after the other falls. Wei Yenair, Sun Xinu, Lost Dream, every single one of them did not stand a chance at all. They were instantly killed by the boss. Fortunately, all of them had already taken a zombie potion prior to the battle. So, they were able to continue fighting for another 30 seconds after dying. The best part about this 30-second extension was that they would all be invincible for 30 seconds. At that moment, the boss only had 1% HP remaining. That was only a total of 260,000 HP. 250,000, 240,000. 190,000. The effect of the zombie potion faded, and Zhang Yang was the first to collapse onto the ground. This time, he lay on the ground for good. 180,000. 150,000. 140,000. Wei Yenair sunk to the ground dead. 130,000. 110,000. 90,000. Sun Xinu collapsed. Damage output. Damage output. We can finish this, the gang shouted encouragements to each other as they started the sprint to the finish. 70,000. 50,000. 30,000. 10,000. 8,272. 3,711. One by one, they hit the ground in dramatic fashion, as one by one, their zombie potion effects faded. The only one left standing was Fantasy Sweetheart. Punishment Ray. 311. We are so close. Go, sweetheart. Fantasy Sweetheart swung her arms with all her might, trying her best to cast another Punishment Ray. That was literally the final thing she could do in that boss battle. Her own zombie potion ran out of time, and she too joined her comrades in death. 212. Arg the boss let out a deafening roar to the skies as his slender body began to fall. As his body hit the ground heavily, the dust on the ground flew up. We did it. We really did it. Everyone was cheering through the party channel. Ding. Congratulations for being the first party of the server to slay an ethereal tier boss. Your glorious deeds shall be remembered forever in the historical lists of the world. As the leader of the party, please key in the name of your party. Your party name shall be published on the historical list, allowing the world to praise you. This kill has finally been recognized by the system. Thank God. Praise the Lord. Zhang Yang quickly entered the habitual advertisement slogan, and the server started to repeat the announcement over again and again. In just a few seconds, Snowseeker and Sky Shaman, followed by other players from other guilds, began to congratulate Zhang Yang. At that moment, Zhang Yang could not even see anything in front of him, because the new messages kept on popping up right before his face. Ha ha. Everyone, quickly. We must get back to our dead bodies and resurrect ourselves first. Loot, don't forget the loot. Zhang Yang laughed madly as he selected the option to release his soul. He began to sprint all the way back to his dead body. While running back to his dead body, Zhang Yang could not help but to let out a sigh. He could not help but to think that, even though he already has the God of War inheritance, he had still struggled against such powerful bosses. If he had not come across the divinely powerful skill, Glare of the Death God, it would have been impossible to slay the boss with just the 10 of them.
Well, it was very tiring indeed to do an exceed level challenge in slaying a boss.
Furthermore, this vampire count was not really that powerful. He did have the vampiric blood drain, a rather considerable AoE attack. But this skill was rather unique, as it was basically a ticking time bomb. As long as players slay all the monsters within the given time frame, the party would not be harmed in any way, and they would also get a 30-second window to regroup. The King Kong boss that Zhang Yang had slain in his previous life was even more annoying and harder to deal with. The boss would randomly shake the ground and throw rocks at the players without any sign of warning. If it is up for Zhang Yang to judge, he would say that the difficulty of this boss battle would be about as difficult as getting a Class C inheritance. 7 minutes later, all 10 of them had managed to resurrect themselves. All of them sat down and started taking some snacks to recover. Meanwhile, Wei Yan'er was the first to go up to the boss to check on the loot. Although this was a legitimate first clear, the boss had been ridiculously stingy. Only a total of 2 equipment were found on the ground. One was a violet necklace, while the other one was a dark gray leather helmet.
Everyone was soon feeling depressed and disappointed.
Zhang Yang shook his head and said, "This is probably the system's way of telling us not to simply go through an exceed level challenge.
Still, it doesn't really matter if loot is measly. We can always get more of them in the future.
The most important thing about first clears are the additional rewards like skill books."
Noob Tank sure is sharp as always. You got me.
Wei Yan'er took out 2 skill books and said, "There are 2 of these skill books and 3 middle tier aura stones."
Yan'er, stop being such a tease. Just show us their attributes already. Wei Yan'er giggled. After picking up all the coins, she picked up the dark violet necklace and said, "Can you guess what tier this equipment is? A mythical, or an ethereal?" Violet coral necklace, ethereal necklace. Vitality, plus 1089. Intelligence, plus 373. Spirit, plus 373. Equip, increases damage and healing efficiency by 5.6%. Equip, increases maximum HP by 2000 points. Equip, increases maximum MP by 740 points. Equip, absorbs 321 damage when struck. Unidentified. Required level, 140. Special, reduces 20 levels of the required level. Wow! This is one awesome piece of equipment that we have here.
Fatty Han's eyes were popping out, a level 140 equipment that can be equipped when player reaches level 120.
You know how amazing that is?
Furthermore, this equipment boosts both HP and MP, while also boosting damage and it even giving players the ability to absorb damage.
This necklace has basically covered all aspects of combat. Indeed. Zhang Yang nodded.
It would indeed be a major advantage if a level 120 player can equip a level 140 equipment. The player that equips this equipment would no doubt have the upper hand over other players of the same level, level 120. This is one of the first clear rewards, so it makes sense that such a powerful equipment would be dropped. Well, for the moment, there is no other better equipment that boosts both the offense and defensive players. Haning Shui, Daffodil Daydream, and Fantasy Sweetheart automatically rolled dices, as if it was a daily ritual. Ironically, they knew each other so well that there was no need for pleasantries anymore. By the end of it, Fantasy Sweetheart was the one who got lucky and she acquired the amazing necklace. The next equipment was the dark gray leather helmet. Blackhawk leather helmet, ethereal, leather armor. Defense, plus 192. Vitality, plus 4,356. Strength, plus 645. Agility, plus 1,490. Equip, increases maximum HP by 8,700 points. Equip, increases damage and healing efficiency by 5.6%. Equip, absorbs 641 damage when being hit. Unidentified. Required level, 140. Special, reduces 20 levels of the required level. What the hell? Is this a leather armor or a heavy armor? Endless Starlight was so shocked that his voice had turned squeaky. My violet platinum heavy armor only gives me an additional 80 defense. This piece of leather armor is too much. It actually adds 192 defense. If my eyes aren't playing tricks with me, it also adds vitality points by more than 4,000 points. No, it's actually more than 4,000 HP. This is an ethereal tier equipment, my friend. Daffodil Daydream smiled. Actually, it should give more than 6,000 vitality points after identification. One piece of such equipment would already provide about 60,000 HP, that amount is actually much higher than my current amount of HP, but that is why people say that levels and equipment are keys to becoming successful in any online game. Zhang Yang took the leather helmet over and said, "There are 2 thief classes and 2 hunter classes here, so the 4 of you roll for it. Let's see who gets to keep this masterpiece." Forget the ethereal tier, the main point is that this equipment can be equipped 20 levels earlier. That is more than just awesome already. Everyone had no reason to be polite to each other, as they had been partymates since the beginning. So, the 4 of them rolled for it. By the end of it, Fatty Han was the one who struck the jackpot. He had succeeded in acquiring the equipment. However, it requires approximately 10 days or so just to level up once, after the level 100 bracket. So, when Fatty Han reaches level 120, it should be another 6 to 7 months in the future. Therefore, it would really be boring and frustrating to do an exceed level challenge on higher level maps. They needed to pay for a bigger price, such as more effort needed to get things done, and they would also have to wait for a much longer time before they can equip any equipment they earn from doing so. After all, it is truly torturous to see a powerful piece of equipment lying quietly in your inventory, within your reach, but also out of your reach at the same time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 521, The Vampire Inheritance. Chapter 521, The Vampire Inheritance. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, the last 2 skill books that the little brat picked up were much less capable of such torture. Wei Yenair took out the first skill book and pasted the name of the book onto the party channel. The skill on the skill book is called Vampiric Touch. It is a skill that was not limited to classes. Everyone stands a chance to learn it. Everyone rolled for it. The little brat was the one who got the skill book. After she learned the skill and revealed the description for the skill, Wei Yenair posted the description of the skill onto the party channel immediately. Vampiric Touch touches the target with the power of a vampire. Lasts for 30 minutes. During the effective period, whenever the target receives any attack from the caster, 5% of the damage dealt by the caster would heal the caster's own party members, 5 members at most. The caster can only place the spell on one target at a time. Furthermore, the healing effect of the Vampiric Touch would not generate additional aggro. Range, 30 meters. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Zhang Yang could not help but laugh, and he said, "If only I knew the details about this skill, I would have learned it himself." Or maybe, Sun Xin, you should have learned it. It's such a waste to give this to the little brat. Wei Yenair was enraged and yelled at Zhang Yang, "Noob tank. I'm also a powerful DPS myself, you know it." Zhang Yang shook his head and said, "What power are you talking about? The power of your poor chest? I can't seem to see any power whatsoever." "You." Wei Yenair was so angry that she kept stomping the ground. "That's because I haven't hit puberty yet. My mom's chest was ginormous. Just like my aunt's. If you don't believe it, you can ask Sister Snow." "Humph. Humph. I have inherited excellent genes. You shall regret the day you underestimated me. I shall grow a pair of boobs that are larger than Sister Snow's. Just wait and see." Everyone could only try their best not to laugh. Well, most of them were covering their mouths and faces, physically stopping themselves from laughing. Zhang Yang looked at her and nodded, "Little brat, just forget about that unrealistic fantasy of yours and accept the truth." Pooey. You bastard. Wei Yenair decided to huff off the loot. Then, she picked the other skill book up and pasted the name of the book onto the party channel. Skill book, Destroyer's Madness. Use, teaches you the Destroyer's Madness. Required class, none. Required level, 100. Ha! Another skill book that does not have any required class? Everyone was curious and confused a little at the same time. Ever since they had entered the Chaos Realm, they had come across numerous skill books that did not have class requirements. Does this mean that every skill book in the Chaos Realm could be learned by anyone, blurring the lines between the classes in the game? Zhang Yang shook his head and said, "Well, this skill can support those with inheritances below Class C. So, this skill will only serve its purpose until you guys get your inheritances. I suggest that you guys get a Class B inheritance, at the very least. So, concerning this skill, since it wouldn't really matter much, let's roll and see who gets it." "Silly you, what does this skill do?" Han Shui asked out of curiosity. Zhang Yang smiled vaguely at her and said, "Whoever learns this, just post it up on our party channel later for everyone to see." The little brat got it again.
The little brat was so full of herself that she threw a supercilious look at Zhang Yang. After learning the skill, the little brat posted the description up on the party channel. Destroyer's Madness, upon activating the skill, additional 50% increase in attack. Lasts for 2 hours. Cooldown, 72 hours. This skill shares the same global cooldown with Inheritance Transformation. Only Class S, Class A, Class B and Class C have the Inheritance Transformation. So this, Destroyer's Madness, here is designed to cover the disadvantages of the Inheritance classes that are lower than Class C. Zhang Yang explained. Fatty Han had already acquired the quest items that he needed to complete his quest. Right after distributing the 3 pieces of middle-tier aura stones among themselves, they tore their teleportation scrolls and traveled back to Morningtown. All of them agreed on one thing, that they will never repeat something as idiotic thing as performing an exceed-level challenge. It was suffering that they did not need in the first place. Well, by doing an exceed-level challenge to kill a boss that is of much more higher level than you will earn the first clear title for the dungeon, or for slaying the boss. Other than that, you get nothing else. Firstly, you might not prevail. Even if you manage to slay the boss and get your hands on some pretty powerful equipment, you would still need to wait until your level is high enough to equip them. Finally, an exceed-level challenge is just 2D**mn difficult. Zhang Yang and his party had only managed to slay the vampire Count Farah because they were lucky. According to the system of the game, when players engages a boss that has level gap suppression over them, rate of spell-type skills affecting the bosses would be as low as only 10%. However, out of 3 times, the effective Glare of the Death God got triggered twice. Zhang Yang had been ridiculously lucky back there. So, counting on such luck would not be reliable either. As it is, nobody should be fighting above their weight class in this game. However, the first clear for this boss had rewarded every single one of them with an additional luck attribute point. Currently, Zhang Yang has accumulated up to a total of 23 luck attribute points. No doubt, that amount was otherworldly. Fatty Han did not get the vampire inheritance right away after slaying the boss. He still had some leftover quests to take care of before he can actually complete the entire linking quest. But they were all simple quests, so it wasn't really a big deal for him. Endless Starlight, on the other hand, had witnessed how powerful a player becomes after obtaining a high-class inheritance. He could uphold the oath that he took previously, and begged Zhang Yang to aid him in getting a battle-type inheritance for him. Well, according to Endless Starlight himself, he wasn't asking for much, he only wanted a Class B inheritance. Zhang Yang could not help but frown intensely. Fine, Class S inheritances was definitely out of the picture, as there were only 6 of them in the entire game. Meanwhile, all Class A inheritances was as well hidden as Class S inheritances, which would be very difficult to obtain. Even Zhang Yang had no idea on how to obtain any of the Class A inheritances. That would leave the Class B inheritance as the last option then. But truth to be told, in Zhang Yang's previous life, the most popular and prevalent inheritances were the Class B inheritances. But to assume that Class B inheritance are easy to acquire would be total bullshit. Although Class B inheritances are not one of a kind, each fragment of the inheritance is unique. For example, if the first player acquires a piece of the fragment in Morningtown, Morningtown will never spawn a second fragment of the same piece. In other words, other players cannot acquire the fragment from the same location, or the same quest, or the same monster. So, players cannot repeat the steps taken by the first player. Or else, everyone would be able to obtain the same inheritance, and Class B inheritances would all become valueless, but... As he gazed into the idiotic face of Endless Starlight, Zhang Yang started telling him the method of obtaining the Kong inheritance. With Endless Starlight's current level of skills, Zhang Yang believed that Endless Starlight would still manage it without many problems, of course, other than battling the terrifyingly powerful boss, the King Kong Lord. Zhang Yang was also having doubts about himself. Even though with God of War's transformation, because of the level gap suppression function of the game, he would still be unable to defeat the boss. To acquire the Kong inheritance, it would be better for them to reach level 120 first. Initially, if Zhang Yang did not have the knowledge of his previous life, he might end up obtaining his first fragment of an inheritance 3 months later. With all the preliminary quests before the final quest that required players to battle the boss, players should be able to reach level 110. By then, players should be able to remove the level gap suppression function of the game. After Zhang Yang took care of the vampire Count Farah, the remaining errand quests of Fatty Han's inheritance linking quest were not difficult at all. In just 2 days' time, the fatty had stepped up the figurative podium, triumphantly declaring that he has officially obtained the vampire inheritance. On the spot, he posted the series of skills that he had acquired from his new vampire inheritance. All members of the gang, other than Zhang Yang, were drooling at the skills. Bloodthirst, increases 40% damage dealt. Immortal Constitution, transforms into an immortal subject, providing 5% additional passive damage immunity.
Recover 1% of HP in every 10 seconds. Lasts for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Vampire Transformation, transforms into a vampire.
Increases initial maximum HP by a multiplier of 20 times.
Increases initial defense by a multiplier of 3 times. There is a 70% rate to be immune to magic damage.
Increases initial attack by a multiplier of 3 times. When you are in the Vampire Transformation form, you will acquire 1 Vampire Energy Point every 10 seconds. Some of your special skills would require Vampire Energy Points to be used. The Vampire Transformation lasts for 2 hours.
Cooldown, 72 hours. Bat form, disperses yourself into 10 little bats.
These bats will then approach and stick themselves onto targets and begin draining their blood.
Recovers 1% HP every second. These blood-sucking little bats can fly. However, they are very weak and can easily be killed. Reintegrating yourself would allow you to recover additional HP depending on the amount of blood that the bats manage to drain. Bat form requires Vampire Energy Points to operate. 1 Vampire Energy Point can prolong the duration by 1 second.
The bat form will be over when the Vampire Energy Bar is depleted, or when all of the little bats have been killed.
Cooldown, 30 minutes.
Currently, Fatty Han only had 4 Vampire Inheritance skills. Of course, his inheritance was no match for Zhang Yang's God of War inheritance, however, it was enough for Fatty Han to brag about. The wretched Fatty went straight to the arena as he pulled Endless Starlight and lost Dream along. He then tested out the transformation on the first opponent in the first match they got into, subjecting the poor soul through great. Well, at least he was having fun. Zhang Yang could not help but laugh at that Fatty. What a ridiculous joke. The Vampire Transformation can only be used once in every 3 days. This Fatty had actually used it to show off in the arena during a duel. Zhang Yang was truly struck speechless. But even without the Vampire Transformation, Fatty Han had attained another level in terms of DPS. With just the additional skill, Bloodthirst, Fatty Han's damage had gone way up, and because the Vampire Count Farah had a very high amount of defense, the 40% increase in Fatty Han's attack wasn't exactly 40%. In other words, the damage output of Fatty Han would definitely be much higher on players, monsters, and other bosses, besides Vampire Count Farah. Therefore, Zhang Yang kicked Fatty Han straight over to the Dungeon Expedition Force of Lone Desert Smoke to explore the Dragon Throat Fortress together with 100 shots. Dragon Throat Fortress was a level 100 dungeon, and only a few final bosses in the dungeon were level 110. Without the level gap suppression to suppress the damage output of players, even Fatty Han could saunter around like a boss. Him joining the Dungeon Expedition Force had solved the damage output shortage problem they were having. With Fatty Han leading the Dungeon Expedition Force, they managed to take out the 12th boss in the hard mode. 3 days after, Fatty Han had engaged with the 13th boss in his Vampire Transformation form. To battle against this boss, players must have the extremely powerful equipment to survive the battle long enough to slay the boss. With his Vampire Transformation kicking in, the dungeon exploration party of the Lone Desert Smoke finally broke through the boss and went on to the 14th boss. By that act, many of the young, pretty female players in the guild greatly admired Fatty Han. Many of them were blinking at him flirtatiously. Unfortunately, this Fatty already has someone back in his place. He would even need to report to her whenever he goes out. So, as he engaged with a bunch of flirtatious girls in conversation, Fatty Han would only dare to cheat in his mind, entertaining them with his own cheesy lines. Without even knowing it, summer break ended, and it was now time to go back to school. Wei Yan was now a university freshman. So, her first time entering the university was a huge affair. Zhang Yang purchased an MPV, multi-purpose vehicle, for her as a gift. The main purpose of the MPV was to allow Wei Yan to load and transport her items, such as her toys, her clothes, and of course, her perfumes. Even Sun Xian took a day's leave just to send Wei Yan off to her campus. Zhang Yang did not think of it as such a big deal. Wei Yan would not be far from home. It wasn't like she was leaving town to study in another state, or in some overseas country. The Zhou University was just in the city. It was just 20 kilometers away from where Zhang Yang lived. So there was no need for all the fuzz. However, the little brat had immediately shot down his complaints, even to his shock. You can't imagine having a thief living in your own house. It cannot be helped that the little brat did not trust the witch that goes by the name of Snow. She had been taking the little brat's items for her own use. Even before she had finished piling her grievances on Zhang Yang, they saw that very witch walking out from the little brat's room, with a lot of items in her hands as she made her way back to her room like a sneaky rodent.
So, Zhang Yang sent Wei Yan to the front gate of Zhou University. Because the new MPV that Zhang Yang had bought was only to allow Wei Yan to transport her stuff, Zhang Yang had not really invested much in it. The moment his low-end MPV entered the campus area, quite a number of people were laughing at them. Of course, Zhang Yang did not mind it at all. He had just graduated from this place about a year ago. He was more nostalgic than anything at that moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 522, Wei Yan goes to university. Chapter 522, Wei Yan goes to university. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Not only was Wei Yan a local in Zhou, she was also on the board of directors of her company. Her assets were worth hundreds of millions. The university knew this, and were treating her like royalty. They had already sent her all the necessary information. Her enrollment process was ready-made for her. Now, all she needed to do was to turn up in person at the location and move her things into the hostel. So, when Zhang Yang drove the little brat over to the front of the hostel building, the area was already flooded with cars. Quite a number of people were busy unloading their luggage from their cars. These students should be Zhou locals or from the towns or cities beside Zhou. So, it made sense for them to drive there by themselves. Wei Yan made a call, and almost immediately, the three pretty siblings, Zhaobin, Zhaoyu, and Zhao Shui ran out from the hostel towards Zhang Yang and Wei Yan. After all, these three sisters have met Wei Yan once and they appear to instantly click. So, it made perfect sense for these three pretty girls to come out and welcome Wei Yan with open arms on her first day in university. With the three of them taking care of the little brat, Zhang Yang felt so much more relieved. They got down from the MPV and unloaded Wei Yan's stuff. The area wasn't just filled with the girls who occupied, or were bound to occupy the hostels, it was also filled parents, boyfriends, and even sugar daddies. The moment everyone in the area saw that another pretty lady coming out from the MPV, they were shocked. Besides the flirtatious, buxom looks of Han Shui, Sun Xianyu was a cool beauty in her own right. Her face shared some of the softness that the three Zhao sisters had. Some of the male creatures might have been triggered into thinking about something evil. Needless to say, several sugar daddies had walked up to them like bosses and acted as if they were the friendliest people on earth, as they attempted to invite the ladies for a tea session with them in a nearby hotel. They also accidentally revealed that they were quite rich, letting slip some sensitive topics such as millionaire assets and party secretaries. Eventually, Wei Yan blew up and scolded the sugar daddies, forcing them to retreat. But would they give up so easily when they are so rich or powerful? Some of them might even be rich and powerful at the same time. Also, Sun Xianyu and Han Shui happen to be the prettiest things they have ever laid eyes on, not to mention the fact that they had just been rejuvenated with a touch of moisture by Zhang Yang, making them look even more gorgeous and attractive than ever. Even a noble man would feel his heart rate rising. So, what about this bunch of dirty, lecherous, old goats? The answer was obvious. Well, so much for Wei Yan's peaceful university life. She had brought along so many items that 2/3 of the entire dorm was already occupied by her items. Even so, this mountain of things had already been filtered through, over and over again. Or else, 3 dorms would not even be enough to accommodate all of her items. Fortunately, this little brat knew how to butter up others with her sweet tongue. She endured her pain as she brought a lot of nice food and nice games to share with the other 3 of her roommates. As a result, they did not say a word about her overbearing presence. To create a good bond between the little brat and her new roommates, Zhang Yang decided to treat the 3 girls to a meal in a nearby hotel after they were done with their packing. Upon seeing Zhang Yang's ride, the 3 girls did not hide their disdain. They even looked down on Zhang Yang and the ladies who were with him. Things changed a little after they arrived at the hotel. The hotel seemed to be up to their standards, so girls began to ease up. Zhang Yang could not help but to let out a breath of sigh, disappointed with how materialistic people were nowadays. The 11 of them stepped into the hotel. These 11 were made up of Zhang Yang and his 4 ladies, the 3 Zhao sisters, and Wei Yan's 3 new roommates. Although Zhang Yang was filthy rich, he was no in a mood to spend his money like one. So, he simply ordered a few moderate dishes and wine. The expense was lower than $2,000. Though $2,000 was not cheap at all, they could not really get anything that matched their taste buds in this hotel. So naturally, the 3 girls weren't happy about it. They would glance at Zhang Yang out of the corners of their eyes in disdain. Zhang Yang was feeling confused. Weren't these college students supposed to simply accept anything that comes their way? It was not as if he was treating them to noodles by the roadside. A table of dishes that amounts up to $2,000 is already the amount of salaries of a few people altogether for an entire month. Why would they be unhappy about this? These three girls were Ma Yun-na, Zhang Yan and I, and Li Yu.
Although they were not that pretty, they had youth on their side, with figures that had been well taken care of. With their makeup on, they were 70% close to actual goddesses among girls. However, without that thick makeup, that fact would have a hard time retaining itself. After they ate for a short while, Ma Yun-na's phone went off. She did not walk away to take the call, but picked the phone up as if she owned the table. Stepdad, I'm having my lunch. No.
When did I ever have a boyfriend before? Don't you know that my heart is only yours to take? Well, I'm just having lunch with some dorm mates. Well, the food is mediocre, shabby, how could they possibly order food at your level? You're a big boss with assets worth tens of millions. Ah, you're also around the hotel? Good. I'll be waiting for you to come over. Give me a kiss. Give me another kill. After she hung up her phone, Ma Yun-na said, my stepdad is coming now. You guys are in luck today. My stepdad is a very generous person, and he is going to treat you all to a meal of high-standard seafood meal. After witnessing how she stepdadded her way here and there on her phone, Zhang Yang and the ladies could already guess that this stepdad has already stepped her flat. What a ruthless sugar daddy. However, to each person, his or her own way of getting by, so Zhang Yang did not get too hung up about such a trivial matter. Society nowadays laughs at the poor instead of the prostitutes. So instead of being angry at these girls for their questionable morals, Zhang Yang could only smile at them lightly. Sun Xin was wealthy as well.
Zhang Yang only found out about it after knowing her for quite a while. Although her father is a powerful official, her mother is a CEO of a company in the market. The company was actually larger in scale compared to a weak and silky soft holdings, back when it was struggling. For them, a sugar daddy, or as Ma Yun-na had put it, a stepdad, who was only worth tens of millions was a small fry to them.
Zhang Yan and Sun Xin only exchanged knowing smiles.
It was not worth their time reciprocating to her show of wealth. But, Zhang Yan and I and Li Yu seemed to be very interested in Ma Yun-na's stepdad. They were clearly very eager to get into his pockets as well. After about 10 minutes, someone knocked on the door, and Ma Yun-na opened the door. An elderly man who was in his 60s walked right in. Although this old man was well dressed and adorned from head to toe in branded products, his large belly bulged out, killing off the look he was going for. He had a bald patch on the back of his head, and a stern, serious face. However, his lewd, perverted eyes gave his true heart away.
Allow me to introduce to you guys, my stepdad.
His surname is Chang, full name is Chang Yulai, so let's just call him Chanyu. He is the boss of a large company, worth tens of millions. Ma Yun-na twit on like a bird talking about the owner of her cage, without a care for what others thought of her. She was declaring that this old man belonged to her and only her. It was like a warning to the other women and ladies that they shouldn't try anything funny with her stepdad. Chang Yulai swept his eyes across the room and his radar immediately picked up the three beautiful ladies, Han Shui, Sun Xinu, and Wei Yan. His initially serious face immediately vanished, his heart unable to stop itself from jumping up. These three ladies were basically on a disastrous level of pretty and attractive. Though Wei Yan was rather flat, that pure and innocent look of hers would always send wolves howling and drooling over themselves.
Stepdad
Ma Yun-na was a little bit unhappy about that, as she kept trying to pull and prod the old man back to this realm. After a few attempts, the old man finally came back to his senses.
What a fine bunch of young people. It seems that this old man has arrived at an inappropriate time.
Chang Yulai tried to amuse them with his joke.
That's not true. You're still young and strong. I know so.
Ma Yun-na threw a flirtatious wink at him. It sounded as if she was implying something.
Chang Yulai cracked a sleazy grin as his right hand moved around the curvy butt of Ma Yun-na. He urged Ma Yun-na to have a sit.
After calling the waitress, they cleared the table out and switched the dishes with a new series of seafood dishes. From the looks of it, this meal should cost at least $10,000 to $20,000. Ma Yun-na repeatedly praised the old man for his generosity, a proud look on her face. Meanwhile, Chang Yulai soaked in her praise and flattery like a round sponge, and even added his own spice to her statements, talking about how large his hypermarkets were, and how much they earned him. Although Han Shui and her gang of ladies were not interested at all, Zhang Yan and I and Li Yu were doing all they could to appear interested, more eager than ever to be taken under him.
With so many high-standard dishes, who else would still be interested in regular dishes? At first, Chang Yulai was casually chatting with Ma Yun-na, but after the seafood arrived on the table, he had switched his full attention towards Sun Xinu, Wei Yan and Han Shui, trying to seduce them with money and power. Ma Yun-na could not help but to feel threatened. She was enviously enraged to the point that her legs quivered uncontrollably. At that point, the looks she threw at them were nothing but friendly.
Zhang Yang sighed dejectedly. His initial intentions were to help the little brat build a good relationship with her new roommates.
However, he had made things worse now. Ma Yun-na would turn into an embittered enemy.
Chan Yulai was more of a conman than a businessman, but he had clearly been successful in his field. As he continued hammering hard on Zhang Yang's pride like a boss, Chan Yulai was also trying to win over Zhang Yang's ladies. He kept spouting promises to convince the ladies to enter the entertainment circle, and that they would definitely succeed in doing so, with their gorgeous looks. He claimed that he knew a few famous directors in that field. With some packaging and training, the ladies would definitely do well in that line of work. From his point of view, young girls nowadays only wanted money and fame.
Based on these two factors, any girl would take off their pants for him.
Well, it can't be helped, for in his case, evidence spoke up for itself. Such simple principles had never been wrong before. Just look at Ma Yun-na, she had given her body up to this old perverted man without sparing a thought. Only God knows how many more stepdaughters like Ma Yun-na had been slaughtered by this old man already, but... Annoyingly, however, these ladies that he was trying to buy over at this moment did not seem to have any interest at all. Instead, they were looking at him with disgusted faces.
Wei Yan-er was practically fuming. She was just a step away from throwing a punch to the old man's face. TSK. Well, when he gets his hands on her, it would be all the more delightful. The sensation of pressing his old body against the naked, ripe body of such a youthful girl was irreplaceable. If the girl becomes a stepdaughter to him, the girl would be moaning and calling out for her daddy again and again. That would surely satisfy that sick mind of his. Ma Yun-na was only getting more and more frustrated as she read his face. She now hated Zhang Yang and Wei Yan-er even more than ever. If Wei Yan-er did not have to move in at such a time, if Zhang Yang did not treat them to a meal in this hotel, they wouldn't be in such a situation at all, but... From her point of view, no woman will be able to resist the seduction of money and fame. She was certain that they would definitely become stepdaughters of Chan Yulai after this meal. She would have to share the love with them after that. Meanwhile, these ladies are so impeccably pretty and attractive. She was bound to be banished into the cold storage, sooner or later. After Chang Yulai boasted about a little while, his phone suddenly rang. After seeing the number on his phone, Chang Yulai frowned for a brief moment as he picked up the call. Director Li, great to hear from you. Yes, yes. Oh, you're sending your daughter to school now? Ah. That's right, I'm on the 9th floor. Yes, it's the Penny Pavilion Lounge.
After hanging up the phone, he reverted back to his serious face.
But everyone had seen his unease when he spoke on the phone. This Director Li had to be someone above him. After a short while, another group of people entered the lounge, and one of them was actually someone Zhang Yang knew. Gu Jun. He was the deputy of the police department that Sun Xinu worked under. Gu Jun looks more dignified than ever, for he was about to become the secretary of the State Party Committee. Basically, he had managed to do it all, thanks to Sun Xinu's connections. He was close to becoming an important figure. He had been doing great in his line of work. Rumors have been spreading about the top position that he is about to secure. Things are going extremely well for him, so of course, he would be greatly pleased. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 523, Please, Save My Son. Chapter 523, Please, Save My Son. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Hey, Mr. Chang, a middle-aged man in his mid-40s, came right up and said, "Come, allow me to introduce. This is Deputy Chief Gu Jungu, and we are here to celebrate his impending promotion.
This is Department Chief Mr. Liu of the District Publicity Division." Chang Yulai was delighted. In order to do business nowadays, a businessman must have good connections with the ranking officers from up high.
He would need as much support as possible from the officers if he ever wants to expand his business. Back in his day, Chan Yulai had managed to get in bed with a small director of the business administration department, shoving tens of thousands of gratitude money over to the director, causing his competitors to close down. After that, he monopolized the marketplace like a boss and earned a substantial sum of money.
Well, that was merely a very low-ranking director, not something that would match up to a deputy. If he actually manages to get along with an actual chief. Chang Yulai's mind soared to the galaxies.
He started fantasizing about the possibilities of him becoming far richer, earning assets worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and countless pretty women feeling him up.
He quickly put on his best manners towards Gu Jun and the other officers.
Chan Yulai looked like a totally different person as he tried to butter up the officers. Zhang Yang tore his eyes away from the scene. The word money really is the root of all evil.
It turned men into great actors and women into harlots.
Although Chan Yulai was making a great show of courtesy, Gu Jun did not have the interest or time for him.
He simply exchanged some pleasantries with the man. In his current position, Gu Jun would not really be interested in entertaining this small-time businessman.
Furthermore, Gu Jun was about to ascend even higher up, to the same height with the secretary of the State Party Committee. With such a bright path ahead of him, of course, he would look at a higher place. Zhang Yang let out a sigh, then he said, "Let's leave." His initial intention to bring Wei Yan'er and her new roommates closer together had failed terribly. The situation was escalated to Chan Yulai serving a bunch of officers right in the middle of their lunch session. Furthermore, Zhang Yang did not want to be misunderstood by Gu Jun. The last thing he would want was to be mistaken as an acquaintance of the perverted Chan Yulai. He would not want to unintentionally help the old sly achieve his goals. "Hey, you people. How can you be so rude?" Director Li, who seemed to be a friend of Chan Yulai, suddenly jumped up as he tried to butter Gu Jun up as much as he could. As he saw that Zhang Yang and the ladies did not show any necessary respect to Gu Jun, he thought that it was a good opportunity to express himself. At first, Gu Jun did not realize that Zhang Yang and Sun Xianyu were just beside him, but after hearing Director Li shouting out, he turned his eyes over and saw Sun Xianyu. That was the one moment that he felt a chill down his spine, and he almost fell face first on the ground. She was the reason why he is where he is, today. He could not have made it this far without her. Although he never actually found anything out about Sun Xianyu, he did know that the secretary of Provincial Party Committee cared very much for this little policewoman, to the point where her breach of conduct, her wrongdoings would all be overlooked. Gu Jun understood that Sun Xianyu had great power guarding her back, but she had not given him any chance of tackling her, so Gu Jun did not take any initiative to even try. He did not want to risk getting rejected, only to make things worse for himself. Therefore, he would only cooperate with Sun Xianyu in the police station without stepping out of boundaries. Gu Jun quickly walked up to Zhang Yang and extended a warm hand over to Zhang Yang. "It's Mr. Zhang. Ha ha. When you became the CEO of the Silky Soft Holdings, I was outstation. Sorry for not being able to congratulate you personally. Please, forgive me." Well, this would be the definition of saving a person by twisted means. Gu Jun is very well sophisticated in reading body languages. Of course, he could see the relationship between Zhang Yang and Sun Xianyu. To butter up to a girl like Sun Xianyu would be very simple. All you have to do is to be nice to the man she likes. It would definitely be much more effective than praising her 100 times or 1,000 times over. Well, Gu Jun was greeting him with so much warmth and sincerity that Zhang Yang had no reason to turn away from him. It would be rude if he does that. So he reached out to shake Gu Jun's hand, and smiled. "Deputy Chief, you shouldn't be so courteous towards any. You're serving the people, while I am just an evil capitalist. How can I accept your goodwill? I'm not worthy at all. What are you talking about? As you said, we are serving the people. Are you saying you are not one of the people I serve?" Gu Jun laughed out loud as he brought Zhang Yang over to have a seat with him. He ignored everyone else who had come along with him, especially the old businessman. Chan Yulai, Director Li, and the others were very shocked to see what just happened. A powerful deputy chief of police department was treating Zhang Yang so politely. They could not help but wonder if Zhang Yang was related to some powerful officer from other provinces or districts. Since that Gu Jun was so absorbed in entertaining Zhang Yang, the others could not help but to sit down together in silence. Even though they did not know who Zhang Yang really was, they did not dare to interrupt the very animated and lively Gu Jun. So, they sat down together and sipped on their wineglasses in silence. As the place was a little cramped, they had another table brought in to make sure that everyone in the lounge was comfortable. After all, they were not spending their own money for this. Zhang Yang could not reject the goodwill of Gu Jun, so he could only let the girls and the ladies sit at another table as he went on entertaining the bunch of booze addicts with all the alcoholic drinks on the table. It was indeed a trial of alcohol in this era. As things had escalated to such an extent, Chan Yulai no longer had any room to shine. All he could do was to laugh along as they spoke. He did not even get the chance to pour them any drinks. However, at the end of it all, the bill would still fall into his hands, but Wei Yan'er and Han Shui did not appreciate being scanned by Chan Yulai's filthy eyes, so they opened their mouth like lions and began to order far more expensive dishes like bird's nest and shark's fin soup. A few bottles of Mao Taiwan and red wine cost so much that even a filthy rich old man like Chan Yulai would feel slaughtered. He lost his breath for a moment when he saw the vengeful girls ordering their mouths off. However, he did not dare to reveal his feelings about that matter. Although he was worth tens of millions, it would still be a simple task for these highly ranked officers to take care of him and his business. It would just be a matter of seconds. He had been collaborating with Director Li to get rid of all his competitors back in the day. That was how he managed to be so successful today. If one Director Li was already capable of such things, what would more powerful officers be like? Back on the other table, Ma Yun-na and the other two gold diggers were stunned. They finally found out that Zhang Yang was actually the real Buddha among the saints. They looked at each other in shocked realization. That was why there were so many beautiful ladies around him. Well, Zhang Yang is rich. He could buy these ladies over, and he could even take in tens or hundreds more of such ladies, if he wanted to. Unfortunate for them, Sun Xinu and the ladies were simply too pretty. Ma Yun-na and the two gold diggers did not even have the courage to attempt seducing Zhang Yang, worried that he might simply turn his head away as if they were nothing. However, now that they were using their heads for once, Zhang Yang had treated them a meal to get Wei Yin-er closer to her soon-to-be dormmates. He simply wanted her to have a happy experience. So the key to pleasing Zhang Yang would be Wei Yin-er, but the three of them suddenly changed their attitudes and began to be very polite and nice to Wei Yin-er. Zhang Yang happened to see that, and sighed internally. However things had turned out to be, Zhang Yang had achieved his goal, nevertheless. At ease now, he turned to chat with Gu Jun. After all, he was also the second highest ranked officer in the police department of the district. Being close to someone of that level would also be a good thing. Finally, they had a good time in the lounge. The only person who did not share their sentiments was Chan Yulai. His heart ached deeply as he read the bill of this session. If this bill was put on Gu Jun's tab, it wouldn't actually be any problem. But he had been a listener for the entire night. He had to pay for his first-class seat. With no way of knowing if Gu Jun could even remember his name, he felt a piece of his heart being torn out, as his credit card parted from his hand. The money could possibly be spent for absolutely nothing. After the ladies were back in the car, they couldn't stop going on about the facial expression of Chan Yulai the moment he saw the amount on the bill. They were all giggling over it. The three Zhao sisters were looking at Zhang Yang with glittering eyes, as they have never thought that Zhang Yang would be a CEO in real life. A CEO who also happened to be the best professional gamer ever to pop up in the decade. Han Yingshui sensed their gazes and pinched Zhang Yang in the waist, and said in a hushed voice, "You hoodlum, are you planning to have more than one wife? Maybe like the emperor with 72 wives?" After sending Wei Yin-er back to her dorm, it was time for Zhang Yang and his remaining ladies to travel back in their car. Wei Yin-er and Han Yingshui were really reluctant to leave each other, as they were reduced to sobbing piles of mess. Zhang Yang frowned intensely at them. "Oh come on, the little brat is just 20 kilometers away from home, and that is just a 30-minute drive from home. Don't make it like it's the last time you two are seeing each other." Eventually, he had to wrestle the two ladies off each other, literally. Before Zhang Yang and the ladies had left the place, they already heard Wei Yin-er giggling at a joke the Zhao sisters said. The four of them were already laughing like lifelong best friends. Han Yingshui was so furious at her lightning-fast change of heart. Back home, now that the playful little brat was no longer in the house, the large house had actually turned quiet and cold. A big piece was missing in the house. Zhang Yang logged back into the game. As he had been helping Fatty Han with his vampire inheritance, Zhang Yang had not yet worked on getting the zinc alloy and light of miracle to unseal the second seal of his sort of purging devourer. Although he already has the Heaven Shaker, and no longer had any urgent need of a much more powerful weapon for the moment, he was counting on the fact that he would inadvertently stumble upon new bosses as he searches around for the two quest items. Players were beginning to congregate in the Chaos Realm. The level range gap for every map in the Chaos Realm was far larger than that of pre-Chaos Realm content. The system had been designed to encourage players by rewarding them with better initiatives. The initial drops from bosses as they are slain for the first time and the next couple of times would have both the attributes of offense and defense and a 20-level reduction on required level. They would definitely be among the best equipment at the current stage of the game. Well, such powerful equipment will not be dropping from the bosses each time they are slain. They would only drop from the first 3 kills on the bosses. In other words, if a player kills a boss for the 4th time, then the boss will no longer drop such equipment anymore. Therefore, it would be best for players to more up maps and bosses in the Chaos Realm. The main priority would be to switch to a full set of mythical tier equipment. Even though Zhang Yang had the advantage of his previous life's experience, he could not remember every single spawn point of every single boss in the Chaos Realm. So, he would have to locate them based on the descriptions and hints in quest journals. That would be the only way to do it. After riding on Whitey Jr. for a while, Zhang Yang found himself at the flatlands of the man-eating monster. According to the terrain of the world map, this should be one of the main maps of the Indian region. The territory gateway of the Indian region was somewhere in the map. As Zhang Yang traveled through the map, he could see quite a number of Indian players. Although regions would be enemy factions by default, players wouldn't simply jump down from their planes and kill players from other regions. Of course, if an enemy player from another region appeared in one of their grinding maps, they would understandably try to repel the invader.
How else would they be able to grind and hunt bosses in their own lands peacefully?
After flying for a while, Zhang Yang arrived at the skeletal spirit mining cave. The zinc alloy would be lying somewhere in the mining cave. The area is actually the territory of the harpy monsters. There were countless of these sexy, winged creatures roaming around the entire area. A harpy has the upper body of humans, but their legs were those of eagles, ending in their deadly, sharp talons. They were well capable of flying. Although these creatures could fly in the sky, they evidently loved setting up their nests in dark, creepy caves. In this particular game, the harpies seemed to be limited solely to the female gender.
Unlike Wei Yan'er, Zhang Yang did not waste unnecessary cognitive bandwidth on trivial matters like reproduction and survival of the race. He patted Whitey Jr. and landed near the cave. Almost immediately, he spotted a green-named NPC close to the entrance of that cave. The old man Khadija, normal, humanoid creature. Level, 110. HP, 17,600. Note, a craftsman from Slurping Stallion Town, quick-witted and nimble-fingered. It was a frail, plain-looking old man. He looked to be at least 70 to 80 years old. He looked anxious and worried. A quest should be available here. Zhang Yang leaped off the back of Whitey Jr. and approached the old man together with Felice. "Hello, sir. Why are you here?"
"There are many dangerous harpies around this area."
"They are man-eaters, you shouldn't be here." "Young man, of course, I'm aware of that.
But my son has been taken by these god-Nedbirds.
I must save him." Khadija steeled himself and gazed into the darkness of the cave.
He rolled up his sleeves and got ready to charge in.
Zhang Yang quickly stopped the old man. "Sir, you will only get yourself killed if you charge in blindly like this. Let's put it this way. I am an adventurer, so let me help get your son back. How does that sound?"
He doesn't have a rat's *SS to give if this NPC dies, but before he gets himself killed, he should at least give him the freaking quest first.
Khadija, who was barely hanging on by a thread, quickly grabbed hold of Zhang Yang's hands and said, "Thank you so much, brave adventurer, you have a good heart. You will definitely be blessed by the gods. Please bring my son back to me." "Oh my. He's only 5 years old. He must be terrified now, dot."
Zhang Yang took a look at the old man, whose face was covered with wrinkles and white whiskers, and asked, "Sir, your son is
5 years old? Hey, warrior.
Although I am really old, but I'm not so muddled that I've actually forgotten my son's age."
Khadija was a little pissed. Well, that's not the point. Zhang Yang could not stop admiring this old man. This old man must be really strong to actually produce a 5-year-old boy at his age. He deserved a medal for that. Zhang Yang nodded and said, "Sir, rest assured that I am going to get your son back to you, in one piece. Warrior, please be quick. These god-Nedbirds might eat him alive."
Oh, my poor boy. Khadija could not hold his feelings back any longer and he began to cry.
Ding. The old man Khadija has given you a quest. Please save my son, accept or decline? Accept. Please save my son. Difficulty, B rank. Description, please save my son. I was taking my son up the hill to get some dry wood, but unexpectedly, we encountered a few harpies and they took my son away. Warrior, please save him. My poor Kayanakbi. Completion, save Kayanakbi 0/1. Although the quest did not seem to have any relations with his search for the zinc alloy, Zhang Yang was not bothered by it. Since he is already entering the cave, he might as well complete another quest at the same time while looking for the zinc alloy, earning extra experience points, while killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He walked into the cave with quick steps and threw a spear of obliteration at one of the harpies that was the closest to him. 23-532. The harpy let out a miserable screech and came straight down from the air, crashing into the ground, breaking Ai's neck. The harpy died immediately after that. A level 115 normal monster only had a total of 17,800 HP. Now that Zhang Yang was capable of dealing far more damage than before, one hit was enough to kill the harpy. Big brother, you are getting more powerful. Felice has always been so cute, and the way she looked at Zhang Yang with her dazzling eyes this time was no different. Well, that completely gratified Zhang Yang's ego. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yang picked up the few inscribed cloths that the monster dropped and ventured deeper in. The cave was creepy and dark for some reason. Zhang Yang could not see the end of the cave on his map. When he brought up his world map, he realized that the endless turns and twisting passages of the cave could really mess one's mind up. Zhang Yang was too lazy to even remember the topography of the area. He bulldozed blindly on, turning away from dead ends, believing that he would eventually find the exit of the cave. Zhang Yang only encountered normal tier monsters all the way. The monsters were no match for Zhang Yang's new level of attack power.
With just a simple swings from his Heaven Shaker, he could already kill the monsters. But the cave was deep and extensive. Zhang Yang walked without any stopping for 2 hours before he finally saw 2 elite tier harpies guarding over a little boy.
TL notes.
1. Maotai. Maotai is arguably the most famous Chinese liquor, produced and named after a town named Maotai. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 524, Level 4 Guild Upgrade Order. Chapter 524, Level 4 Guild Upgrade Order. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Compared to the normal tier harpies, the elite tier harpies were large in size, and their wings were definitely far more vibrant. They held long spears, and by the way, the spearheads glinted in the light. The spears had to be extremely sharp. The wooden shafts of the spears were stained with dry blood, suggesting that they had been used to kill before, and that goes to show that the harpies are bloodthirsty militants.
Raging Harpy, Elite, Humanoid. Level, 110. HP, 1,100,000. Defense, 1,200. Melee attack, 7,594 to 9,594. Skills. Screech of Despair, makes enemies run in despair. The target will not be able to do anything for 5 seconds. Force Strike, performs a powerful strike on the target, dealing 100% of melee damage with a 10% chance of triggering an additional attack. Note, loyal servants to the Harpy Queen Yanabok. They exist to fulfill the desire of the Harpy Queen. The entire Harpy race hunts for prey only to serve their queen. Although these harpies were half-bird, half-human creatures, the human part of them were beautiful to look at. They had eyes, ears, nose, mouth, eyebrows, and other features that a human would have. Even their boobs were fairly huge. They had nothing to cover their torsos except for crude, low-cut leather sash around their chests. Right between their legs, they wore metallic spats that ended right below their buttocks. Zhang Yang could see a few strands of golden hair protruding out from the bottom of those spats, and started wondering if those are bird feathers or a specific type of hair. The only thing that was keeping this place from becoming a sacred ground for the otakus were the deadly talons that these creatures had. Zhang Yang turned his attention to the little boy. He could not help but to give the name of the boy a double take. Kayanakbi, Normal, Puppet. Level, 5. HP, 250. Note, he used to be a puppet. He was crafted by Kadeja with all his love and skill. Because he accidentally fell into Fountain of Life, he acquired a special but strange life force. Kayanakbi is a fantastic child. His nose will extend whenever he lies. Oh my freaking god! At first, he thought that the old man Kadeja was still strong at his age, but now, Zhang Yang saw the truth. Kayanakbi, Pinocchio. He should have guessed it, earlier on. The boy was huddled in a corner, shivering in cold and fear. A treasure chest lay right beside the boy. Zhang Yang eyed the chest with greed. It had been a long time since he last popped open a treasure chest. Although there were 2 elite tier monsters in the area, Zhang Yang had no fear. As the cave was rather narrow, he had brought Whitey along instead of Whitey Jr. He let out a cry and charged towards the monsters, together with Felice and Whitey. With a shove, he flung a Spear of Obliteration straight at one of the elite harpies. Rock! The 2 harpies immediately let out deafening screeches and came at Zhang Yang with their spears. Shang! Shang! Zhang Yang raised his shield over his head and blocked the attacks of the monsters from above him. Then, he moved his shield behind him and crouched down, ready to make a leap. With all his power focused on his glutes, thighs and his leg muscles, Zhang Yang shot to the air. He then reached out his left hand, which was now free, and caught hold of one of the harpies by the claw the moment it attempted to gain more height, having dove down to use its spear. With a mighty tug, he forcefully brought the harpy to the ground. Bam! That harpy smashed into the ground with such force that the area was clouded up with dust. It had been dazed by the fall. Even though that was not a skill, but that ruthless slam had stunned the monster for almost 1 whole second. The game had its share of realism. However, such maneuvers are not stated in the game manual, leaving players to discover them on their own. Furthermore, the effectiveness of such moves would be decided by the skills and controls of the players themselves, and the reactions of their victims to be. A professional like Zhang Yang would have the sense to prevent their head from taking a hit. Even if he gets hit in the head, he could and would use his strong willpower to recover from that hit almost immediately. As it was not a status restriction skill with a set duration of stun, players would be able to recover, based on their own willpower and the toughness of their bodies. Stupid bird! Where are you looking at?
Zhang Yang laughed out loud, swinging his heaven shaker straight at the head of the harpy, even while he was still in the air.
Rock the harpy that fell on the ground got back up defiantly.
It raised its spear up and directed it towards Zhang Yang's chest. The harpy that was still in flight had also let out a screech of its own as it charged at Zhang Yang, trying to work in tandem with its down friend.
Dragon's Spear Barrage.
Felice let out a loud cry as she picked her lance up and shoved it straight at the still-flying harpy. Her swift movements churned the air current so much that dust was trailing after the movements of the lance.
22458.
Zhang Yang swung his heaven shaker hard at the harpy before him and caused a terrifying amount of damage to the monster. At the same time, his rage bar was instantly filled. So, he went on and activated his 3 skills, Horizontal Sweep, Destructive Smash, and Frost Strike, one after another, inflicting the monster with an additional 200% melee damage.
47890. 90566. 48500. Very good.
The Destructive Smash was a critical attack. In just 10 seconds, the harpy had lost more than 200,000 HP. Zhang Yang would have never imagined that he would do so much damage to anything, even with his inheritance. Even if he activates his Dance of the Heaven and Earth, he would only cause about 150,000 damage. A two-handed weapon really does so much better than a one-handed weapon when activating skills.
The difference was tremendous.
Although he has lived 2 lives, Zhang Yang was still a newbie when it comes to using a two-handed weapon. So whenever he sees the super high damage values popping up on monsters after each attack, he was greatly content and pleased with himself. That sensation would be exactly like the sensation he felt as he stared into the lustful, lost, tender faces of Han Yngshui and Sun Xinu. Back then he had satisfied them so much that they were close to losing their senses, and had even pushed the 2 of them to their climaxes. He would always feel proud of achieving such a feat. Whenever he thought about Sun Xinu and Han Yngshui, Zhang Yang could not help but to scratch his head, realizing how much trouble they gave him. An unspoken battle of wills often occurred around Zhang Yang. The girls were not exactly allies or comrades, but as the saying goes, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. Whatever they were, they knew each other so well that words need not be spoken. They would just stare at Zhang Yang at the same time, or just stare at each other at the same time, silently wrestling each other for Zhang Yang. Or, they would simply go up against Zhang Yang at the same time, sandwiching Zhang Yang until his eyes roll up, as if he was out of oxygen. In bed, it was another battlefield. Well, men are not women, after all. Men are considered to be a one-time product. Although some men can still go for a few more rounds after the act, they are not machines. The 2 ladies would also be fighting in this battlefield, keeping count on each other. One of them would ask for 2 rounds, while the other would ask for 3. Zhang Yang could no longer tell if his days are considered heavenly or hellish. But, he could not help but to wonder, why would they still be quarreling after they had grudgingly accepted each other in bed with him, at the same time? Recently, looking at them, Zhang Yang noticed that they had been moisturized to the extent that their beauty, mannerisms, and everything had been amplified several times over. Their skins glittered, as if there was a translucent barrier over them. Daffodil Daydream and Wei Yenair could only admire them more than ever, without ever finding out their secret skincare product.
Well, there's a Chinese proverb that goes, no amount of plowing would destroy the land, only the cattle who did the plowing themselves would suffer.
Women will never tire, ever, unlike the finite stamina of men, when it comes to the affairs of the bedroom.
Ha! Zhang Yang could not help but laugh. How did he even end up thinking about all this?
The attack power of the elite tier monsters still packed a solid amount of punch, but they should be able to actually land their attacks in order to prove it. Zhang Yang went all out with a flurry of strikes, swinging his Heaven Shaker around like a black dragon. The 2 monsters were hit in basically all directions, unable to even regain their balance. They could not even cause any damage to Zhang Yang, but could only repay him with more rage points in an endless synergy.
In less than 2 minutes, the 2 harpies fell to the ground, leaving some loot behind. Felice knew that Zhang Yang was not fond of picking up cheap items, so she ran forward and picked up the loot for Zhang Yang. It greatly pleased him. How nice would it be to have a girl doing that for him in real life? Zhang Yang went up to the boy and said, "Kayanakbi, don't be scared. Your father sent me here to get you home."
I'm not afraid. The little boy tried to act tough, but his nose suddenly grew by a few inches. What a pitiful being. If this were to happen to someone in real life, Zhang Yang was certain that poor soul would have committed suicide. Human truly love to lie, be it for good or bad reasons. Well, everyone should have lied at least once in their lives.
It is alright to lie sometimes, but to have a detector that exposes you whenever you lie? That would just make you sad and pathetic. Zhang Yang walked up to the treasure chest. He was glad to see that it was a violet platinum tier treasure chest, and it was not locked.
As he was opening up the chest, he turned to the boy and said, "It is very normal to be afraid when you are in such a situation.
Come on, I am sending you to your father right away." "Thank you, brother." The nose of that little boy shrunk back to its normal size the moment he spoke again. He nodded and said, "Brother, I promise that I will not wander around and make my father worry again." "There won't be a next time." His nose suddenly extended out again.
Zhang Yang could only shake his head again and again, but when he heard the click, he turned his attention back to the treasure chest.
Treasure chests and bosses are basically similar. Good equipment and items would come out of them only when they are being opened up for the first few times.
After being opened up several times more, the same treasure chests of the map will no longer drop good equipment or items.
Logically speaking, this location should still remain undiscovered for now. It should be the chest's first uncovering.
Zhang Yang looked around in the chest and discovered that there are 3 things in it. One of the items was a heavy, black parchment of order, another was a crystal clear green gemstone, and the last one was an aquamarine colored robe.
Could this be another territory conquest order? He quickly picked up the order to examine it. However, it did not turn out to be a territory conquest order, but a level 4 guild upgrade order. Now, that's a pleasant surprise.
Well, it's also great news for Zhang Yang, as he had no use for a territory conquest order now, anyway.
Not long ago, he could have conquered as many territory gateways as he desired.
All territory gateways across all 8 main regions in the Chaos Realm were all his to pick, as he was the only one in the entire Chaos Realm. Because he did not want to create too many enemies for China region, he had only taken down the territory gateway of the Japan-Korea region. A level 4 guild upgrade order would increase the maximum capacity of players' number in Lone Desert Smoke by up to a total of 40,000, providing every single member of Lone Desert Smoke with an additional 40% experience points. Normally, it would take up about 10 days just to level up once. But with an additional 40% experience points, a player would save about 3 to 4 days for each level. After all, the Lone Desert Smoke were at the maximum capacity of their level 3 experience bar.
So, Zhang Yang used the level 4 guild upgrade order immediately. The next thing that happened was the sweet voice of the server's notification system.
After Zhang Yang made some confirmation with the system, the Lone Desert Smoke Guild had officially been elevated up to level 4, The server announcement informed the players of Lone Desert Smoke, and as usual, for the next 3 days, every single member of Lone Desert Smoke would enjoy the additional experience points, along with a 50% discount on all equipment and weapon repairs. Snowseeker, Greensleeves Prince and other guildmasters started asking Zhang Yang about the where and how concerning the level 4 guild upgrade order. They were guildmasters who ran their own guilds after all, so it was completely understandable for them to be so interested.
Unfortunately, no 2 openings of a treasure chest, even if it is the same chest, would ever be the same.
So there is no way of telling if the next person, or the person after the next, will ever come across another level 4 guild upgrade order again. Treasure chests would never be a reliable source of obtaining such rare items. After convincing them about the unpredictable nature of treasure chests, they finally left him alone. Then, he continued to look at the remaining 2 items. The green gemstone was actually a level 4 dexterity gemstone, something that Zhang Yang had no personal need for. So, Zhang Yang placed it into his inventory, keeping in mind that he could just hand it over to Sun Xinu, Fatty Han, or other members who relied on the agility attribute.
The robe was a violet platinum equipment. It could already be equipped upon reaching level 100.
Zhang Yang widened his eyes, not because of its power, but because he could see the monetary value of it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 525, Land of Savages. Chapter 525, Land of Savages. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Clack clack clack. A series of noisy footsteps was heard from afar, and a party of players had approached them. The party was consisted of multiple races of players, and were wearing different kinds of weird outfits. The group spotted Kayanakbi and cried out there. At the same time, they spotted Zhang Yang, but remained calm and neutral.
Zhang Yang examined each of their properties.
Savage Lord, level 100, Guardian, Male Beastman, Land of Savages, India region. King Kong Wrath, level 100, Sacred Knight, Male Dwarf, Land of Savages, India region. King Arcane, level 100, Assassin, Male Elf, Land of Savages, India region. Hourglass Figure, level 101, Sniper, Female Elf, Land of Savages, India region. Bloodbath Apocalypse, level 100, Pyromancer, Land of Savages, India region.
Whoa, finally! The famous players of the India region.
The core members of the S-Class Professional League Battle Team, Steely Dang's Battle Team. If Zhang Yang remembered it correctly, Hourglass figure was the one who had obtained the S-Class Hunter's inheritance, the Shadow Striker. That woman was also the young mistress of the Steely Dan's group, in reality.
Her background was no joke.
Furthermore, the lady was a beauty and was once voted as the most beautiful girl in all of India. Inadvertently, such a woman would have had her hand requested in marriage many times over. The girl was uncannily similar to Snowseeker of China, being both skillful in the game, while also being rich and capable of running businesses in real life.
Her most famous feat was when she defended India from being invaded by the European army.
She had led a small team and had managed to hold the invaders back until reinforcements arrived.
Her actions had protected the entire map of the Indian region from being taken over by any players from the European region.
That feat was soon dubbed as the 9th miracle in the history of God's miracle.
It could not be helped.
Men would definitely have her in their minds as they beat their meat about. Even so, she was capable of such a feat due to her S-Class inheritance.
Right then, all 5 of them had not obtained any inheritances yet.
They were nothing but scraps to Zhang Yang.
Kayanakbi, let's go. We need to find your father. Zhang Yang ignored the Indians and lightheartedly spoke to the little boy.
All right, the little boy cheered happily. He was nothing but a story plot character. He had no knowledge of the tension between players of different nations. In his heart, there was only one thought, and that was to meet his father.
Hold, said Savage Lord as he approached Zhang Yang. Leave the NPC behind and we will spare your life. Guild Master.
This man has entered our region. Why are you being so courteous to him? Take his head and be done with it, said King Kong Arcane with a deep hatred in his voice.
He then disappeared in a puff of smoke and headed towards Zhang Yang.
If Savage Lord had given the order, King Kong Arcane would drop the man dead in the blink of an eye. Even though Zhang Yang had hidden his character profile information, his character was marked with a red name tag, revealing that he was an enemy of their region. That sort of red color marked for players of a regional enemy would be even deeper, with a tinge of light violet and black.
Zhang Yang smirked, Chaos Realm belongs to no one. Since when did you guys own any part of the land? I found this NPC and killed the 2 monsters that were guarding him. Yet, you're here, trying to grab what I've rightfully won over. Can anyone tolerate such an act?
After Zhang Yang had finished with his speech, 4 of the Indians were pissed off. Only one of them, Hourglass figure, had chuckled delightfully, as if she was being given a cool drink after a hot, boring day. She placed her hands on her graceful hips and catwalked towards Zhang Yang. Her slender waist, coupled with her rich and voluptuous chest, could truly be a wonder of India. She flashed her white, even teeth and said, "You are, Zhanyu, I presume?"
What? The other 4 Indians were shocked, or rather, highly envious of Zhang Yang. Still, they did not lower their guards. Even though Zhang Yang was only one man, they could not be overly relaxed when facing China's strongest player. As professional players, they had the utmost confidence of winning over their opponents, yet none of them would ever underestimate anything or anyone. It a mindset that true professionals would practice. For Zhang Yang, however, he was greatly dismayed at Hourglass figure's reaction. He had wanted to lay low and avoid attracting too much attention. But, like the sun in the sky, no matter where he goes, sunflowers would be staring at it. Zhang Yang could not help but think of Fatty Han and his catchphrase back in his previous life. Zhang Yang smirked confidently and said, That's me. Humph. Bloodbath Apocalypse swung his magic staff and stabbed the ground. He is a professional, so is he mocking us for being nobodies? Our guild master was courteous enough to give you a chance to surrender. Now that you blatantly rejected it, no more talk. A bloodbath it shall be, then. Savage Lord lifted his hands and stopped Bloodbath Apocalypse from screaming any further. Zhanyu, this is the main battleground for players of the India region. I'll have you know that you have my respect and profound admiration. Hence, I do not wish to have to kill you now. We shall fight, but I hope that it will be in the battle arena, a few months from now in the World Championship final rounds. Until then. That sounds extremely implausible. But I accept your invitation. We're done here, beat it, said Zhang Yang arrogantly, as he flung his hands about as if he was chasing away flies. His rude gesture was the limit. All 4 of the Indians were greatly offended and came at him. Hourglass figure had taken a few steps back, one hand below her chin, its elbow resting on the other hand that was around her waist, her mouth parted in delight. In the field, only 3 of them were visible, as King Kong Arcane had entered stealth mode. Zhang Yang could not discern his location, but he was still able to predict where the thief would come in from, judging by the positions of his teammates. While facing players with no inheritance, Zhang Yang was unstoppable. Zhang Yang smiled widely and yelled, Felice, let's dispose of these Indians.
Felice did not know the meaning of Japanese, Korean, nor Indian. All she knew was that those three were Zhang Yang's enemy, which made them targets for her to kill. The cheerful little girl then turned serious. She morphed into her Dragonhawk form and shot into the sky to obtain air superiority, allowing her to target any player at will. Those who would want to target Felice would have to be ranged attackers since it was impossible to ride mounts in a cave. Zhang Yang grinned and spun around with his Heaven's Shaker. Splat! Blood spewed out in the air from out of nowhere, and King Kong Arcane was knocked out of his stealth mode. His face was heavily bruised, and several of his teeth was on the ground. "How did you find me?" cried King Kong Arcane, dazed. The man had been in stealth for a good amount of time. He had been standing behind Zhang Yang all the time and had the other three of his comrades draw attention away from him. Technically, there was no way that Zhang Yang could trace his position. "Lucky guess," said Zhang Yang, shrugging. He then lifted his hammer and struck King Kong Arcane with Destructive Smash. Blur. The hit from before had taken more than 20,000 HP from King Kong Arcane's HP bar. Knowing Zhang Yang's strength, he had activated the anti-physical attack skill, Blur, to invoke a 50% chance of dodging an attack. King Kong Arcane had even leveled up the skill to max, which made him gaining 95% evasion rate. Shush! Zhang Yang's hammer went through him like air. Zhang Yang scoffed and left King Kong Arcane alone, heading straight for Bloodbath Apocalypse. Inheritance in hand or not, magic class players were Zhang Yang's greatest threat. However, with the God of War transformation skill, he would gain a 90% chance to nullify all magic attacks. "Oh, please do keep looking down on us," cried Savage Lord, and he glided through the ground and rushed towards Zhang Yang with Charge. Just when Savage Lord was 0.1 seconds from hitting Zhang Yang, Savage Lord saw a glimpse of Zhang Yang's grin. Before he knew it, a large bear's claw was 1 millimeter away from his face. Wild Charge. Zhang Yang laughed loudly and rushed towards Bloodbath Apocalypse. All 5 of the India region players were stunned by what they had just witnessed. The skill had no casting time, or unique postures to telegraph the coming of the attack. The time span for players to react would be less than 0.1 seconds. Yet, Zhang Yang was still able to react within such a time span and had even managed to capture Savage Lord in the middle of his high-speed charge. Everyone believed that either it was pure coincidence or Bloodbath Apocalypse was good. After all, he was a member of an S-Class battle team for the professional league. Just when Zhang Yang had activated his skill, Bloodbath Apocalypse had, apparat, already and teleported away towards the left. Just as he took a step, he saw that his movement speed had already been greatly reduced. It was then when he noticed that he was struck with the skill, Thunderstrike, a Guardian AoE attack skill that could induce a 5-second slowing effect. Bloodbath Apocalypse was stumped. He had paid so much attention trying to run away from Zhang Yang and had not noticed when he applied the effect of Thunderstrike on him. Zhang Yang glided towards Bloodbath Apocalypse. Bastard! King Kong Arcane cried out, enraged. He was right behind Zhang Yang, tailing him closely, but was affected by the Thunderstrike attack and had been forced out of invisibility once again. Pew! Felice's fire missile shot out and headed towards King Kong Arcane. Wham! 2874. All the time, no one had paid any attention to the battle companion in the sky. Even though King Kong Arcane knew that Felice was targeting him when he was removed from stealth mode, he did not intend to use Shadow Cloak, for regular battle companions weren't very powerful in the first place. The blast itself had given him the shock of his life. What the actual F***CK? How could a Guardian produce damage stronger than a Berserker and a battle companion possess magic attack far superior to a Pyromancer? Just who are these people? Since Bloodbath Apocalypse was inflicted with the slow effect, he knew that it would be impossible for him to escape from Zhang Yang. Infuriated, the man started to think back of the initial situation. They could have simply walked away and taken him by surprise at a later venture. Too late for that now. Bloodbath Apocalypse refused to run away. He activated Heart of Flame and consumed a bottle of Power Potion and started to chant the most powerful spell, the Explosive Flame. 10 meters wasn't far. A player could cover that distance by sprinting with all their might within a second. Zhang Yang let out a shout, flying across the ground, and struck him with a normal attack and a horizontal sweep. 22, 439. 47, 882. Bloodbath Apocalypse fell with a grunt. His head was brutally bashed open, his brain juice was splattered all over the cave, leaving his skull empty, along with his lifeless body. Zhang Yang was flabbergasted. He had not expected the hammer to have such a gory effect on his victims. The next second, he stomped the ground hard to push himself around and charged towards King Kong Wrath. Holy crap! Savage Lord recovered from his stun and screamed in horror. He had not expected Bloodbath Apocalypse to be killed instantly without leaving a split-second reaction for him to use Ice Barrier. But then again, Zhang Yang had the Inheritance class 50% attack boost passive and the weapon's 20% attack boost effect.
Combined with the 3.8 seconds weapon attack interval, Zhang Yang's attack could rival that of a mythical tier boss.
For him to insta-kill a spellcaster should not be a mystery.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 526, Slaughtering the Indians. Chapter 526, Slaughtering the Indians. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Savage Lord was enraged. Or he was trying to be. In truth, he was more confused than anything. There were 5 of them and one of Zhang Yang, yet he was already picking them off in the opening seconds of the battle. They did not even get the opportunity to use any life-saving skills. Grah, he bellowed, almost puking his guts out. All skills, including the ones that he had reserved for the boss, was unleashed. The man swung his axe and shot out a ray of silvery light. The light then morphed and formed itself into a white fiery bird that flew directly into Zhang Yang's chest. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes and decided to only use Last Vigor. The skill would push his maximum HP to over 140,000. With the 20% passive damage reduction skill, it would take a damage value of over 180,000 to kill Zhang Yang instantly. Zhang Yang maintained his pace and charged towards King Kong's wrath.
5,394.
As the bird seeped into Zhang Yang's body, he had taken that one tick of damage. Zhang Yang then hypothesized that the skill that Savage Lord had just used was similar to that of Dance of Heaven and Earth, a skill that could deal 10,000 fixed damage, depending on damage attribute, every second, for 10 seconds. King Kong's wrath rushed over to Savage Lord. As a good healer, one must rush over to the tank to heal instead of running amok all over the place.
Heroic Leap.
Zhang Yang leaped into the air like a god towards King Kong's wrath.
Heroic Leap. This time, Savage Lord took the opportunity to feed Zhang Yang his own medicine.
Savage Lord had been stunned in the middle of his charge animation. Even though it was the bear who had did it, it was still under the control of Zhang Yang. He wanted to stun Zhang Yang in the middle of his own skill as revenge. Zhang Yang grinned evilly. Just then Savage Lord was about to crash into him. He timed the location and position perfectly and activated Brutal Smash to stun the poor fellow for 4 seconds. Like a paper plane that had struck a wall, Savage Lord fell from the sky. King Kong's wrath panicked and quickly activated Terror Shriek the moment Zhang Yang landed at him.
Good reaction.
Zhang Yang had to compliment the man's skills. Zhang Yang then countered the Terror Shriek effect with Warrior's Will.
Sadly, his attack interval was as long as 3.8 seconds. He would need to wait for another 2 seconds or so to launch another strike. Hence, even though Brutal Smash was about to deal damage, it shared a 1-second global cooldown which required him to wait for 0.5 seconds before any skills could be activated. Since there was nothing he could do at the moment, Zhang Yang just stood there and waited. However, instead of attacking as he normally would, Zhang Yang swung his shield into King Kong's wrath's face, knocking him off his feet and sent him crashing into the ground, his face digging up a new drain in the ground. It only grew in length as he slid further along, his legs angled to the sky. Zhan Yu!
Savage Lord screamed in agony. He then used Warrior's Will to dispel the stun effect on him and charged towards Zhang Yang. At the same time, he flicked his fingers and cast Sacrifice to protect King Kong's wrath.
Wham!
Zhang Yang had whacked the poor fellow who had just gotten back up to his feet. Once he was on the ground again, Zhang Yang stepped on the player's back and laughed at Savage Lord. No need to get so aggravated.
Though I feel the need to tell you that I don't swing that way.
I prefer good, old-fashioned pussies and boobies instead of D*CKs and buttholes.
Bastard!
Savage Lord lost it. With quick movements, the Guardian swung his hands and threw a beam of light at Zhang Yang. The Spear of Obliteration was weak. He was no Zhang Yang. His damage on Zhang Yang was only over 3,000 damage, since he was wielding a one-handed weapon.
5,394. The Fiery Bird skill was still damaging Zhang Yang, which had drained him by only 5,394 HP per second. 10 of them would be over 54,000, and that could drain half of Zhang Yang's HP bar. Just die. King Kong Arcane had revealed himself in front of Zhang Yang. He had activated Shadow Cloak, which granted him immunity to Felice's attack and had dispelled the slow effect of Thunderstrike. The blade struck the air, followed by a burst of light from the middle of his palm, which King Kong Arcane directed it towards the center of Zhang Yang's chest. Zhang Yang chuckled.
He had forced the opponent to expend all of their ulti skills.
With a wide malicious grin, Zhang Yang activated Shield Wall. After the 1-second global cooldown ended, Zhang Yang struck Savage Lord with Frost Strike. 36-450. Savage Lord was struck with a heavy damage and icy bricks started forming around him, which then grew upwards to encase his entire character in ice. Since the ice was slightly transparent, Zhang Yang could see the disgruntled expression on Savage Lord's face. He had already used Warrior's Will to dispel the Heroic Leap stun effect and could only sit there and wait until the frozen effect wears off over time. Thud. Zhang Yang lifted a leg and sent King Kong's wrath flying away. Grah. The diminutive King Kong's wrath was almost at the brink of madness. He had never known that PvP would involve such maneuvers where he could be treated like a sandbag by Zhang Yang. Even though the attack had not dealt a single damage, it had made him lose his temper, focus, and most importantly, his dignity. Sacred Protection. King Kong Wrath could not take it anymore and immediately entered an invincible state. No matter how much rage had clouded his senses, the responsibility of being a healer had never left his judgment. He did not blindly charge at Zhang Yang, but went towards Savage Lord to heal him. Zhang Yang chuckled. Heal? Really? Right when healers had been so greatly depowered that their powers were as good as smacking a band-aid down the bleeding stump of a severed limb. Could his heal really keep up with the attack combination of Zhang Yang and Felice? That aside, be it buffed or nerfed, Zhang Yang still had his Destructive Smash that reduced healing effectiveness by 75%. Even if he had not used the skill to debuff Savage Lord, it would take 4 more King Kong's Wrath to fully negate the HP loss dealt by Zhang Yang and Felice. Wham! Bam! As one, Zhang Yang and Felice moved on to Savage Lord, who was still encased in ice. Even though he was a class that was meant to take damage head-on, his long HP and defense were completely useless. They were emptied out like a broken aquarium. However, Savage Lord responded accordingly. Even though he was restricted from moving, he could still activate Shield Wall. The skill's greatest advantage was that it could be used anytime, anywhere, and in any situation, except silence and disarmed. All 3 Indian players were safe, but only temporarily. Their invincible protection would only last for 10 seconds. During that time, there was nothing that they could do but to cower and hope for some miracle to save them from being humiliated. The shame of calling themselves professional players, and yet, they could not even defeat a single player and his battle companion. 10 seconds passed on quickly and the protection skills had expired. Felice shot down from the sky in her human form and crashed down majestically to the earth, leaving a small crater. With lightning speed, she swung her lance downward and did a quick thrust. After activating Dragon's Spear Barrage, she sent out a normal attack that followed almost instantly. 17-822. 27-168. King Kong's Wrath was horrified. His maximum HP was only as much as 50,000. The 40,000 over damage by Felice was so strong that it had left King Kong's Wrath with only more than 10,000 HP left. Since he could not use a mount to flee from the cave, there was no place for him to escape. One more pebble falling from the ceiling of the cave would kill him off. Berserker's Heal and Sacred Heal had already been removed from the game, and since he had already used Sacred Protection, there were no other skills left to protect himself. All he could do was to leave his fate in the hands of his teammates. Blind. King Kong Arcane grabbed a handful of sand and tossed them towards Zhang Yang's eyes, causing a momentary blindness and inflicted the Confusion debuff. Zhang Yang immediately countered the debuff with Part of the Death Knight accessory skill and aimed his hammer at King Kong's Wrath. With all the muscles tensing up in his forearm, Zhang Yang forcefully heaved down the hammer with the might of a god of war. 98-774. Destructive Smash, critical. Pack. King Kong's Wrath's head blew up, as if there was a bomb planted in his skull, splattering all his brain juice and other gory stuff around the cave and even on Zhang Yang's metallic armor. Zhang Yang felt like throwing up. The scene was too brutal for any normal human to handle. No wonder Tang the monk had always expressed his disdain towards Sun Wukong. The old monkey would always use his magical pole to smash open the enemy to pieces. How would one feel safe with such a brutal creature that is capable of doing such an act, and actually guide him to the west? No, cried Savage Lord in King Kong's Wrath and horror. They were India Region S-Class Professional League battle team. If word got out that an entire battle team was raped by a single man in the wilderness, they would have no places to hide their faces. Zhang Yang scoffed. With Shield Wall active, Zhang Yang's HP was constantly recovering. The best thing was that Rearm was ready to be used at any time. He also had Dance of Heaven and Earth and Chaotic Dance of Electric Current. Glare of the Death God, too. There were still many trump cards that he had not used. Yet the opponent already seemed to have their wills broken. What else could they use against him?
Heaven's shaker was swung around, bashing his opponents like a sledgehammer smashing into bricks. At the same time, Zhang Yang had been using kicks, hooks, trips, shoves, sweeps, and many other supporting attacks to torture both Savage Lord and King Kong's arcane to the point that they could not even get into their stances.
Wham! Dot.
In less than 10 seconds after the second death, King Kong's arcane had fallen.
15 seconds after that, Savage Lord had entered the spectral realm.
From the moment Zhang Yang had started the fight and until the last opponent was killed, the entire process had only taken a minute or more, even though so much had taken place in between those times.
That was the ferocious power of Zhang Yang and Felice.
Besides the split-second, wild charge, to catch Savage Lord, the white bear had done nothing at all. It had been running up and down the field, trying to catch players as if they were floating butterflies, to no avail. Claps. From a corner of the cave, Hourglass figure was leaning against the cave wall and clapped her hands slowly and gracefully. Her expression was unexpectedly calm and somewhat delighted. Perhaps it's fortunate that the 4 fallen Indians had already released their souls to be revived again, or else they would be completely annoyed at her actions. During the entire battle with the 4 men, Zhang Yang had always kept an eye out for the woman. Not once he had let her out of his sight. She was, after all, one of the top players in the world that had obtained the S-class inheritance, and was hailed as the best hunter in the world. Even though 100 shots obtained the dragon pet, she was still able to step above him in every way possible. Even though she had not yet obtained the Shadow Striker inheritance, Zhang Yang dared not to lower his guard around her. He had not activated the God of War transformation and had his HP and defense were at their natural values. It would be rather unfortunate if he were to receive a sneaky attack when his HP is low. Still, all her actions were incomprehensible. She was just standing there, watching Zhang Yang slay all her teammates and had done nothing to stop it.
What was she thinking then?
Still, if she had joined in at the moment when Zhang Yang had made any careless mistakes, Zhang Yang could still turn the table around with Dance of Heaven and Earth, Chaotic Dance of Electric Current, and also Glare of the Death God. With so much power in hand, if he was still at disadvantage, he could activate the God of War transformation at any time to butcher them all. Before other 5S class inheritance makes their appearances, Zhang Yang would remain undefeatable.
Not bad.
I expected no less from the man I've heard so much about.
Well done, Zhan Yu.
Hourglass figure placed her one hand on her hip and cat walked towards him. She smiled seductively and said, "I'll give you a chance to join my guild.
Think about it carefully." Zhang Yang smiled and pointed at the dead bodies and said, "Let's say I accept, would you not be afraid of offending these guys?" Hourglass figure laughed with her rich voice and bent over. Her peaks bounced about wildly. Zhang Yang stared at the peaks rather boldly and compared them to Sun Xinu. Hourglass figure does have a wonderful pair of boobs, perhaps she was on the same level as Sun Xinu. However, even Sun Xinu's toned abs could not match up to her waistline.
They were indeed slender and made her boobs stand out even more prominently. Hourglass figure gestured at them casually and said, "They are just a bunch of nobodies with a major superiority complex.
Zhan Yu, join the India region. Together, we can conquer the world. Or perhaps, conquer me."
Zhang Yang could not hold in his laughter and said, "In that case, how about I invite you to join China? I don't mind having more partners in bed." Hourglass figure widened her gaze and laughed loudly.
"Zhan Yu, my dear. You do know who I am, don't you? I'm about to own Steely Dang's holdings.
Right now, I own 7% of the total share of Steely Dang's, worth more than $7,800,000,000.
Are you sure that you want me to be your lover?" Crap, he could never allow himself to lose his honor. What's more, he was technically representing China against India. How could he allow himself to lose? Even if it was in terms of financial fortune. He quickly thought of a way to switch the topic and said, "What do you want? Money or man?"
Hourglass figure cocked her head and crossed her arm to lift her breasts higher up to Zhang Yang.
"I know that you are wealthy. It's expected. However, I can offer you a good deal."
She then lifted her index finger. 1 million, said Zhang Yang disgruntledly.
TSK.
She shook her head. "You're either being too humble or looking down on me," said the smexy Indian chick.
100 million, in USD. Exclamation point. Zhang Yang was thrown away.
The women had balls bigger than he did. Even though God's miracle was already famous throughout the globe, but it was still 1 year away from reaching its peak. Yet, this woman would take 100 million right then to coax him over. Zhang Yang could not decide whether she had such foresight or was just too lonely. Still, Zhang Yang had already amassed more than 100 million worth of fortune himself. Zhang Yang felt that after that amount, anything more or less would be nothing but numbers.
He would not be tempted by Hourglass Figure's offer.
Zhang Yang smirked and said, I stand by what I said.
I don't mind have Miss Hourglass Figure in my bed. Come to China and I'll welcome you with open arms. Hourglass Figure widened her eyes.
She was genuinely shocked by his response and shook her head.
What a shame.
She turned around without saying anything else and disappeared from Zhang Yang's sight.
Won't you want to have revenge for your fallen teammates?
Hourglass Figure stopped mid-stride, angling her hips and turned her head around. Right now, I'm not your opponent.
That said, you are the first player to obtain an inheritance, aren't you? You defeated those 4 idiots without the need to use the transformation skill. For now, I should at least find myself a stronger inheritance, and come back for you when I do. I shall see you in the World Championship Professional League. Hourglass Figure turned around after she was finished with her speech. In no time at all, she turned around a corner and disappeared.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 527, The Hidden Properties of a Battle Companion. Chapter 527, The Hidden Properties of a Battle Companion. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Zhang Yang did not stay to guard the dead bodies.
Instead, he led Kayanatbi out of the cave.
The cave was too large, and if he had no quest guiding assistance, he would never be able to search for the zinc alloy, when he does not even know what it looked like.
As they walked on, Zhang Yang casually asked, Kayanatbi, did the harpies do anything to you? And no, cried Kayanatbi.
His nose then grew longer. Nervous, Kayanatbi quickly added, there's this weird lady harpy that was always asking me to place my face in front of her. She would make me repeat and lie and then a truth in turn and then repeat it over and over again. I don't know what she wanted me to do, but she made my nose all sticky and wet. What a weird harpy, asking me to use my nose to poke her insides. She knows very well that my nose is made of wood, moisture isn't exactly good for it. She seemed to cry out each time it grew longer and shorter.
How scary.
Zhang Yang stopped for a good moment and facepalmed hard. The developer who designed this quest must have been a dry F***ck. That being said, he turned to Kayanatbi and took note of his nose and limbs.
If he too had such an ability, he could have already dominated Sun Xinu and Han Shui.
It's not that his magnum was lacking in any aspect.
In fact, Zhang Yang could proudly say that he was superior to most men.
It was the fact that the two girls were always at each other's throats, always demanding more and more from him, even as they shot death gazes at each other. When he was done with one, the other would want it, and the cycle would continue until Zhang Yang's golden sack was completely shriveled up. If he had a single finger that could be controlled like Kayanatbi's nose, he should have already pacified both women with ease.
As he sighed heavily, Zhang Yang and Kayanatbi made their way of the cave.
The old man Khadija was waiting anxiously. When he saw the silhouette of Khadija, the little boy was overjoyed and ran over to the old man with tears in his eyes. The old man bent down and embraced the boy with his arms.
Kayanatbi, my boy.
Father, cried Kayanatbi as he hugged his father.
After the emotional reunion, Khadija lifted his head and thanked Zhang Yang. Brave adventurer, I can't thank you enough for saving my son. Ding. You have completed the quest, please save my son. Obtained 1 million experience points. Zhang Yang smiled and replied, Kayanatbi is a good kid. No one in their right mind would not get in between him and the mouth of a monster. Khadija nodded his head and wiped away his tears.
Adventurer, I do not know whether this piece of news would be useful to you, but I've heard the ironsmith in the town had mentioned about a rare mineral that could be found in the cave.
The mineral is expensive and can be sold for a large fortune.
Rumors say that the harpies are fond of the mineral and had hidden it away in some chest. The key to the chest is with the harpy leader, the harpy queen Audiobook. If you can defeat her and obtain the key to the chest, you could sell the minerals for a large sum of gold coins.
No quest notification? Zhang Yang stuttered a little and said, I thank you for the news.
Old man, if I do get rich, I will come back and have a drink with you.
Khadija smiled and chuckled, thank you.
I bid you farewell, adventurer. We shall take our leave now. As the man turned around, Khadija looked down to Kayanatbi and said, you must listen to me, and never run around again.
Yes, father. Kayanatbi nodded his head, and his nose grew a little. What a prick.
Zhang Yang turned back to the cave and headed to the place where he had rescued Kayanatbi in the first place. He wanted to take the opportunity to rush in, since the monsters that he had killed had yet to spawn. Even though the monsters were not difficult to kill, it would still be a little troublesome. Halfway through, Zhang Yang had bumped into the group of 4 Indians that he had killed not too long ago. Their face turned pale, but they came at him anyway, thinking that he was as unprepared as they were.
Zhang Yang laughed at their stupidity.
He had not used any strong skills when he had first defeated them. So, killing them now would not make any difference.
In fact, it would only be easier, since he now knew how they fought.
With Felice joining his attack, the two of them had sent the 4 Indians to their graves again. It was all too simple for him, since Zhang Yang had the S-class inheritance, while Felice was a battle companion equipped with a complete set of mythical equipment. With the two of them, they could completely crush any players right there and then. Come 4 or 5, even 40, or 400, no one would not stand a chance when Zhang Yang activates his God of War transformation. It would be a walk in the park for him to kill both normal and professional players. The difference in power when he is in transformation mode was like heaven and earth, with no gray areas in between the two. Not long after the fight, Zhang Yang came to the place where he first found Kyanokbi. The cave was huge, and the routes were as complex as a spider's web. He would usually walk with one hand against a wall at all times when in such caves. However, this cave had circular routes. If he had done so, he would be circling around endlessly. Zhang Yang enlarged the minimap and found a large cavern that was even bigger than the entire cave. Though it was not clearly specified, bosses usually reside in a large area. Hence, it would be sensible for him to start there first. After memorizing the pathway, he then proceeded to head in the general direction of the cave. Not long after, the monsters around had gained a tier, turning from normals to elites. Even though they could not cause Zhang Yang much trouble, it would still be time-consuming for him to kill them all. Besides, the 4 Indians might come back for his head anytime. Zhang Yang then decided to use Shadow of the Void and Burrow to sneak past the monsters and move deeper into the cave, unhindered. There was no way for Savage Lord and his mates to trace his pathway.
Even though the pathway to the boss room was clear-cut and simple, the way to it was completely filled with monsters.
When Shadow of the Void and Burrow expired, he had to start killing his way through. It was a good haul as he had gained many pieces of equipment. Despite being barely dressed, the Harpies had dropped a total of over 50 gray-silver equipment and 13 yellow-gold equipment.
Zhang Yang was on the verge of filling up his inventory. Little Young.
The official site had released information about the tiers of battle companions.
Check out Little Felice's grade.
How many stars is she? Said Fatty Han through the voice-comm just when Zhang Yang was starting to get annoyed at picking up equipment. Oh, said Zhang Yang as he nodded unconsciously.
What was it again?
Fatty Han laughed and explained.
Battle companions were unlike pets or mount.
That had already been clearly established. It was true that there were black steel, yellow gold, or violet platinums, but players had found out that Battle Companion had more than those grades. Felice was just too special to be even graded in the first place, but Han Yingshue's Battle Companion Messick, and the little girl's Battle Companion the Artist, Reina were too far apart in terms of their prowess. Messick's HP was at least 7 times that of Reina, but even though Battle Companions could equip armor or weapons to increase their strength, there was no way to tell if the Battle Companion they had was strong or weak, which left players greatly confused. Hence, when countless of players threw in an endless amount of inquiries to the officials, the developers had gotten sick of explaining and decided to release some information about the Battle Companions. According to the officials of God's Miracle, they had intended to allow players to slowly discover the capabilities of the Battle Companion and find one that suits their own specific playstyle. For tanks, they would wish to have DPS-type Battle Companions, so that they could help kill monsters faster. That, or a healer type to allow oneself to last longer in battle. Inversely, DPS class players would want to have tanker Battle Companions since it would keep them from getting overwhelmed. Naturally, healing types would be effective as well. Supporters are always a welcome sight. That being said, those categories would branch out into various subcategories under each class of Battle Companions. For example, under the tank class, there were single target or multiple target aggro control. For DPS type, there were magic attack and physical types, ranged, melee, AoE, single target, and many other branches. Theoretically, there was no strongest Battle Companion, only the best suited for each player. Hence, the official had never released information about Battle Companions until now, in hopes that they could prevent the game from being too linear where players would end up having the same strongest Battle Companions. Zhang Yang had guessed correctly that each Battle Companion had an original grade which depended on their default equipment tier. For example, Felice would be a mythical tier, according to her equipment. If he had not unlocked the seals on her, she would only gain levels without gaining tiers. However, the equipment alone does not determine the prowess of a Battle Companion. If a player could farm or obtain the special equipment meant for their own Battle Companion, an originally Black Steel tier Battle Companion could be upgraded to a Celestial Superman. They could even kill a Battle Companion who started off as Holy tier. Battle Companion had a specific growth rate which was a hidden attribute.
It could be described in such a way. When a special equipment with 100 bonus strength is worn by a battle companion, the effect of the strength bonus could go down to 10 or even shoot up to 150, depending on the wearer. For strength-type battle companions, equipping a strength equipment would be beneficial for them. For dexterity type or magic attack type, the amount of strength they gain from the equipment would be minimal. The system had even used a star grading system to determine the growth rate of each attribute. The lowest was 1 star and the best was 15 stars. 1 star would only provide 10% bonus and 15 stars would be 150% attribute bonus. This was not limited to only equipment. It was the overall stat bonus. For example, when a Vitality Magic Scroll is used to provide 100 bonus vitality, a 15-star Vitality Battle Companion would gain a 150 Vitality Points boost, while a 1-star Vitality Battle Companion would only gain 10 Vitality Points, even if the original effect was 100 points. Normally, like players, a magic attack type battle companion would have higher stars for their intelligence and spirit attributes and lower stars for strength and dexterity. It would be as simple as equipping armors and weapons to see the changes. A tank-type battle companion would have better vitality star points, while physical attack-type battle companions would have higher strength and dexterity stars. Little Young. What are Felice's attribute star points? Asked Fatty Han excitedly. My Napolita has 8 stars in intelligence, 7 stars in spirit, but her vitality only has 6 stars. Napolita was Fatty Han's battle companion that he had obtained just a few days ago. She was a busty, blonde chick. The important factor was indeed her bust. Zhang Yang wavered a little. Didn't you say that 15 stars was the best? Are you already that satisfied with her? F***CK. Where can you find a battle companion with 10 stars in any of their attributes? Just look at the official database. Anything with 7 stars is already pretty good, said Fatty Han as he defended his big hooters. I mean, his busty battle companion. Hey! I asked you to check Felice's star count. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 528, Attribute Growth Star Points. Chapter 528, Attribute Growth Star Points. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Yang finished off the harpies around him and then opened the character window. Compared to when he first started the game, Zhang Yang now had 3 tabs of windows to browse through, 2 of them having been added over time. The first, being his own character profile, the second was the Summon Pet and Battle Pet, and the last one was the Battle Companion window, where he could look up Felice's stats. As expected, beside the 5 basic attribute points, the attack and defense properties, there was a string of stars behind each of the 5 main attribute points, indicating the level of growth Felice had. Vitality, 10 stars. Strength, 10 stars. Dexterity, 10 stars. Intelligence, 10 stars. Spirit, 10 stars. They were all 10 stars. A perfect balance. Zhang Yang was shocked. If he had not heard to Fatty Han saying that having more than 7 stars is considered strong enough, he would have considered Felice's growth rate to be average. As the saying goes, jack of all trades, master of none. In any online game, investing in all attribute points would be suicidal. Truthfully, if he could, Zhang Yang would want to have all her spirit points to be cut in half and be invested in strength and intelligence so that they would be maxed at 15 stars instead. That way, Felice's attack in her human form and her Dragonhawk form would be much higher. Little Young. Come on, dude. Tell me. What's the star count for Felice's attribute? Don't hide it though. Even if Felice does not have much room to grow, I would laugh. You know? Grade or tiers does not determine growth power. Ha ha. Fatty Han laughed. Zhang Yang cringed but quickly smirked. He then screenshot Felice's attribute properties and let Fatty Han feel the burn in his face. Here, have a look. Don't feel too disappointed when my Felice beats the sh*t out of your busty dullard. What's up with that? 10 stars. All of them, cried Fatty Han disgruntledly. It was no surprise that Felice had much greater power than the rest of the battle companions. She was, after all, the first battle companion in the game, and was the one who had unlocked the battle companion system. If she had been rubbish, it would have been highly irresponsible for the developers to do so for the first player to discover her. Fatty Han was dissatisfied. He then proceeded to look for 100 shots and Endless Starlight to compare their battle companions. Perhaps, he was hoping that they had inferior battle companions so that he could stroke his ego. All 10 core members of Zhang Yang's team had obtained their own battle companions, ranging from Grey Silver to Mythical. Everyone happily reported their battle companion status for a little comparison. Among all of them, the best was unsurprisingly Felice.
Coming close to her was Sun Xinu's battle companion, Ankh the assassin, and then Messick the mother * king pervert. Ankh was covered in a black tight suit and had hide behind a black veil that covered everything from head to shoulders. Despite leaving no skin exposed, everyone could easily determine that Ankh was a lady from the body outline of her tight suit. Truth be told, she was a carbon copy of Sun Xinu. Ankh's original tier was only gray-silver. Despite that, her attribute growth was strong.
Vitality, 6 stars. Strength, 7 stars. Dexterity, 10 stars. Intelligence, 1 star. Spirit, 1 star. Even though her intelligence and spirit points were the lowest, Ankh had made up for it with extremely high dexterity. She was an assassin-class battle companion. Having 15 stars in intelligence and spirit would not do her any good. Ankh was a good example as to how tiers do not determine a battle companion's prowess. Sun Xinu was a burst damage type of player. It was natural for her to pick a battle companion that suited her playstyle. Perhaps, one day when Sun Xinu is Ankh equipping a full set of violet platinum weapon and armor, she would be able to stand together with Sun Xinu and deal an explosive amount of damage. That's what gamers refer to as nuking. A nuking playstyle focuses on a large amount damage dealt over a short period of time. Perhaps even tank-class player like One Sword Stroke would not survive after being bombarded by Sun Xinu and Ankh. As for Messick, the cowardly, persistent, and perverted little bugger only had 5 stars for his strength, dexterity, intelligence, and spirit. However, his vitality was 12 stars. Even stronger than Felice. Oof. Such high vitality befitting of a coward. However, 10 stars should not be Felice's full potential. She still had 4 seals that had yet to be broken. Zhang believed that the breaking of the seals would definitely have a positive effect on Felice's strength. If every seal grants Felice an additional 1 star for her attribute growth, Felice would be a battle companion with 14 stars for all her attribute points. It had been some time when all 10 of them had gathered together. Naturally, jokes and teases were flying around. Out of the blue, 100 Shots went silent and withdrew from the merry conversation. Zhang noticed his odd behavior and observed him. Zhang realized that 100 Shots was actually having a conversation with someone else through the messenger. After a while, 100 Shots nodded and quickly came back to the group. Dragon Throat Fortress has been conquered. Zhang was the first one to be surprised. 100. Where did you heard the news from? If Dragon Throat Fortress was conquered, the system would have announced it. Oh. Right. Give me a second, said 100 Shots as he placed his hands on his ears for a second. He then laughed awkwardly and said, haha. My bad. Sorry for agitating everyone. Dragon Throat Fortress has been conquered. But it was only the hard mode and not the hardcore mode. It was taken down by a guild from Europe called Mess Up Your Mama. 1. Mess Up Your Mama? Almost everyone cringed, while others twitched a little when they heard the rather bold and senseless name. Zhang remembered something and then explained the situation to them. If I'm right, Mess Up Your Mama is a direct onomatopoeia of the Latin name Nihilum. It does mean anything, but the guild is undoubtedly strong. Leave them be for now, but don't let your guards down. They are strong, and we should watch our backs. Ha! Sounds like another bunch of proud mother * curs. Fatty Han puffed. Lone Desert Smoke was not doing any better than the other guilds. They were still stuck at the last boss and could not finish it off. The problem was that the boss attack power was too strong. At the same time, the demand of the dungeon for players' DPS was also too great. Fatty Han had the Vampire Inheritance transformation, but when it was on cooldown, there was nothing that the party could do besides slowly grinding their way in. Even though Nihilum had already taken down the hard mode, that result would never earn the right to trigger a server announcement. Still, no one could deny that they had already displayed the potential to raid the hardcore mode of the Dragon Throat Fortress. To unlock the hardcore mode, one must first defeat hard mode. Similarly, to unlock hard mode, one must first defeat normal mode. Hey dummy, shouldn't we join the exploration team as well? Asked Han Shui. The exploration team consisted of 50 qualified members. However, it did not include top players like Zhang, Sun Xinu, Wei Yin, Han Shui and the other strong members. Only 100 Shots, Endless Starlight, Fatty Han and Fantasy Sweetheart had joined the team. Zhang shook his head to deny Han Shui's proposal. Worry not about losing the first clear achievement. Hardcore mode is not that easy to defeat. In fact, we might still lose even if we join them now.
I suggest we spend our time to search for the inheritances instead.
100, Mountain Mover will be reaching to level 100 soon.
When he does, I need you to hand over the commander position to him.
In the meantime, why not search for inheritance for yourself?
100 Shots was the man who had obtained the overwhelming dragon pet in Zhang Yang's previous life. Zhang Yang did not want him to preoccupy himself with any more dungeon activities that might directly affect the chances of him obtaining the red dragon pet. Even though he had only managed to obtain B or C class inheritance, he was on par with an A class inheritance player when he acquired the red dragon pet. According to Zhang Yang's well thought out plan, 100 Shots would obtain the red dragon pet while Fatty Han takes the phoenix pet. With two mythical creatures pairing up, it would be a fearsome presence in the game. The means to obtain the red dragon was completely mysterious. On the other hand, the phoenix pet was just a hidden class quest of a hunter. Still, there was a capture prerequisite: one had to be level 120 before they could even try to take on the quest.
Oh.
Mess Up Your Mama was able to raid the hard mode because two of their players had inheritances, said 100 Shots. According to the local forums there, the two players' inheritances were C class. Zhang Yang smiled. There's no need to worry.
C class inheritance is strong, but its prowess would only help them to defeat the first 5 boss of the hardcore mode. The last few ones would be extremely difficult. The stronger the inheritance, the stronger the boss would be in the chain quest. For example, the black dragon that Zhang Yang had to face would have been completely impossible if Felice did not go crazy back then.
Even if he had forced all of his guild members to reach level 120 and kill the dragon together, they would still lose. They might stand a chance if Zhang Yang asked for the help from Crimson Rage and Sky High. On the other hand, the vampire inheritance bosses were only possible due to Zhang Yang already possessing the God of War inheritance. On the other hand, inheritance classes D and below would only cough out easy bosses. Players would only need to kill mini-boss-like entities and run around the world.
Zhang Yang, when are you going to help me get all the remaining pieces of the inheritance fragment? Han Shui asked impatiently.
She had already gathered 5 pieces of inheritance fragments. The other 5 pieces should be in the hands of the Hell Family Priest.
If both sides do not end this cowardly conflict, the milkmaid deity inheritance would never surface. Relax. Don't rush into things. If you do, they will too. Just let them be. When they can't take it anymore, they will strike first, and that's where we'll be waiting for them, said Zhang Yang. Then again, even if you have all inheritance pieces, it would matter since an S-class inheritance quest boss would not be an easy target. I'm not even sure if we can defeat it yet. It was the truth.
When they were fighting the vampire Count Farah, it had taken all they had to survive.
The boss for the milkmaid deity quest should be on the same level as the Black Dragon King. Even if Zhang Yang and Fatty Han transformed, 2 hours might not be enough to defeat the boss. At least, in the meantime, they should lay low and grind to level 120 to remove the level gap suppression to win. In the meantime, the group should be able to gather more forbidden scrolls to increase the chances of winning. After the chatting session, everyone left to do their own business. Zhang Yang then moved on and found himself a large cave. It was at least the size of a basketball stadium with a height reaching to 30 meters tall. Stalactites glowed, protruding from the ceiling of the cave, illuminating the interior with a white warm light. At the deeper section of the cave, there was a stalactite that housed a large bird's nest which measured at least 5 times the size of a king-sized bed. Inside the nest, a large female harpy was sleeping happily. Around the area, there were many hard-to-see sticks that were arranged in a long row. Harpy Queen, Yanabok, mythical, humanoid. Level, 125. HP, 37,500,000. Defense, 5,200. Melee attack, 30,157 to 34,157. Skills, Death Shriek, unleashes a devastating soundwave to deal 30,000 physical attack to all targets within 40 meters. Tackle, flies in the sky and shoots down at breakneck speed to claw a target. Deals 100% melee physical damage. Damage will be doubled if either the head, neck, chest, or abdomen is struck with the skill. Tear, tears a target apart with sharp claws. Deals 100% melee physical attack and reduces the healing rate of a target for 50%. Note, the Queen of Harpies, greedy, gluttonous, and has a lust for spherical-ended, pillar-shaped objects. While the Queen was sleeping, 20 elite-tier Harpy guards stood guard around their Queen. Translator note. 1. Mess Up Your Mama. This one was rather hard to translate, but the Mandarin words were. According to the context itself, the pinyin of it, Hey Ni Lao Mu, sounds like Nihilam. Hence, when the Chinese read it out loud, it would sound something like Hey Ni Lao Mu. For the novel, we will use the official name Nihilam as the author had stated it in official context like a system announcement. But when the author uses in conversation, we will retain its original meaning and use mess up your mama.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 529, The Harpy Queen. Chapter 529, The Harpy Queen. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Away with you. Instead, bring me back the little wooden puppet that would grow his nose when he lies. The Harpy Queen drawled lazily. Yes. My queen. 2 elite guards knelt down and saluted. Zhang Yang roared and paced over boldly. No need to waste your time. Might I suggest you clean your neck a little so that wouldn't stain my blade when I remove your head? Insolent. All 20 elite guards raised their spear and glared at Zhang Yang. They awaited for their queen's command to act. The queen widened her eyes as she lazily crawled out of her nest. She spread open her glorified wings and hovered a few feet above the ground without the need to flap them. Judging from her completely naked upper body, all men would have slobbered over her, but their mood would be killed instantly when they lower their gazes to her lower half, which looked like eagle talons attached to the end of chicken drumsticks. When Audiobook spotted Zhang Yang, her expression turned incredibly lustful. HM. It's a little human warrior. Come here, my dear, please me and I shall spare your pathetic life. Zhang Yang glanced around and saw that the sticks arranged in a row were completely gnawed off. Some of them were even broken. Fa. No wonder she was a mythical tier boss, perhaps she was graded that way due to her level of lust. Zhang Yang drew his hammer and hurled it in the air. Bird lady. Perhaps you would want to have a taste of my Rui Bang's power. Who could have known that Audiobook would look at the hammer's long and rough appearance and slobber around like a bitch in heat? She giggled happily and said, no bad the stick is long and rough, but is it hard enough for me? Zhang Yang could have tossed the hammer over to her and let her rub it against her hoha. How could a boss behave such a way? Which developer was responsible for this boss development? Bring him out and give him 1,000 years worth of torture. Zhang Yang was trying his best to anger the boss, yet she was greatly delighted, or perhaps, took it as an invitation? What's done is done, might as well just attack and get it over with. Zhang Yang activated the God of War transformation. His character glowed with a golden radiance and illuminated the cave for a brief second. Aha! Wonderful! You are a harpy as well, cried the Harpy Queen in an orgasmic voice. Come and please me. If you can, I will marry you and pleasure you every single day. Oh Lord, have mercy on this lost soul. Zhang Yang completely shut himself out from listening any longer. He activated the Spear of Obliteration and engulfed the hammer in his hands with a shroud of dark cloud. With great force, Zhang Yang hurled the hammer in his hands towards the queen. A splatter of blood spewed out of the nest, accompanied by a scream of pain. Ugh, cried the boss. With rage, she commanded, kill that man. All 20 elite guards spread their wings and zoomed towards Zhang Yang. In a neat formation, they surrounded him and thrust their spears at him. Zhang Yang reached his hands out and called his hammer back to him. Once the hammer got to his hands, he struck down hard at one of the elite monsters. The monster had taken more than 80,000 damage, generating so much rage points that it filled up his gauge to its maximum. The monster was sent down to the ground and had even formed a deep crater as it hit the earth. With quick movement, Zhang Yang flew around the cave and shot towards Audiobook, casting Destructive Smash, the moment when he was right above her. 380004. Now that is what you would get when you are not underlevel. The queen took the damage and had her head slammed down forcefully. The damage was so high that any DPS class would be ashamed of themselves, wishing that they could just dig a hole and hide inside. Zhang Yang flung his arm out and cast Glare of the Death God. The skill failed and was only rewarded Zhang Yang with a large text resist. Such a pity that the boss killer skill had such a low success rate on a boss. The effect was like the Frost Strike and the Frozen effect. For players or any normal monsters, the success rate would always be 100%. But when the target is a boss, the success rate to freeze the boss would be so low that even an ant would not feel a thing if they had stepped on it. That being said, Zhang Yang could kill a mythical tier boss and would still have much time to spare in his God of War transformation skill. Using Glare of the Death God would not make much difference. It's like adding salt into the sea. Go ahead and resist, the fight will last only for a few minutes, anyway. Bastard. Human. Despicable humans. Right then, she had lost her lustful emotion towards the man, or perhaps, had only diverted her lust only to the hammer that Zhang Yang was wielding. The Harpy Queen spread out her wings forcefully and whipped out her talons to claw at Zhang Yang's chest. Tackle.
Zhang Yang raised his shield immediately. A loud metal scratch was heard along with a deep mark on the Titan's shield. The attack had immediately deducted 18 points of the shield's durability, 1, and also knocked Zhang Yang backward by 4 to 5 meters. Immediately, Zhang Yang was surrounded and attacked by the group of elite monsters.
232. 892. 122. 0. A series of pathetic attacks landed on Zhang Yang. With his 12,000 defense points, almost all elite monsters' attack would not make much damage. Even if they do, the residual damage that manages to get past through the defense would still face a 20% damage deduction and 2,606 damage absorption. For them to even deal a few hundred damage meant that they had quite a respectable amount of attack power. Zhang Yang's vitality aura had been leveled up to level 6.
The bonus vitality was as high as 24%.
His original 122,120 HP was multiplied by 40, granting him a godly 4,884,800 HP.
A few hundred damage was nothing but tiny specks of thorns for him.
Horizontal sweep. Wham! Bam! Boom! Dot!
Instantly, a series of 160,000 damage burst out, some of them were even 330,000 damage. If only one of them was a lucky strike, the damage would reach over 500,000.
Such a damage could kill an elite monster in just 2 hits.
Audiobook cried in pain. Just then, her voice grew louder. It grew so loud to the point that the sound wave was visible to the naked eye.
Death shriek. 11 794. 29 120. 28 200. Zhang Yang, Felice, and Whitey Jr. took damage.
Naturally, the damage Zhang Yang taken was the lowest among the 3. The poor flying serpent had only 34,960 HP.
The attack had nearly killed the poor reptile.
Felice on the other hand was in her Dragonhawk form, having only 880 defense, and the damage she took was the highest.
However, it did not matter, since her HP was ridiculously low.
Zhang Yang tossed a bottle of potion and a bandage to Felice and she automatically healed herself. The little girl could be said to be a player herself. However, she had no inventory and had to rely on Zhang Yang to physically give her items to heal herself. As for Whitey Jr., Zhang Yang had activated Wild Recovery, allowing it to slowly restore its HP, 5% at a time.
None shall harm me and live to tell the tale. Die. Death be upon you for disobeying my wishes.
Audiobook shot into the sky and suddenly zoomed in at Zhang Yang at a high speed.
Zhang Yang could see her afterimage that was heading towards his head. Tackle.
If the attack lands on him, it would cause double damage. Zhang Yang raised his shield despite block was still on cooldown.
A loud scrying was heard and a loud pack came after. Audiobook's talon had forcefully pierced through the shield and had clawed at Zhang Yang's head. 13 520.
Unfortunately, the boss attack had damaged the shield. However, the attack was somewhat weakened, since it had only caused normal damage to Zhang Yang.
D*MN. No wonder they say that the shield was a replica.
Although the Titan's shield was a violet platinum tier equipment, it had failed to block the boss attack without being physically damaged.
That attack alone had removed 120 points of durability. F*****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
hesitated using his shield to block any more attacks. Once the durability of the shield reaches 0, the item attributes will be rendered useless. The shield alone gives 1,344 vitality points, with both the vitality aura and the God of War transformation skill multiplying its effect. It provided Zhang 666,620 HP. If the shield was broken, he would lose that much maximum HP. Audiobook's attacks came one after another without any pauses. Just 10 seconds later, the boss used Death Shriek again and dealt damage to everyone. The poor flying serpent had only managed to recover 50% of his HP, hence he was killed instantly. Felice, on the other hand, had managed to recover only 20,000 with the potion and bandage. The AoE attack was starting to get annoying. However, it was meant to be that way. If it was not annoying, they wouldn't be fighting a high-leveled boss. Faced with such a boss with such a devastating AoE skill, players cannot win the boss by sheer numbers. They would need to send multiple batches of players to swap around. Zhang frowned a little and cried, "Felice, I need you to withdraw for now." "But, big brother." "Felice wants to help," cried the little girl disgruntledly. "Do not fret. Big brother can take on the harpies alone." "Okay," cried Felice. She then left the boss attack range and had accidentally kite one of the elite guards with her. The little girls then sent one fire missile at the monster, before morphing into her human form to attack with her lance.
The monster, despite being an elite tier, could not handle Felice's powerful attack.
In only a few hits, Felice had killed the monster.
Arg! Audiobook shrieked once more and blasted out echoes of sound waves. 30 seconds after Felice had withdrawn from battle, Zhang Yang, God of War EP, had gained 3 points. He then quickly activated Crushing Strike, sending beams of light bursting out of the earth and damaging all monsters around. Sadly, the attack will never be stronger than Horizontal Sweep. Still, EP was given to him for free, and since the only skill that he could spend them on was God of War Crushing Strike, might as well use it rather than leaving it to gather dust. After a series of Horizontal Sweep and Thunder Strike, Zhang Yang had successfully killed all the elite monsters, leaving the boss alone with Zhang Yang. During the fight, Zhang Yang was finally done analyzing the boss, Death Shriek. At most, the boss would use the skill once every 8 seconds to 15 seconds. Now able to time the attacks of the boss, Felice was able to join in the battle. Every time the skill was used, she would have to rush to the furthest range possible and fire 3 counts of fire missile before retreating from the battle to heal. Even though it was a waste of time which would diminish her overall DPS, it was better than being dead. In truth, even though he was rather nervous, the entire boss fight was just a walk in the park. If he had fought the boss head-on, he would have taken close to 7 to 8 minutes. His DPS was over 87,000, coupled with Felice's weakened DPS of over 12,000, the total DPS would be around 90,000. If he had a few hits that produced a critical or even a lucky strike, the total time taken would have been shorter. It was nothing but a cakewalk. All S-Class, A-Class, and B-Class inheritance had been adjusted in a way where players can only obtain them once they reach level 120. Hence, truly powerful bosses would only make their appearances after level 150. Right then, when Zhang Yang had not yet even reached level 120 and had already obtained the God of War inheritance, he was like a US special force that had been sent to fight the Hans or the Mongols. No matter how strong the boss is, even if it was trained in the ultimate form of martial arts, it would not be able to stop Zhang Yang's simple Desert Eagle 50 AE bullets from blowing its head up. Zhang Yang could not help but feel truly lucky. When he had just obtained Felice as his battle companion and took on the God of War inheritance quest, Felice was able to destroy the Black Dragon with ease and had led to the early procurement of the S-Class inheritance. Right then, from Zhang Yang's perspective, all bosses around his level were like weeds in a field. Such a relaxed period should only last until Zhang Yang surpasses level 150. The bosses in level 150 maps have had their difficulty adjusted to take on players with at least C-Class inheritances. A few of the bosses would even require a team of B-Class tanks and healer players to fight together. For Zhang Yang, a player with the S-Class God of War inheritance, he could easily make an ethereal tier boss grovel at his feet when he activates the transformation. Audiobook shrieked, clawed, zoomed, and tackled Zhang Yang like a deranged woman. Although her attacks were not weak, Zhang Yang's overwhelming defense had turned them into needle pricks. After damaging Zhang Yang by over 2 million damage, she was defeated and had fallen down to the earth, leaving her blood all over the ground. Zhang Yang headed over to the boss to quickly collect all the battle loots. The time remaining on the God of War transformation was still plenty enough for him to go for one round of grinding. The boss drops were rather fair, 1 mythical tier heavy armor greaves and 2 violet platinum equipment, a ring and a dagger. There was 1 more skill book and an iron key which, according to its description, should be able to unlock Audiobook's chest. Zhang Yang took all the items and tossed them into his inventory before splitting up with Felice to search the room for a treasure chest. As he searched around, he reviewed the items that he had just acquired. Miranda's ring, violet platinum, ring. Vitality, plus 212. Intelligence, plus 137. Sprit, plus 137. Equip, increases 270 maximum MP. Equip, increases 2.1% damage. Equip, increases 0.7 critical rate. Unidentified. Level requirement, 120. Note, Miranda was a spirited adventurer spellcaster. He was famous and renowned for venturing into places of great danger. Looks like his journey has ended. Let's hope that the great spellcaster had not been tortured too greatly before he died. Pass. As for the dagger, even though it had a level 120 level requirement, it would be placed in the little merchandise shop for sale, since it did not have a lowered level requirement special effect. That being said, a level 120 violet platinum would still fetch a few 100,000 gold coins easily. Lastly, the greaves. It was the only mythical item that the boss had dropped. Since it was the boss's first kill, the best equipment should have a lowered level requirement special effect. Sky Soaring Greaves, mythical, heavy armor. Defense, plus 160. Vitality, plus 889. Strength, plus 420. Dexterity, plus 420. Equip, increases 1700 maximum HP. Equip, increases 3.5% healing rate and damage output. Equip, absorbs 358 damage on attack. Use, increases 50% movement speed for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Unidentified. Level requirement, 120. Special, lowers the level requirement by 20 levels. Ha, finally. An item that he could use immediately. Translator note,
1. Durability. The maximum durability points of that shield was never mentioned in the novel. It was not known to how much was the maximum durability points does each weapon has. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 530, The Messenger Man. Chapter 530, The Messenger Man. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Last one, The Skill Book.
Pet Skill Book, Shatterpoint Weakness. Use, teaches you pet the skill, Shatterpoint Weakness.
Zhang Yang was dumbfounded.
Audiobook was a level 125 boss, despite not being the strongest entity in the map. Even so, since it was her first kill, the skill should be of some caliber.
The problem was, which pet should he put the skill on?
The mythical turtle was the highest tier among all, but its movement speed was too slow. The flying serpent on the other hand was a flying mount, and a magic attack type, and under certain conditions, it had more damage output than the white bear. However, since its mass and size were too large, not all maps, or fields could accommodate for it. On the other hand, the white bear was useful in tight spaces. However, the bear was of a physical attack type. Its attacks were greatly behind that of the flying serpent. In cases where the flying serpent could be sortied, Zhang Yang would have never thought of using the bear.
What a drag! Might as well get his hands on a Thunderhawk as soon as possible.
It is Violet Platinum, magic attack type flying mount that was much slimmer and smaller than the flying serpent. As it would be easily summoned in constricted spaces, it would solve the problem of who to teach the skill, Shatterpoint Weakness. After he had steeled his decision, Zhang Yang kept the skill book instead of using it. He had decided to use it on the Thunderhawk later on to save some pet skill engravement scroll. After circling the cave for half an hour, Zhang Yang finally stumbled across the Harpy Queen's chest. He then used the iron key to unlock the hatch and open it. A bright metal that had been carved into a long, baton-like shape lay inside.
Zhang Yang picked the baton up and examined the item description. Zinc alloy, quest item. Item description, a mineral alloy found in the Skeletal Spirit mining cave.
Only one can be found in 1,000 years.
The zinc alloy is a malleable, pliable, and ductile metal.
Best for a certain type of product.
Note, Audiobook's most precious treasure.
Especially important whenever she feels lonely. Feels rough, ribbed, thick, long, and slightly bent to perfectly fit in her.
Zhang Yang frowned and twitched a little with disgust as he picked up the zinc alloy out of the box and in his inventory.
He could not help but to feel a little ticked off at Marjorie when she had asked him to collect the metal. Could it be for her own purpose? After all, she was living inside the pandemonium. Her only neighbor was a stone giant.
It could not be helped if she gets lonely sometimes.
Right then, Zhang Yang still had over 1 hour as a god of war.
Zhang Yang then proceeded to move on kiting as many monsters as he could.
He was still at level 105, at 47% experience. When he was done killing everyone and the transformation skill had ended, he had gained 6% experience points. If he could maintain God of War transformation, he could level up in 1 day, real time. After emptying the entire mining cave, Zhang Yang moved out of the cave and found himself inside a dark cave. He hesitated a little and thought that he might have taken a wrong turn somewhere. Right before he wanted to turn back, he picked up a putrid smell coming from a section of the cave that was devoid of light. He braced himself and moved inside, only to find mountains of corpses that had already undergone putrefaction. Some of them still had fresh blood still dripping from the stumps of their headless necks. The cave was a graveyard. Zhang Yang ventured around, hoping to find something interesting, besides dead bodies. After digging around for a little, he found out that all of the corpse here was male. It was a little odd to find only human men, due to the fact that there are many other races besides humans. There were dwarfs, centaurs, elephants, and other animals.
Friend.
An inaudible voice came from a corner, like a whisper of the wind, which made Zhang Yang jump a little. He then turned to the source of the voice and found a withered body of a man.
Fret, not, I'm a not coffee dead yet.
The man was a human, wearing ragged clothing that resembled a magician robes. Even though he was not rotting, there was practically no flesh in his body. His body was literally skin on bones.
Nothing in between.
His face was sunk inwards, which made the outline of his skull stood out.
Maranda, Violet Platinum, Humanoid. Level, 120. HP, 1/12 million. Defense, 3,300. Skills, nil. Maranda? The owner of the ring that Zhang Yang had just obtained? It's a miracle that the man was still alive. Pity that he had only 1 HP left, a state where if Zhang Yang had accidentally stepped on him, he would be delivered to heaven. However, since Maranda was a green-friendly NPC, killing him would not do any good. Zhang Yang walked over to him and cried, "Hold on, my friend. I shall take you to a priest. Don't waste your time. I have exhausted all of my life energy." "I'm afraid that I can only last for a few minutes," said Maranda. His voice was brimming with energy and he could even talk properly without stuttering. "A quest, perhaps?" Zhang Yang pats the man's shoulder and asked, "How did you end up this way?" Sigh. Maranda sighed with despair. "I was an adventurer like you. It is a lifetime career. An endless adventure. My goal was to enjoy the great land and its beauty. With my great looks, my elegant mannerisms, my noble status, and my adventurous spirit, wherever I went, ladies would be slobbering all over me. Pity that men do not share the joy of my presence. I had to leave a town in less than 2 weeks. There was this one time where I was having a happy conversation with a lady in her bed, when I was ambushed and had to leave the place." Zhang Yang cringed. Initially, he was empathetic towards Maranda, but when he had to mention about his unruly adventure, Zhang Yang felt like stepping on his skull to crush him there and then. Sigh. "I was doing so well, until I was caught by the harpies. It was then when I knew that my happiness was morphed to my nightmare. Yanabok, that crazy harpy, was a horny beast. No matter how many times I had laid with her, she was not satisfied. She had even threatened to kill me if I failed to take her to the peak of pleasure. To save my skin, I had to use a forbidden spell. The spell would grant me the power of length, girth, and size, at the cost of my own life energy. In the end, when I finally subdued the female harpy, I was on the brink of death. Hence, here I am. Forget Yanabok, the entire mining cave must have been designed by a perverted designer with terrible taste." Zhang Yang nodded his head to his own thoughts. "My friend, the Reaper is but only a few steps away. I beg you, please take this magic letter and give it to Yani of Galan Town. Tell her that she is the only woman I love in my life." The perverted bugger had taken out a white glass orb and shoved it in Zhang Yang's hands. Ding! Maranda has a quest for you, message for Yani. Will you accept it? No matter how lustful a person may be, there will always be one person that he truly loves. Zhang Yang was not disappointed after all. Zhang Yang accepted the quest and the man's head slumped over, breathing his last breath. Zhang Yang sighed, placed his hands over the man's eyes to shut his eyelids. However, when he opened his quest log to read the quest description, Maranda had opened his eyes again. Could a person turn into a specter at such a speed? Zhang Yang checked his properties and found that the man still had 1 HP and was a human. Zhang Yang was furious and nudged the man's head. You're not dead yet, why bother to close your eyes? I'm tired. Can't a man have his sleep? Zhang Yang could just slap the man with his metal gauntlet and kill him off instantly. Hold on, I have just remembered. I have one more magic letter. Please take this to Julie of Wumin Village. Tell her, I will never forget her beautiful eyes, said Maranda as he shoved another magic glass orb to Zhang Yang. Ding! Maranda has a quest for you, message for Julie. Will you accept it? And this magic letter is for Milan of Haria City. Tell her that I will not forget her fair legs. This one is for Tinting of the Balon Island. Tell her I will not forget the taste of our first kiss. This one is for Mariana of the Black Smoke Town. Tell her, I will always miss the feeling of stroking her long hair. The magic glass orbs in Zhang Yang's hands started to multiply. He had obtained so many more until he had over 20 orbs in his hands, which forced Zhang Yang to place them around him to take more from Maranda. The man was a pervert of mythical proportions. When he started to shove more orbs, he did not stop. 20, 30, 50, 90. Thud. It was the 35th or 36th time when Maranda suddenly dozed off. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, Bro, enough with your sleep. Come on, how many more women have you actually pissed off? Maranda did not respond. Zhang Yang was stunned. He then checked the NPC's properties and found the man was already dead. Well, **T. Even the Reaper must be tired of waiting for so long and had just given up on waiting. Zhang Yang felt like he had just taken a long assignment.
He opened his quest log and found there was as many as 90 messenger quests that he had to complete. However, there was one question that lingered in his mind when he had accepted the 30th orb in his hands. Should he just give up the quest? It was clear to anyone that a messenger quest was worth only a tiny speck of experience points and would not reward them with anything valuable. Furthermore, the 90 messenger quests could never have a follow-up quest after. It would just be a complete waste of time. Wait a minute. Zhang Yang suddenly recalled in his past life, a player had stumbled upon a main story quest. When he was interviewed about it, the player revealed that the quest had started off with a long and draggy messenger quest. For such a time-wasting quest, out of 100 players, perhaps 99 of them would automatically give it up. Even if there were players who would be interested in it, they might give up after delivering the 10th or the 20th letter. The 90 letters were meant to be delivered to all corners of the Chaos Realm. Those that were bad with directions might take close to a month, real time, to complete the entire quest chain. What more, the return value of it was practically worthless. Only the unhinged would carry on through. In that case, perhaps delivering all 90 letters would be of some worth since it could be related to a main story quest. Zhang Yang then tore a teleportation scroll and returned to Morningtown, and then to White Jade Castle to have the sky-soaring greaves identified. After socketing a few gemstones, Zhang Yang returned to Morningtown and headed to a high-level map called Isaac Hills to hunt for a flying mount, the Violet Thunderhawk. In truth, he had not wished to visit the Isaac Hills too early, since the monsters around there were of level 150 and above. The highest leveled monsters around the hills were level 180. With such huge gap between him and the monsters' levels, it would be extremely tough for Zhang Yang to kill even a single normal tier monster. When he had just entered the new map, monsters from as far as 100 meters away had rushed over to him like sharks that had picked up the scent of blood. In a level 150 map, normal monsters would have the same power of a level 100 Violet Platinum boss. Adding that to the immense level gap in monster count, Zhang Yang would be facing a tough challenge. If the power curve of monsters as they increased in levels weren't steep enough, players would have already swarmed up the high-level maps and get themselves rare-tiered battle mounts. If they are lucky, they might even haul in a mythical or even a holy tier battle mount which would be extremely powerful once they reach level 100. That aside, the map in Chaos Realms was huge. That was already established when Zhang Yang first entered the portal. Without a specific direction and objective, searching for a battle mount in such a place would be like searching for a golden dust on the beach. All the while, Zhang Yang knew that the Isaac Hills has battle mounts of holy tiers, yet it was just a pipe dream. The safest plan was to just head on, find a Thunderhawk, subdue it and escape with that teleportation scroll. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 531, Violet Thunderhawk. Chapter 531, Violet Thunderhawk. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After the greaves were identified, the stats had been increased. Vitality, 1270. Strength and Dexterity 601, and 2500 max HP bonus. 5% damage boost and 512 damage absorption. However, the gemstone that Zhang Yang had socketed in were strength gemstones to increase his attack instead of defense. Hence, the increment of his HP limit was not as drastic. As of then, with the bonus of Vitality Aura, Zhang Yang's max HP was 134,520, 3,211 strength, 24,547 to 28,147 melee attack, 2,480 defense, and 2,886 damage absorption. Overall, his stats were equally balanced for attack and defense. Along the route in search of the Violet Thunderhawk, Zhang Yang had been drawing in monsters unintentionally. In level 130 or level 140 maps, the monsters he faced posed no imminent threat to Zhang Yang. On the other hand, when Zhang Yang stepped into the Isaac Hills, his rage gauge had started to charge up. He had been forced into a battle. Immediately, Zhang Yang turned his head around to search, and after 2 seconds, he saw a black little dot in the sky that was heading towards him. It was a huge two-headed vulture. Twin-head corpse eater, normal, beast. Level, 160. HP, 87,040. Defense, 4,260. Attack power, 16,566 to 20,566. Skills? What a ferocious beast. The twin-headed vulture was still a few hundred meters away from him, yet Zhang Yang was already in its aggro range. In maps of high-level monsters, lower-level players had not hopes of hiding at all. That aside, the monster's stats were too strong for a normal-tier monster. The stats alone could rival that of a player equipped with Violet Platinum equipment. That being said, that was also the recommended gear for players to enter this map. As mentioned before, the monster's difficulty increment was normal.
In level 180 maps, holy tiered boss were considered to be the strong bosses, whereas ethereal tier boss were only mini-bosses. A small guild with a minimal number of strong players could defeat it. In accordance to that, a mythical boss would be nothing but scrap then, only if they were of the same level. Hence, a normal tier monster being as powerful as a player with a full set of violet platinum gears was nothing to be surprised about.
The most important aspect was that Zhang was only level 105. Half of his gears were violet platinum, and 4 of them was of mythical tier.
Generally speaking, Zhang was already on par with the normal tier monster of that map.
However, since the level gap was too great, Zhang was at great disadvantage. With a deafening shriek, the vulture zoomed through the airspace and bit the flying serpent's neck. In his mounted state, attacking the serpent would mean attacking Zhang. Zhang raised his shield up and blocked an incoming claw attack. Pang!
The metal plate vibrated violently and forcefully knocked Zhang 7 to 8 meters back.
Zhang was fast.
As he was reeling back, he hurled his hammer and managed to land a hit before breaking apart from the enemy.
12,442. Not bad.
For such a large level gap, Zhang could still deal more than 10,000 damage. It was due to the bonus 50% damage of the God of War inheritance. Or else, his attack would have been reduced by 10% or even 30%.
Caw!
The vulture took the hit and let out a high-pitched screech. In response to the attack, the vulture spewed out a cloud of black, putrid gas that made the flying serpent to feel nauseous. It had even wavered a little in the air, as if it was going to fall down.
39,342. Zhang took the damage, frowning suspiciously. It was too high to feel right and he quickly checked the battle log. The attack was a skill called Putrid Breath that deals 20,000 fixed shadow damage. However, since the level gap suppression was in effect, the damage that was dealt to Zhang had been tripled, hence, the staggering 40,000 damage. Zhang had expected the amplified damage, but what he had not expected was the instant cast time of the skill. If a skill could lock onto a target and could be cast instantly, the chance to dodge it is practically zero. Zhang started to feel a little scared. If a normal monster was already that strong, what of the elites or the boss? Arg. When that happens, he will find a way to deal with it. Now that the monster is here and ready, might as well just get over with it.
Zhang counterattacked and won the fight after using Shield Wall. When the vulture died, the loot appeared in midair and plummeted to the ground. Zhang had no intentions of flying down just for a normal monster's drop and had Whitey Jr. fly higher, instead.
Unfortunately, the flying serpent was not able to fly too high.
There was a certain limit to it which highly depended on its tier. If the flying mount was a giant dragon, or a phoenix, it would be a whole new world for his flight experience.
Higher-tiered flying mounts could fly as long as they wanted to.
The flying serpent was only a yellow gold flying mount, hence, the distance of which it could fly, and the duration was greatly affected. As such, Zhang was unable to dodge and avoid fighting all monsters that came after him. Occasionally, Zhang would have to rely on Shield Wall to fight one normal tier monster.
Shield Wall. To fight a normal monster. Anyone would laugh at that.
Zhang laughed at his own actions. Still, it would be suicidal for lower-leveled players to enter this place. Zhang knew the location of the Thunderhawk, that was why he had dared to enter this level 180 map in the first place. After killing his way forward, Zhang had finally arrived at the forest that he remembered from his past life and found the skyscraping tree. Zhang was extremely fond of this place, which explained why he could remember it so clearly. Due to Zhang late participation in the game, Zhang had only managed to catch himself green copper tier or gray silver tier mounts. It was unavoidable since higher tier mounts were only available in small amounts for players to haul. After mounts were tamed, they would never spawn again. Even if they do, the tiers would drop. It was similar to that of a boss drop.
Killing it multiple times would reduce the drop rate and the item grade. For example, Zhang gold-eared Bear King.
When Zhang first caught it, it was a yellow gold tier. If a second Bear King appeared in the map, it would be a gray silver tier. That was why it is hard to obtain a high tier mounts.
Besides equipment, the second most important aspect of all online games would be a player's level.
When you have the level advantage, you can be a few steps ahead of other players and obtain many perks such as the boss first kill, or a dungeon's first clear achievements, and not to mention, the high tier mounts. In his previous life, the information about the Thunderhawk mount being in his forest was known by many, besides Zhang. Back then, Zhang had to guard the place for more than a month to make sure he obtains the mount. Even though he had succeeded in obtaining the mount, it was an arduous experience that had left him exhausted. Things were so much easier now that Zhang was alone. There was no one there to fight over the mount. Hence, the only threat that he would need to take care of was the parent of the baby Thunderhawk. King of the Forest, the mythical tier boss, King of the Violet Thunderhawk. Even though mythical tier boss was considered to be a scrapper in this map, Zhang Yang was barely on par with it. After setting and planning the battle strategy, Zhang Yang patted Felice's head and asked, "Are you ready, Felice?" "Leave it to me, big brother." "Felice will make sure that she does her job," said Felice as she thumped her chest proudly like a knight pledging her loyalty. Zhang Yang was at ease, but he was a little worried that her super strength might ram her chest inwards and ruin her growth. Zhang Yang's plan was to descend down with Felice and have her to lure the boss away. With her skill, Absolute Defense, she could at least hold on for 2 minutes, which would allow Zhang Yang to tame the baby hawk. "Let's go!" Zhang Yang pulled the reins of the flying serpent and shot down towards the skyscraping tree. Zhang Yang had been too high in the sky and could not properly identify the exact location of the nest. As he got closer to the ground, Zhang Yang could see the nest, along with a large, blue-colored giant hawk that rested in it. The feathers of the bird were radiating with the blue color of electricity. Violet Thunderhawk King, Mythical, Beast. Level, 170. HP? Defense? Attack power? Skills? Due to the large level gap between them, Zhang Yang could only see the boss level, whereas the other attributes were hidden away with 3 question marks. However, that information was not necessary, since he was not there to defeat it. The boss noticed Zhang Yang's presence the moment when he could see the nest. The aggro range was almost the same as Zhang Yang's line of sight. The hawk spread its wings and shot into the sky. The sheer force of its liftoff tore fresh green leaves off the tree branches around. Felice shot down in her human form and morphed into her dragonhawk form while midair. When she was in the attack range, she immediately blasted off a fire missile and struck the boss with only 2,342 damage. The girl would then shot down to the ground and morphed back to her human form to activate the skill, Absolute Defense. While the boss was preoccupied with Felice, Zhang Yang was completely left at peace. The boss then closed its wings and descended to the ground to chase after Felice. Taking the chance, Zhang Yang flew to the nest and activated Shadow of the Void to leave the battle mode. Quickly, he dispelled the invisible effect and landed on the nest with the sealing lease in his hands. The reason he had entered the Shadow of the Void was because a player could not seal a monster during battle. The tiny little bird, roughly the size of Zhang Yang's palm, was just sitting right in the middle of the nest. The cute little bird could barely stand up, and the way it blinked its eyes lid was as cute as he remembered in his previous life. If Wei Yan'er was there, she would surely be competing with Zhang Yang for the bird. With time quickly running out, Zhang Yang hastily used the lease on the juvenile Violet Thunderhawk. 1%, 2%, 3%, 45%, pack. Failed. One more. 1%, 2%, 22%, pack. One more. Fortunately, the little bird was in the nest of a boss. Hence, with the boss' powerful influence around the area, there were no monsters around to disturb Zhang Yang in the middle of his ceiling. Furthermore, Thunderhawks or hawks themselves were a species that are proud and non-sociable. Even during mating, they would only come upon each other for a moment, and part on to their own ways. Hence, even if Zhang Yang was a 10,000-watt super light bulb, no monster would be able to pick up his aggro. As for the Thunderhawk boss itself, it could not even see that Zhang Yang was pillaging its nest and abducting its offspring, since Felice was doing a wonderful job of kiting it away. One more time. 1%, 2%, 3%, 98%, 100%, dot. Done. Zhang Yang grinned happily. In his previous life, he had owned a Thunderhawk. In this life, he had managed to own one as well. The only difference was the timing of when he got it. Zhang Yang quickly tore a teleportation scroll up. During the teleportation process, Zhang Yang unsummoned Felice back into his inventory and disappeared without a trace. Shush. Zhang Yang appeared in Morningtown, a big smile plastered on his face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 532, Assault of the Japan-Korea Region. Chapter 532, Assault of the Japan-Korea Region. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Yang arrived safely at Morningtown with Felice in his inventory battle companion space. Only then did he summon out the newly obtained mount. Juvenile Violet Thunderhawk, Mythical Flying Mount. Level, 0. HP, 50. Defense, 0. Attack power, 1 to 3. Skills, nil. Zhang Yang was stunned. Was it not supposed to be only a Violet Platinum tier? It took him only 1 second to realize that the same hawk he had obtained back then had probably been respawned many times over. Furthermore, if the parent was a mythical tier boss, it should not be a mystery on why the offspring would also be a mythical being.
Humph, lucky. A good haul.
Zhang Yang summoned the flying serpent alongside the hawk and brought it to grind as swiftly as he could to level 100. The hawk could be as strong as Felice and would be a great help to him. Even though there were plenty of players already entering Chaos Realm, they were greatly scattered around the place. The land of Chaos Realm was truly huge. Even though there were already more than 1,000 players within it, but those numbers meant nothing when compared to the vastness of the land.
With haste, Zhang Yang arrived at a safe zone that was completely devoid of people. He began his grinding there.
Within an hour, Zhang Yang's superpowered attacks and the immense experience points of the monster in the Chaos Realm were enough to raise the hawk to level 30. When the hawk reached the level 30 threshold, the little hawk grew into a larger, handsome male hawk. Zhang Yang did not stop there. He dedicated 2 whole days to get the hawk to level 100 and continued on until the handsome hawk reached level 105, the limit of its level, since Zhang Yang himself was only level 105. Upon reaching level 105, the hawk had grown even bigger. It was 2 meters tall and had iron-like talons that could break even the strongest of rocks. The feathers were naturally blue, with occasional streams of electrical impulses that flowed along the feather lines. Through the pet skill engravement scroll, Zhang Yang had cut and pasted the skill, Icy Built, and Iron Built, from the bear, Madness, from the mythical turtle, and Bewitchment, from the flying serpent, all to the Thunderhawk. He had also let the hawk learn the skill, Shatterpoint Weakness, and 2 other skill books that he had already prepared, Wild Recovery, and Haste. Through leveling, the hawk itself had gained 3 other skills on its own.
Violet Thunderhawk, Mythical Flying Mount. Level, 105. HP, 177,380, Vitality Aura in effect. Defense, 4,480. Magic Attack, 9,629 to 11,629. Skills. Shared Life, Passive, combines both HP of the Master and the Pet. Icy Built, Passive, reduce frost damage by 90%. Wild Recovery, restores 5% HP by consuming 10 focus points every second. Last for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes.
Iron Built, Passive, increases 30% maximum HP. Haste, increases movement speed by 100%.
Lasts for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes.
Madness, increases 50% attack speed.
Grants 10% chance to restore 30% HP with every successful attack. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Bewitchment, confuses the target, immobilizing it. Lasts for 15 seconds.
The state of confusion will be dispelled when the target takes damage.
Success rate will be lowered while targeting a boss. Casting time, 2 seconds. Range, 30 meters. Cost, 100 focus points.
Shatterpoint Weakness, attempts to locate the target's weak points and causes all attack in the next 10 seconds to deal 50% additional damage.
Cooldown, 10 minutes.
Thunderball, fires a ball of thunder to a target, dealing 200% natural magic damage. Has 1% chance to paralyze the target, preventing the target from moving for 1 second.
Focus, 20 focus points. Casting time, 2 seconds. Range, 30 meters.
Violet Thunder Slayer, launches a thunderstorm in an area of 10 by 10 meters.
Deals 3,000 natural damage to all target for 10 seconds. Cost, 100 focus points. Cooldown, 30 seconds.
As expected of a mythical tier battle pet. Even though it had only 1 single target skill, it was more than enough to deal 10,000 damage per second. Perhaps, it was on par with Felice in her Dragonhawk form. Besides that, the hawk had the skills, Madness, and Shatterpoint Weakness to start the fight.
The Violet Thunderhawk was like a mobile, floating cannon.
It was slow in reloading, but could deal powerful blasts that could kill any player in his own level range. Now that his hawk had reached to the highest possible level, for now, it made things easier for Zhang Yang. He could now start to search the last ingredient, Light of Miracle, to unlock the second seal. He could also fly to the malevolent tower of the Spectre Sacred Land and complete the main story quest that he had accepted when he was only level 10.
That, or the Katarina quest in the Spider Kingdom. Lastly, he would take a look at the 90 messenger quests.
Just as Zhang Yang was deciding on which quest to complete first, 100 shots called.
Zhang Yang.
I had received grave news.
A group of North American players has just found themselves a territory conquest order. The Japan-Korea region players have bought it. That's weird. Aren't they hostile?
How could they, players of two great regions be involved in such a transaction? Asked Endless Starlight.
It's possible.
100 Shots explained.
Through interbank transfer.
After the money is transferred, one player from the North America region would allow players from the Japan-Korea region to kill him. Kill, revive, and repeat until the item is dropped upon death.
Ha! That was possible. Zhang Yang could not help but to recall something.
When players enter the Holy City in the Chaos Realm, there should be an auction house that would allow transaction of items for a high 20% tax. The method was widely used since the system could prevent cheating in transactions, even though they had put up an expensive taxing system.
How much did they spend? Fatty Han asked. $5 million. WOOAH, cried Fatty Han.
How could a small piece of paper be so expensive?
Zhang Yang shook his head.
Under normal circumstances, the territory conquest order could fetch up to 100,000 to 1 million.
But since the Japs and Kokes are eager to get back their territory, the North Americans had taken advantage of them. It's not like the Fatsos in America would stop at one. Look at what they did to Japan's Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Perhaps even the Japs are getting used to being bullied.
Talk about S&M was said lost dream.
Zhang Yang chuckled.
In that case, let's make a show for them to remember. We will make the Japs and Kokes waste their $5 million.
Let's give them hell. Fatty Han got excited and roared, rousing up everyone else.
However, just when they thought that the Japan-Korea region player would attack, 4 days passed and there were still no signs of attack. Zhang Yang and everyone else thought that it was due to the fact that they had yet to decide on a specific guild to launch the attack. It was a national war.
They'd had their own land taken away by other nation.
It made sense if they would prepare the strongest guild to launch a counterattack. Selections of the best guild would take a long time since they would be the guild that carries the flag of the nation. If the said guild emerges victorious, it would gain the highest honor and fame. Hence, with such benefits at stake, there would surely be a catch to it as well. What if the selected guild loses the war? It was, after all, a matter of national war. If they failed to emerge victoriously, the guild would be deemed the worst of all.
A waste of national talent that would be blacklisted.
Their own countrymen might hunt them down. As such, it made sense for the guild selection to take so long.
However, it was just a matter of time before they create an ultimate strike force. If the number was small, the defense of the castle would be stronger. 1,000 players could be killed with only 2 to 3 blasts of the magic cannons. As such, the longer they take to decide, the more players could join the attack since more and more players would be reaching level 100. Since the guild was created just for the sole purpose of taking down Winst Castle, players who meet the requirement could temporarily join the guild and fight in the war. The selection of players should cover the entirety of Japan and Korea. To put in comparison, the defenders of Winst Castle would only be Lone Desert Smoke's own men. How could a single guild fight against the best players in Japan and Korea?
When they have gathered 10,000 to 20,000 players, Lone Desert Smoke might only have 1,000 or fewer level 100 players. By then, the attack would be swift and decisive, a one-sided massacre.
Again, it was a matter of time. Too early, and the attacking guild would not be able to gather enough players to attack. Too long, and Lone Desert Smoke would have gathered enough level 100 players to attack. By then, Japan-Korea region player will lose the advantage of numbers since Lone Desert Smoke was the only level 4 guild with a higher player capacity. After a series of serious discussions, Zhang Yang had come up with an estimated timeframe. It was estimated that the Japan-Korea region will attack within the next 3 to 4 days. Since it was just a rough estimation, Zhang Yang had been laying low and did not hunt for bosses. He had purposely retained his god of war transformation. Instead of grinding, Zhang Yang spent the next few days delivering the magic orbs. After the 23rd letter was sent, the system had sent the notification of the attack. Ding!
Player Amao Koyoshi has used the territorial conquest order on Winst Castle. The territorial conquest war will start tomorrow night at 7 o'clock p.m. sharp. The war will last for 3 hours. The war is limited to Lone Desert Smoke, the defender, and Sakura no Nagar-mei, the attacker. During the war, all teleportation circles will not function. All players who die will be revived at their designated major city and cannot return to the war. Within 3 hours, if any of the Sakura no Nagar-mei guild members successfully attacks the territorial hall, victory will be theirs. The owner of Winst Castle will be Amao Koyoshi if the attackers win the war. Here it comes. All guild members of Lone Desert Smoke were fired up when the notification had rang in. This was the first, authentic nation versus nation war. The main character of the war was Lone Desert Smoke.
How could anyone remain calm?
Lo and behold, come another system notification that had silenced every member of Lone Desert Smoke.
Ding!
Player Hangugi Gugwang has used the Territorial Conquest Order on Morningtown. The Territorial Conquest War will start tomorrow night at 7 o'clock p.m. sharp. The war will last for 3 hours.
The war is limited between Lone Desert Smoke, the defender, and E.E, the attacker. During the war, all teleportation circles will not function. All players who die will be revived at their designated major cities and cannot return to the war. Within 3 hours, if any of the E.E guild members successfully attack the Territorial Hall, victory will be theirs. The owner of Winst Castle will be Hangugi Gugwang if the attackers win the war.
A second Territorial Conquest Order.
Crap!
Those K-pop guys really got themselves a second Territorial Conquest Order, cried Fatty Han angrily.
This is a problem. 100 Shots sighed heavily. Right now, we are being cornered.
Right now, we only have 1,876 level 100 players on the guild that could enter Chaos Realm. On the other hand, I had obtained news that the Japan-Korea region have already amassed more than 60,000 members. We are being attacked by 30,000 players on each sides. Looks like they are attacking both Winst Castle and Morningtown at the same time.
Since we have taken 2 lands, we'll lose both lands. The Japs and Kokes want to take their revenge.
Right then, the Japan-Korea region players had gained the advantage in numbers. If Lone Desert Smoke wishes to save both territories, they would only lose both.
Zhang Yang laughed. There's no way we are going to lose Morningtown.
For better or for worse, we could always ask for help from Crimson Rage and Sky High. Have them lend us all their level 100 players.
It's a matter of China's pride now. If we lose, the town will be taken by the Japs and Kokes.
I don't think that anyone from China, friendly or not, would willing to let that happen. Bloody hell, it's infuriating to think that the Winst Castle is going to be taken away by the Japanese, cried the little girl. If he manages to borrow manpower from the other guild, it would create a new problem in the future since they would want a piece of the cake. If it was a matter of national protection, it might still be a valid reason to have them lend their powers. But if Zhang Yang were to have them fight for Winst Castle, the borrowed manpower might not be on the same page with Lone Desert Smoke. After all, the ones guarding the castle would carry the name of Lone Desert Smoke. It would be Zhang Yang and the guild who gets the fame, while others remain completely unknown. Under such circumstances, Zhang Yang could not even estimate the number of people he could bring to Winst Castle. Lone Desert Smoke had a 40,000 player limit. If Zhang Yang wants to defend Morningtown, he would need to place 30,000 players in Morningtown.
The remaining 10,000 players would be sent to defend the 30,000 men attacking force from the Japanese guild, Sakura no Nagarme.
The odds are 1:3, no matter how, it would be tough for Zhang Yang to defend the castle. Was it too early to give up on Winst Castle? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.